Good morning. Can everybody hear me? No? Welcome to the 2022 Matthews Planning Conference. For the benefit of the massive audience at home, I would like to ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves and tell what department you work with, or if you're elected official. So, Rob, we can start with you, sir.
Rob Kenneberg, Fire Chief. Life Fitzpatrick, Assistant Public Works Director.
I'm the Government HR Director. Maureen Keith, Communications Coordinator.
He's a manager.
Planning Director.
Teresa Volk, Finance Director.
Corey King, Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Department.
Charlie Buckley, Town Attorney.
Becky Hawk, Assistant Town Manager.
Larry Whitley, Commissioner.
Ken McCool, Mayor Pro Tem.
John Higdon, Mayor.
Gina Hoover, Commissioner.
Mark Tufano, Commissioner.
Clark Pennington, Chief of Police.
John Urban, Commissioner.
Renee Garner, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, everyone. I didn't realize I had initiated a mad scramble for microphones, but appreciate that. I also realized that Corey should be our next DJ at any event. His voice sounded pretty good there. We're going to get started right into our agenda. Our first item is a review of bonds and the ARPA and budget forecasting. Becky, you going to run point?
I am. Thank you, Mayor. Give me just a moment to share my screen through the Zoom platform. And are you able to switch it so that it's up on the main screen as well? Thank you.
Before we switch to Becky, or here it comes, Charlie told me yesterday that this is the 32nd planning conference. One that you attended was 1990, and it sounded like to me 1989 wasn't really a planning conference. I don't know if that's how you describe it, but that's a lot.
Well, the 1989 was just basically the board gathering in Pinehurst, but the staff and all were invited beginning in 1990. So if you count the first one, this is actually the 33rd conference. So.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to hopefully help lead the board in a productive discussion related to the opportunity to potentially pursue some general obligation bonds. And then as we move through the morning, we'll also be talking about ARPA and potentially some options for how to deploy the remaining funds that we have. But we wanted to get started with bonds this morning because there's some timelines that we need to make sure that we're adhering to if we do want to move forward in this direction. And certainly the board has a lot of decisions to make. So just a quick refresher when we're looking at general obligation bonds, we want to review just a little bit of information, and then we also have some new information that we want to make sure that everyone sort of understands the ground rules that we're playing with when it comes to GO bonds. So they are a very common tool in order to be able to borrow significant long-term debt, and they work by the municipality pledging their full faith and credit. And so what that means is that we promise that we will repay the debt, even if it requires increasing taxes in order to do so. That makes it a very stable financing option. The bond market likes municipal GO bonds because municipalities very, very low default rate. And so we tend to get good terms when we're taking out this kind of debt. It does require citizen approval. I think we had perhaps a mistake in some information that we had sent to you last time. It's a simple majority of the voters. So if this goes to the voters in November or any November. We are simply looking for more than 50% agreeing that they would like to see the town do this, and they authorize the issuance of that debt. So that is a slightly lower hurdle to get over than I think we maybe had on previous information. On the ballot, there would be a voter referendum question that is going to include the general category of the bond project, and those categories are defined within state statute. And then the maximum total dollar amount of that category. So, $20 million for this, $5 million for that, whatever numbers the board ultimately decides to pursue would be printed on that ballot. If it's approved by the voters, then the town doesn't need to do anything right away. You can if you want, but if you wanted to wait a little while, or if we needed to get some plans in place, you have up to 7 years to issue that debt. And then if you're still not ready, you can apply for an extension of up to 3 years. That does take approval by the LGC in order to have that extension. The potential downside to waiting is the costs, at least from what we're seeing, will only continue to rise. They are not heading in the other direction. So that is something to be sensitive to as we are trying to project out the estimated costs of projects and the volatility that we are dealing with in the market. So long as a project fits within the authorized category, then you can use bond funds to pay for it. So, so long as something, say, qualified as a transportation project, you could use the GEO bond funds, but you couldn't say construct a park with transportation bond funds. It has to be an authorized use within that category. One of the questions that we had when we last met and talked about this was what to do with greenways and multi-use paths. How do they fit within GEO bonds? We were able to get some clarification on that. And it's really not directly addressed in state statute. So the recommendation that we got from Scott Leo, who is a very talented bond counsel, was that they can be categorized in a couple of different ways. One would be within transportation, if you wanted to lump them with other transportation projects, because you can call them a non-motorized transportation facility, or you could also lump them under a parks and recreation facilities bond as a recreation facility. So you have a little bit of flexibility if you're interested in those types of projects and how you might want to ultimately pay for them. So another area that we want to look at is how do GEO bond financing terms compare to standard bank installment financing? GEO bonds are considered the least costly financing option in order to pursue loans of this size. In general, your interest rates are going to be lower. But the other advantage that you have, because the types of projects that you are mainly interested in pursuing are not the construction of actual buildings. Something like that, you could get probably a longer term loan from a bank. But when you're talking about roads or greenways or things that are not bricks and mortar, you may be more likely to be in the 5 to 7 year repayment term, which would be a massive undertaking to pay off debt of this size within that kind of a time period. You also would likely have to put up something that is bricks and mortar as collateral. So it's very hard if we were to default through bank financing, the bank can't very well take a road back up. Really hard for them to collect that back. So, the town has excellent credit. We wouldn't expect that to be an issue if we had to put something else up for collateral, but it does, just add an extra component to that type of financing. So another area that we wanted to provide an update with was the talk of low interest rates and how those are actually impacting the municipal bond market. Full disclosure, if there are additional questions in this area, I would defer to a financial advisor. But what was described to me by Scott Leo was that because of the low interest rates, the exceptionally low interest rates, municipal bonds are currently being issued at a premium. And I know there's a lot of detail up there, but essentially what it means is that the market is going to get their interest rate, and they will issue the bonds with a little bit of additional principal. So instead of maybe a $5 million bond, we might actually get $5.1 million in proceeds, but then we're going to have to pay a slightly higher interest rate back in order for anyone to be interested in purchasing that bond. So in the grand scheme of things, a 3% interest rate is still considered extremely competitive. So this is still a low cost debt option, but it is something to keep in mind. Don't want to get too caught up in what is currently listed as the interest rates for the premiums, because when you go to actually issue the debt, it may be a slightly different scenario. So we just want to make sure that the board is aware of that. So because of this information, for the purposes of calculating projected costs, projected tax impacts, projected debt service payments, we did go ahead and utilize a 3% interest rate in our calculations for the purposes of this discussion, just to try to be as accurate as possible with where we think things are right now. And of course, that is subject to change. We all know that there is some volatility in the market, but that's what we're dealing with right now. So all of you did a little bit of homework, and appreciate your responses on these. Each of you were given a list of 17 projects that were identified within our CIP as needing funding and falling within either a transportation or a parks and recreation facility qualifying category. And then we asked you to rank those, and we compiled all of your answers to really help the board see where there might be consensus, where there might be an agreement on prioritization. But certainly it's meant to be a guide to help you all more than definitive, this is what you need to do. But we saw some really interesting results when we got this back. Full disclosure, I think we were a little surprised at how strongly so many transportation projects ranked over some of the parks and recreation facilities projects. So as you see, this is the lowest cumulative score. And then we also provided what we're calling a ranking quartile that indicates, was this within the top quarter of projects, the second quarter of projects, third quarter, or a bottom quarter for each of you and how you scored. So you can see that not only did, say, the Greylock Ridge Road Extension Project have a low cumulative score, it ranked very highly with all 7 of you. 5 of you had it as one of your top approximately 4 or 5 projects. And then another 2 of you had it within the top 9. So, so this just goes in descending order of how things ranked. And you start to see that, take the parking lot, for example, 5 of you have it rated very, very highly, but 2 of you do not. So that is something that you might need to work through as you figure out which projects you'd like to actually prioritize. This is the, not quite the second half of the list, but this is where we do start to see some of the parks and recreation facilities projects start to come up. So still, relatively important, relatively high priority for a number of you, but you do see the ranking quartile start to slide down a little bit, where some of you start to have some of these projects as a lower priority. And then these projects didn't get a whole lot of love for, I think, a variety of reasons. But again, when we look at the totals for all of these projects, they're about $53 million. And we understand that that exceeds probably the interest level of the size of bonds that the board is interested in pursuing. So there is going to need to be some level of selection and confirmation of prioritization on projects as we move forward, so that Certainly when we're going out and talking to the community, we know what projects would be done first with a bond, and which ones would we probably set aside and worry about at a future date. Yes.
Right, so I'm seeing, oh, I'm sorry. So I'm seeing a total of 53 million. Now, would the bond be like 55 or 57 for contingency or something of that nature?
So yeah, I appreciate that question. I'll get to it here in a slide in just a moment, but our recommendation at this point is probably a bond that would not exceed in the neighborhood of 32 million total for both bond projects. So that would require some of these projects to not be completed. So the board would have to decide which ones they wanted to do. And that just has to do with kind of debt capacity and comfort level in perhaps not biting off more than we can realistically chew within 7 years. I think it's going to, of course, be a major undertaking to be able to execute $32 million in bonds. 53 million within 7 years is perhaps a little bit more than we want to take on. But if the board wanted to do that, we would not turn that down. There would just need to be some additional staff involved, but I see some head shaking, so we're not gonna worry about that too much. So yeah, go ahead.
Say we undertake and pass a bond, would we have to add any more employees like finance or anything like that to handle this? Because it seems like, I mean, even at $32 million, seems like we need a lot more people to.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think certainly which projects you select would have a major impact on that. So, I think offhand, the engineering department would probably benefit from a construction project manager, somebody who could really run point on keeping up with all of the various projects and making sure that they are moving along the way that we want them to. Beyond that, again, it's probably going to come down to what we select, but I think in fairness to staff, we would certainly need at least one person that could be making sure that these things are carried along. Corey, do you have any thoughts on that related to any of the parks and recreation facilities as far as, a lot of that work's going to be contracted out?
Yeah, so with most of the park projects, we do hire a construction manager, project manager that's part of the design team. So the team, same group that designs it, we contract it out.
Can the money used to be hiring those people come from this pot of money?
It's probably going to depend on how the contract is written. So if we wanted to bring somebody in-house, it's not, they're not actually related to construction. If it's a construction manager who is a part of the actual contract, so the construction company is providing the construction manager, then that would be built in at that cost. But I think offhand, we can double check it, but I'd be reluctant to pay for town staff with a construction bond.
I have a question.
Yep.
And you may be getting into this, but the Federal Reserve announced that there's going to be 7 rate hikes this year, with the first one possibly being in March of 0.5 percentage point. The others typically are 1/4 percentage point. So that puts us in a situation where it's time sensitive as far as the bond is concerned. So are you going to be addressing the timeline on bond issue and how it's be impacted by the future increases of interest rates?
So at this point, our timeline ends with issuance of the debt. So we are bound by the need to go out to the voters, which we cannot do until November. So our hands are tied as far as being able to issue any GO bonds before we get that voter approval. Once we achieve that voter approval, if the board is ready, and certainly staff could be working very hard to get as many construction projects as ready as possible, we could start to move as soon as the the voter referendum was approved, presuming that it's approved. But the exact impacts of, future rate hikes are not directly built into this. What we're working on right now is what the market is currently doing, which is issuing it at a premium, which is 3%. If the listed interest rate for a locality like ours with the credit rating like we have is currently about 1.7, it's possible that there's some room there for the market to be increasing interest rates before that would actually catch up and surpass and put us in a situation where we would be having to take on debt at a rate greater than 3%. But again, I do not want to position myself as a financial analyst or expert in any way, shape, or form. Scott Leo did mention that there's a whole industry of people who are incredibly well-versed and enmeshed in the actual bond issuance process, the financial analysts and financial advisors. And he advised that bringing somebody on board with that expertise to help talk to the board about those types of implications could be of benefit, because that is also beyond his scope. He deals with the legal paperwork side, but there are folks out there that can help with that if the board is interested in trying to get a better handle on that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the earliest we can vote on it is November,
Yes.
and that the actual issuance of the bond would be what period of time after the vote?
Hazen, I know you went through this a couple years ago.
So I think after you got if you could do this before the voters vote on it, right? You could, in theory, you could go to the 7 or 5 year bank debt, do it quicker. The problem is you got to find the collateral, and then the payments are going to be significantly higher because it's 7 years as opposed to 20. The nice thing about GO bonds is you're getting the blessing of the public, right? And we're saying, look, we're going to raise your taxes, more than likely raise your taxes. And we says, we get it. But if the board, because we could start design earlier, right? You could, in theory, I don't know, name one, but let's say Great Lake may not be a great example because there's a lot of state money already up. But let's say Purser Halls Park. Hey, how about that? Okay. That just is an example. We could start design on that before the bond went out if the board's like, look, we think it's going to be passed. It's going to cost, I don't know, let's say $300,000 to do design so that we could be ready to sell the bonds as soon after, maybe it'd be December or January after the voters approve it. Now there is risk in there. You can see that, but
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is by the time the bond is actually issued, we could possibly have 7 rate hikes between now and December. So consequently, that premium rate could be as high as 5 or 6%. Go ahead. Okay.
Well, I think Becky does raise an interesting point. GO bonds are traditionally very, very low, and there is this potential gap of 1.3% between the 1.7 and the 3. But I don't know the last. I don't know. I'm hard for me to imagine GO bonds being that high, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, in order to be competitive in the bond market, they're going to have to be sold at a premium. So the other question is on the 5 to 7 years for commercial, have you actually approached your lending institutions to determine if that is indeed what the current period of time is for this type of loan?
Well, we haven't even identified product. My comment would be, I'd like to hear projects from the board. And then if the board's interested in going through bank debt, then we could start approaching bank. Then we'd have to find the collateral, and the bank said, yeah, we'll take town halls collateral.
Well, in order for us to make a legitimate financial decision, it would be prudent for us to know exactly what the term loan would be for this situation from a private financial institution. So instead of the estimate of 5 to 7 years.
That is what we have experienced in prior bank debt financing that we have taken out. So I think the last time we did it was 2019, 2019 when we did the paving with the 2020 paving with the sound system. So at that point in time, it was a 5 to 7 year term. When we had some discussions with them about the potential to refinance the property on Matthews Mint Hill Road that the fire station is eventually going to go on. That was when they said, because you are actually constructing a bricks and mortar facility, then they didn't have an issue with potentially being able to issue something that feels more like a traditional mortgage for the rest of us, a 20-year term or a 30-year term, because there's actually a facility built on it. So to directly answer the question, we have not gone to them with this list of projects and specifically asked, but it's basing it on our prior experiences with other conversations that we have had with other projects.
Where I'm going with this is that I think we should consider perhaps a hybrid financing situation where we can take advantage of low interest rates in a commercial loan for near-term projects, and then pay the piper for higher interest rates down the road on a bond issue. So an analysis of that nature would be very helpful.
Sure is interesting thought. You know, like when we, one of the things that's key is when is the first payment due? And like what we've talked about is in 2024 is when the reval is, and that essentially we've talked about, okay, how do we start making payments on in 2024? So I think it can be like 13 months. As I recall, you could get that end of June and June of this year, right? So it would be 22. First payment's not due until July of 23, which is the fiscal year 24. And that's when we're talking about. But again, time is going by, because I think that's what you're concerned about is time. And then is the board prepared to raise, worst case scenario, raise taxes this year, this coming year, in order to pay debt that we're taking on here in the next couple of months? And I think we raised taxes last year, and that's been a kind of a big discussion with the board. Okay, I see.
Yeah, the reason I'm would like to consider a hybrid approach is because not only are interest rates going up, but construction costs are going up dramatically in the near term. So there may be a financial gain for us to take a commercial loan in the short term to do some construction projects that are exhibiting really high rates of inflation, and then turn out to have a bond issue for perhaps longer term projects that don't require such an intense amount of product and material that are in their inflationary cycle.
Commissioner Urban?
So I appreciate the comments, and that I think is a strategy in which if we had projects we wanted to pull the trigger on right now, but what we're talking about though is a bond for November that's voted on by the public. And so we have to run it in that due course. Now, if we get to November and the public says, hey, we're all for it, then of course staff can look at all the hybrid notations. But I think you're talking about is the potential of pulling the trigger ahead of time. And I think the reality is, from my standpoint, one of 7 is I want to see the bonds, and I want to see the general public bring their vote to the table on whether or not they want to do this. So we in the course of each year are doing projects, financing certain projects, and maybe there's opportunities to do that as well. But I think we're not apples to apples in that conversation at the moment.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is that we have a fiduciary responsibility, and for us to, we need to consider what it might be for us to do some capital expenditure projects short term that we normally would have done, and just try to do that with our current funds, and then do a hybrid along with the bond issue at a later time. So anyway, just food for thought. Thanks.
Please continue. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garner.
To speak to that, I think that's a board decision that needs to be made at some point before we ask staff to do that. We need to make sure there's a majority consensus that that's the work we would need to do. But I think to reiterate Commissioner Urban's point, these projects are not a priority yet for the town. This would be a way to prioritize them, but they need to go through the democratic process. Make sure that the town people, the people of Matthews, support spending X million dollars. And then they at that time can say yes or no. If they say no, they can say, you know, we understand the fiduciary duty. We want to see these, but we want to go through a different process. So we're letting them have a high stake in this process. And I think that's the most important thing.
That may be the case, but nevertheless, if it's not a consensus of the board to investigate the possibility of saving substantial amount of money by doing a hybrid approach, then I'll go with the will of the board. However, I think I think it'd be prudent for us to do a preliminary examination of how and that would be implemented and what savings that would give to the town.
All right, thank you. I think we're going off on a tangent. Let's just continue on the bond presentation.
Thank you. Whoops. All right, so just to help the board understand what the debt capacity is that we're looking at, we wanted to just point out a couple of different items just to make sure that there's a comfort level with where we think we're heading, regardless of the financing methodology that we ultimately pursue. We are limited, I use that word loosely given some of these numbers, but we are technically limited in our overall debt limit that we can take on as a municipality. This is set by state statute. And based on the assessed value of property in our last comprehensive annual financial report, we technically have a debt limit of $420 million, of which we are using about 6.3. So we like to point this out. This is obviously a number that we would never dream of getting close to, but what we like to, we know this, we're not remotely suggesting that, so much as just to understand that there is significant debt capacity. We currently only use about 1.5% of our overall capacity, and that is a very, very low percentage to use, which really just means that we have quite a bit of room should we want to pursue it. The other area that we'd like to look at to maybe scale us back down to reality a little bit before we get too unhinged with that available debt limit is to look at our current financial position and then project out what we think FY24 could potentially look at. So we take a look at a couple of different factors. One is what our current annual debt service will be at that point in time. We do have some debt that will be rolling off, which is a nice little relief that we have coming just from some things naturally being paid off. And what will that do to debt service as a percentage of our annual budget? So the School of Government, as a ballpark, estimates that you want to not obligate yourself within your annual budget to more than about 10% of your funds having to go towards debt service. It just helps ensure that you're not overextending yourself, that we can comfortably make those payments, and that we are still also able to fund the other operational needs of the town. So we are currently in this fiscal year sitting at about 3.9%. We do expect that to jump up just a little bit next year with some repayment of the properties that we've purchased and the rescue truck and some other things that we've already agreed to take on. And but with that debt rolling off, we think that we'll be back down to about 3.1% in 24. So again, a good amount of capacity. So what we wanted to then take a look at was approximately how much debt do we think we could undertake and still stay within that 10% that's recommended by the School of Government. So applying it that way, we believe that we could take on approximately $2.16 million in additional debt service payments and still stay within that 10% recommendation. And when you use a use a 3% debt service payment, that essentially creates capacity for up to $32 million in total debt that we would be taking out at 3%. That would equate to that $2.16 million debt payment. Based on the changes in valuation that we are expecting in 2024, that would equate to about a 3.5 cent tax increase in order to make the full $2.16 million debt payment every single year. So in looking at the projects that would fit within $32 million based on this board's prioritization of projects, this is what rose to the top. If you were interested in looking at something potentially as large as $32 million. This is simply an example. This is by no means what you have to do. These projects do need some firmed up cost estimating before we would be able to say, yes, every single one of those is going to fit within that size of a budget. Our recommendation would be that the board pick its top couple of projects and a total dollar amount. And those are the ones that we prioritize and focus on and make sure that we can deliver to the community. And then as funds remain available, that we then sort of continue down your prioritization list, continuing to knock off as many projects as possible until we run out of available funds. But if these numbers held, for example, under a transportation bond, we could in theory complete the rest of Greylock Ridge up to Independence Point Parkway, implement almost $5 million in projects from the downtown mobility study. Sidewalk gaps, there's a range there that I'll come back to in just a moment, but that would cut out a fairly significant chunk of the sidewalk gaps that staff have identified throughout town. The East Charles Crestdale Railroad crossing improvements, that is the higher cost estimate for the more comprehensive fix at that intersection. The parking lot, those costs have come down. Staff has found a potential unique application of materials that would create the parking lot behind White Duck Taco Shop at a lower cost than a full-blown repaving. Andrew Caroline Extension Drive, construction of that project, as well as downtown streetscape improvements. All of those total $22 million. So the range there with sidewalk gaps relates to Greylock Ridge Road extension, and you'll see the asterisk there. The segments C and D remain a potential for the tax increment grants that we talked to the board about a couple of months ago with a developer who is interested in developing the properties there on the other side of the Briley. Those conversations are continuing. And so that is an example of perhaps an opportunity to have an alternative method of funding for that road. It still gets constructed, and that would free up transportation dollars to be able to apply, whether it's to sidewalk gaps or some other transportation related project. So that is something that we just want to make sure that we're keeping in mind before we run full force and say that we want to use the transportation bond for Greylock Ridge, because there may be another way to also see it completed. The Parks and Recreation Facilities, these were the top 3 projects within that category. The 4 Mile Creek Greenway, the Matthews Downtown Loop, completing that. And that is the smaller number for the Matthews Downtown Loop. Those are the non-tourism fund qualifying legs. So those would be closer up towards 51, where those legs would be completed, and then the completion of Purser-Halsey Park. The asterisks for 4 Mile Creek Greenway and Matthews Downtown Loop is just the reminder that those could also technically be considered transportation. So if you wanted to move them up, you would also have that option to lump them in with the projects towards the top of the screen. Yes.
This is maybe a dumb question, but say for like the Purser Halsey Park, could we use the tourism dollars to pay back the debt service payment on a bond for Parks and Rec facilities, if we can reasonably say?
I would say not on that. That's not a dumb question. That's a good question.
Any other questions on that?
Mr. Urban?
So this is a perfect case in point. We just had a little debate about what projects you could do now. I, for one, would say, like the parking lot, for example, shouldn't be in this bond discussion. Find the means and the methods in the working budget, or, something like that. It has a high ranking. Everybody complains about the perception of lack of parking, et cetera. And right now, the new White Dog Taco is parking on our lot, basically. So they're already using it to some extent. So, I would be one to realign your data there and say, well, we're going to work the parking lot in from a different direction.
If I could add another comment, I think in the very near future, we need to have a meeting with the board to discuss these prioritizations, because they were done in silos. We all did them individually. We didn't have any discussion, and there's a couple on here that I totally don't agree with, that I don't even think should be on this list. So I would like to debate my viewpoint with the rest of the board, and I think others might have some that aren't on here as well that they would like to talk about. So I know this is a good first pass, but before we have a final list of projects, I think we should have a discussion among board members.
And also just a general question. What accommodations are being made for Public Works, for the police department and the fire department? I don't see that anywhere in the bond issue, and I'm assuming there's alternate financing for that.
That's a great question. So fire, we're going to talk, the fire station, we're going to talk about with ARPA funds, but that's certainly something that could be in here. In talking about the police department, we do think at some point the police department will outgrow its current facility, but we also, I think that the current facility is adequate for, I would say, let's say this window of bonds. Now, maybe in 5 years or 7 years, I think it may be something for the board to consider. I would also say the same thing about Public Works. Someday they'll, life, y'all are going to outgrow that facility, but I don't think we're there yet. And then on the personnel side, which you could argue for police, fire, and Public Works, right? That's not capital, that's reoccurring. And that's the kind of thing we ought to support through the property tax.
Yeah, this is just a process question. Is repaving of roads eligible for bond issue?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Repaving.
Is repaving of roads eligible for a bond issue?
Yes.
So I don't see that anywhere in here. Go ahead.
So in the model that Becky put together that I've certainly fallen in love with, it does show $500,000 a year in fiscal year 24 for like every year dumping it into the budget. That's one option. You could put a slug of money too in there and say, okay, let's do $5 million worth of project of paving, and they say, right after the bond gets approved. But we are showing it kind of as a long-term fix.
Commissioner Urban?
I think I was step back again. I'm going to digress. You have to understand that when you put out a bond referendum, these are the projects that you can afford to let go. And we've talked about this already. We don't put roads, which we need to be working on. We don't put a fire station on here because if the general public comes back and says, I don't want a fire station, we're done. So maybe we, because of the virtual meetings, we weren't clear about that, but I thought the bulk of the board understands that the way the bond works is that it's projects that you're willing to risk, basically, that the public says, no, don't worry about Purser Halsey Park. but we don't put things like police and fire and infrastructure like that we desperately need, because once you do that and it's voted down, how do you go back to the general public and say, well, we're going to do it anyway? That's calamitous.
Well, I fully understand, and I was attending, and I did understand the situation. However, this is an opportunity for us to spend a substantial amount of money to bring our roads up to a higher rate of a higher level of maintenance, and then to go forward in a planned maintenance mode. I don't think personally that the improvement of roads would be an issue that the public would disagree with, but I may be wrong.
Are you willing to take that risk though?
No,
I mean,
I may be
CJ
wrong.
CJ and company have a very good plan on the roads. We've talked about this for a while. We have a revow coming up that is plugged in to address that in the next 2023 aspect of it. So I think one of the debates is, while we're studying this, we have to know what else is cooking in the pot. And I think that's what needs to be really the big concern.
And for the purposes of today, I just want to reiterate, this is an example of the types of projects that could fit within this size of a bond, but it is in no way trying to hem in the board to say it must be these projects. The important first step for this board is going to be, do you want to move forward, period? And then what categories would you like to move forward with, and the dollar amount for those categories? Within relatively short order, we would need to know at least a couple of the projects that you wanted to prioritize so that we can use that to inform the public, to be able to say, this $22 million would get you at least X and Y. But there is still opportunity beyond today to hammer out exactly what you would want to fit in. And there's still time beyond today to even figure out the dollar amount and the categories. But if we know that there is at least a dollar amount and a category, then we can bring on bond counsel. We can put forward the calendar to make sure that we are staying on track in order to meet the November ballot. So we have to kind of work backwards from that as our hard stop, have to be making decisions at certain times. But this is by no means what has to fit in there or even what should fit in there. So I just want to make sure that the board understands that.
And let me reiterate what was mentioned earlier. The specific vote to be voted on does not list any projects. It'll be transportation, or it'll be park. It'll be bonds in those amounts, but the projects themselves will not be listed. So the voters are not voting on specific. They're voting on bonds for categories of projects. Therefore, if something new comes in, you want to spend that bond money for that would qualify under that category, you could use that and move one of these to a lower priority for future years.
What we just want to make sure of from a public information standpoint, though, is the 2 or 3 projects that we are putting out to the community for them to understand what would come of these bonds, that we are at least delivering those. But then there is flexibility based on how much funds are left after those are completed, or if other things do come up. The last thing we want to do is promise purse or halsey and then not deliver if it was approved by the voters. But yes, still opportunity after today. So,
Becky,
sorry, go ahead.
I hope we're not beating a drum, but the clock is in theory ticking, because the local government commission is very slow. November, you back up 5 or 6 months. So you all as a board will need to reach consensus on what y'all would like to see. I would say sometime in April, no later than April. I think the other part of that, Becky, is maybe as we get a feel for the board, that what y'all are more interested in, to get better numbers, right? These are cost of magnitude numbers, and we know inflation is a real wild card, but somehow we need to get these as accurate as possible so that we all feel good. It's not I don't know, 1/3 higher than what we've shown y'all, right?
Yeah. And yeah, we'll touch on that a little bit later. The other thing I just want to say is the reason why transportation and parks and recreation facilities were prioritized for the purposes of today's discussion is not that you need to pursue those bond categories, but it was based on feedback that we received from the majority of the board when we did talk about this, that was where we heard a majority interest in starting to hone in the conversation on those two areas. But certainly if you want to be looking at other categories, you can, but these are, as Commissioner Urban pointed out, these are all technically projects that I think are important, that I think are a benefit to the community. But if the community disagreed, we would be able to still move forward with the things that we absolutely need to provide on an annual or yearly basis. Just a quick snapshot at the implications of each of those bond categories. If you are in about the $22 million range for a transportation bond, the impact if you did not execute having to start debt service repayments until at least 2024, you're at about 2.4 cents. And parks and recreation facilities at about, or any bond of about $10 million is about a 1.1 cent impact. You combine those together, and that's where you get about the 3.5 cents on the tax rate in order to make that debt service. And of course, the impact to the individual taxpayer is always something that we like to take a look at to understand, how that actually trickles down. So projecting forward anticipated values of homes in 2024 with the reval, the current average assessed home value in Matthews is about $415,000. We expect assessments to go up approximately 20%, about 20% in 24. So we scaled the numbers up to match what we are expecting in 2024. And so for the average valued home, you're looking at about a $14.52 monthly increase in your payments in order to meet an annual increase of $174. And then you can see it scale down or scale up accordingly based on home valuation.
Becky, I have a question.
Yes.
Is this 3.5 cents on top of us not adjusting the tax rate after the reevaluation? So it's on top of, you had an earlier slide where it, well, I'll just leave it at that. This would be a 3.5 cent increase on top of leaving the 20% expected increase alone and not changing the tax rate.
So that is your decision.
But is that what it is? I mean,
At this point, we have a lot of operational needs plugged into FY24 in the budget forecasting model. So we've got increasing our paving budget. We've got some permanent increases to our pay plan that we know we're behind on, taking on some additional staff, taking on some additional debt. There are opportunities to potentially relieve some of that. The fire station is a great example. So right now we have debt service plugged in to start on the fire station in FY24. If you were to use ARPA funds to construct the fire station, you are relieving that debt pressure that creates capacity to absorb some of this debt service if you wanted to execute it within the FY24 budget. The other thing to keep in mind is you don't need to issue all of this debt at once. So I understand Commissioner Tufano's concerns, but you can take out a $20 million bond and not do anything with it right away. And then maybe you have one project that's ready for $5 million. You only issue the $5 million in debt. And so then that's the only debt service that you are then having to pay until you issue additional debt against that total $20 million budget. So you wouldn't actually be passing along that tax increase to the community. It may take multiple years of incremental increases before you actually issued all of that debt. So this is the worst case scenario. We passed both bonds and the board said, issue them all. We want to run with every single one of them. Max impact would be 3.5 cents.
But to be clear, you do believe that some portion of this could be absorbed in 2024.
It's possible. A lot of that is going to be contingent upon what the board decides to do with its ARPA funding. And then what the other pressures are. As an example, right now, we have a placeholder for adjusting our pay scale in 24 without doing the actual pay and classification study. I don't know the actual impact of what we're going to need to do to adjust the pay plan to get us back up to a competitive place.
Yeah, it's just going to be a really big lift. I mean,
It is going to be a lift. I mean, budget from staff. See that in the budget model, which we do show in the presentation today, but you could issue the debt so that your first payment would not be until the next fiscal year, but you'd be raising taxes 2 years in a row. And I think, to go back to Commissioner Tofano's, the more you kind of linger out this debt, you're fighting against inflation and potentially higher interest rates too. But that you could meter out the bond debt.
well, in 24, if the average real property goes up 20%, that's going to be a 20% tax increase. And then we're saying we're going to increase taxes on top of that.
There's no doubt about that. 100%. Let me just, you and I spoke to Hendersonville Wednesday, and Holly Springs was on there too. Holly Springs is a town kind of on the outskirts of Raleigh that's kind of exploded from nothing to a city of over 40,000. And we got to hear what's going on in their community. Their tax rate, our tax rate is 29 cents. Their tax rate is 42. We, in our 29 cents, we're absorbing solid waste, which is about 4 cents. They have a separate solid waste bill of $15 a month, which pays, my guess, I'm pretty sure it pays for all their solid waste. So their tax rate is 46 cents. Ours is 29. We are fighting an uphill battle. This is tough. I mean, from where y'all sit, but I don't know what to tell you. Wake County towns seem to have understood, to be great, it costs money. And I think we are like, no, we got to keep tax rate as low as possible. One of the things they told us, they do studies every 5 years. Their comp plan, their parks and recreation plan, their downtown plans are done every 5 years. Our comp plan is 10 years old. Our downtown is 20 years old. Is that right? Okay. And our comp plan is 10 years old. So I don't, I wish I had better news, but that's what's going on in Wake County, who we compete against at some level.
And Mayor, just to point back, looking at the budget forecasting model, just as a quick example, and it's certainly going to be talked about later on in the ARPA discussion, none of the items here are committed. So nobody has approved and said, yes, we are going to order a fire truck. Yes, we are going to construct Fire Station 3. The DeVore property has been purchased with cash, and the intention was to take on debt to pay ourselves back over time. So that is committed. We've executed that, but we have not committed to how we are going to pay ourselves back. But these are all examples that are part of the ARPA discussion, that if we were to take on all of that debt in 24, you're looking at $656,000 in anticipated annual debt payments, which is over a penny. So if ARPA, as an example, was used to relieve some of these, that has a direct impact on the capacity that would then be freed up to offset if the board was moving forward with the issuing of any bonds around that same time. So if $32 million is a little bit more than the board wants, one of the kind of totals, something in the range of a total of $20 million. Just again, another example of what that could look like if you were to scale down the projects that you wanted to take on, the amount of debt that you wanted to take on, and, you know, Mayor, to your point, the amount of then tax impact that you wanted to take on at this point in time. So this is, again, just looking at what $20 million would cost us to pay back. It would be about $1.36 million in annual debt service payments, leaves us comfortably within that debt service recommended limit. And it's the equivalent of about 2.2 cents if issued anytime after FY24. So again, examples of the types of projects that you could fit in. We left the Parks and Recreation Facilities bond alone since that was already around 10 million. Transportation, everything is just scaled down. You see some projects, of course, not listed. And so, for example, even though Greylock Ridge ranked very highly with this group, it's not on this list since we do think there is that potential for alternative funding. So this was just an example of a couple of projects that would fit within a $10 million budget. So it is amazing how quickly $10 million goes. So again, just looking at that, each of those bond categories would cost about 1.1 pennies total once it was fully issued, which totals 2.2 cents. Oh, go ahead.
You've talked a lot about like advertising this. Would we advertise the proposed tax increase, you know?
Yes.
Because my concern is the town say we go through a bond and they pass it in November, and then they're like, you know, what the heck? Why are you raising our taxes in 24?
Yes.
I don't want the community to be, they've already approved it, but I don't want them to forget that they are the ones who approved it and it's not the board who's hiking up the tax rate.
They will forget. Just know that.
Yes,
Yeah.
it absolutely. So Maureen has done a great job finding some examples of how some communities have done this really well with attractive imagery, very comprehensive information on what this means. So you list the transportation category, you list the total budget, you list examples of what could be accomplished if that bond were to be issued, and you provide the anticipated tax increase that would be needed to pay that bond back. And then we've seen in some communities, the chart that I showed of what's the actual impact based on like the assessed value of your home. A lot of them will have a chart like that. So a citizen can go directly and see, okay, if I vote yes, I could anticipate that it is going to cost me personally an additional $8 a month, $15 a month, whatever that might be for their personal situation. Yep, that's absolutely a part of it.
Yeah, I think that goes to the wish of this board to be fully transparent. And I do recall many, many years ago when I lived in Charlotte, I was voting on a bond issue, and the lady I was standing in line with said, "I always vote for all bonds because it's free money." And I'm like, you obviously probably shouldn't be voting, but So yeah, I think there is some folks that have a misconception on how these items are paid for.
So as I mentioned, this chart for the scaled down version for a $20 million total bond issuance, it just, of course, brings everything down a little bit. You're looking at, for the average assessed home value, something closer to $9.13 a month, $110 annually to provide that debt service payment, and then scaling up or down based on individual circumstances. So it's come up in a couple different ways already in the conversation, but a little bit of a flow chart to keep in mind as we move forward, if it's to continue to move forward. So as it stands right now, we're in good shape from a timeline standpoint. We are starting to get March, so we would be wanting to, again, have some level of consensus, and it is not a final determination by the board. You don't actually vote and take formal adoption until a couple of months from now, but a general consensus or some level of direction on yes, we want to move forward. We want X and Y categories at A and B budget totals, so that we can secure bond counsel, is what we would be looking for, ideally within the next 30 days in order to keep us on track with this. Understanding which projects are your focus would then allow us to go out and firm up costs over the next 2 months in March and April. So I think staff does a great job with the tools that we have to be pretty accurate and building quite a bit of contingency, but we just want to firm that up. We would recommend perhaps a professional cost estimator helping us with that. So we would need to explore that. It would be a little bit of a cost with that, but that's where understanding the board's priorities would be very important, because we would only want to do that for the projects that you felt most strongly about. We would want to ensure that we had bond counsel and if the board desires, a financial advisor secured. This is to keep us legal and make sure that all of the paperwork is in order, and they help us every step of the way in agreements and getting with the local government commission and contacting the rating agencies. They tend to charge a flat fee for the services. Bond counsel said their fee is about $7,500 for the whole process. Financial advisor is ballpark around $2,500. Yes, Charlie.
And let me add one more thing. When you put these out, it's on a national scale. And if you want to sell the bonds, you have to have a recognizable bond counsel name on the bonds, because otherwise they won't sell. If they put Charlie Buckley's name out there, it won't sell. But if you put Scott Leo's, because he's so well known industry wide throughout the entire United States, then you might even get a lesser percent obligation on it if you have recognized. But then the knows that these have been handled by a very astute bond counsel. Something that pay them of a lower. That's why you pay these guys.
I have a question, Becky, or maybe for Hazen. What have you seen of late of the success rate of these bonds passing? And the reason I ask, and Hazen, I know you and I have had this discussion. There was a time in Charlotte where every bond passed. I mean, overwhelmingly, whatever they put. I mean, you could put anything on it. The first one I remember that failed was building the new basketball arena was what failed. But there were seemed like decades where every bond passed with like 95% of everything that was floated passed. But what's the most recent success rate, particularly for towns like Matthews? Do you know?
I don't have a success rate, but of the ones that we know of, I mean, we've been doing all kinds of searching online. I know Morrisville had a successful one. Apex had a successful one. Cary has had a number of successful bonds. we know Mint Hill did not have success with their recent attempt, but some of the northern towns did. We provided a list, and I know there was one back in 2019. I know some of our neighbors are planning on also going out for bonds in 2022. I know Huntersville is planning one right now. So, you know, I hate to say it, but the only one that I know of that failed was Mint Hills.
And was it close?
It was close.
It looked like approach to educate the public. The manager took on a lot of responsibility, and I don't know how good of a job they educated. And I these elected officials in Matthews have traditionally been so fiscally conservative and so sensitive that I think we underestimate really what the public is willing to do and pay. The reasons is I think so many of our folks come from different parts of the country and they're used to higher property taxes.
One more question for the benefit of the group. Can you review the bond that did pass here with regard to Trade Street, which we never issued, correct?
No, it's we did a $5.5 million bond for Trade Street, which we did issue. Serve us on. So we also had a $5 million bond for parks and acquisition of property. And with that approved, they both passed by like 2/3 of the, like somewhere in the 64, 65, 66 percentile. So that the Parks and Rec bond passed. And then at about the same time, we worked with Mecklenburg County, found about this grant program. And we tapped into the county's funds, paid for a vast majority. We paid for a couple $100,000. That's why Personal Halsey Park's in the county name. Then they leased it back to us for 50 years. And then the decision of the board was, well, let's just let the bond expire because we acquired the property. The counter stance could have been, let's take that $5 million and improve Personal Halsey Park, but the board.
Right. So it was the park one that was not ever issued.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I have one last question for Charles. What is the leeway we have as a town to deviate from advertised expenditures for the bond? In other words, to take the extreme case, could we completely spend the money for something totally different than what was what was the public information that was issued?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, let's say, for instance, in the public education process prior to the bond issue, that we had listed that the bond was going to be used for and after the bond was issued, to take the extreme case, we decided that none of those issues were going to be, we weren't going to spend any money on any of those issues. We had a higher priority at that moment in time. So what, is it just a matter of public perception, or is there a legal issue involved?
There's not a legal issue because the vote will be actually on a classification, either transportation, park, or certain things. But the advertising on it is we were at this time intending to use it, but not that we are going to use it. But the vote itself is just on the classification. So there's no legal issue if you spend the money on something other than what you advertise. It's only a political issue at that point.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, but that's important to know. Thank you.
So speaking of public information, we do feel like this is a vital aspect of undertaking a process like this, making sure that we get the word out near and far and high and low, and any group that wants to hear a presentation, we want to give it to them. So Maureen and I have already been having a lot of conversations about being able to jump on this. So we, of course, decisions to be made before we can get started. But we know that we need to be fully underway with that by May in order to really be fair to the public and give them an opportunity to learn about this and ask questions and understand what they're being asked. And that would continue throughout the next 6 months until the vote was actually taken. So again, we are very, very narrowly limited on how we can present information. So we cannot, as staff or as publicly funded efforts, we cannot in any way advocate. We can only inform. So we cannot say vote yes. We cannot say do this, but we can say you will be asked for X category for X amount that will have X tax rate impact. And we believe that it would be for these projects. You as elected officials can advocate for or against, but anything that is of use of public funds is needs to make sure that it's following those rules. So we want to be very, very sensitive to that, but also very comprehensive in how we are presenting information so that folks have a full understanding of the issue at hand.
Becky, can I interrupt for a
Yes,
second?
please.
Does that restriction extend to elected officials?
No, an elected official can say, vote yes, I support this, or vote no, I don't support this if you don't. So you are not limited so long as you are not using public funds for that purpose. But you could show up at a community event and speak, but really more like your own, if you have your own social media platform, or if you're talking to your own constituents, you are able to have an opinion. We are not. Ms. Hoover?
Mr. Hoover?
I just have a quick question. Charlie may need to answer this. I'm kind of going back to the $5 million bond, and it was presented as for parks, Parks and Rec. But the funds were then actually going to be used to condemn the property. Is that not a misrepresentation of the bond?
No, well, it may have been a misrepresentation of the bond, but it was not illegal because it was just for park purposes. It didn't say for what park or for what the intended use was, but it had to be for park purposes. But then the county, as Hazen said, came forward and said that they had themselves sold bonds that they could use that money. We had paid $5 million for the park. They reimbursed us the $5 million. And so at that point, the board wasn't interested immediately to start improving the park. So they let the bond issue itself.
Right, yeah.
But we got the $5 million back that had come out of our coffers up to that point when the county bought the park from us and then leased it back for 50 years for nothing.
Yeah, we $1 or something like that. But yeah, I was just concerned, like when we tell the citizens, this is what we want the money for, but then we're actually going to do this with it. I'm concerned, like,
Well,
am I
I think
making
it was
sense for you?
explained that we got 5 million from the county and therefore we didn't have to go. I mean, they had I'm sure at that point had a good explanation to the public that, fortunately we don't have to go into debt. We've gotten this 5 million back from the county.
So going back to the public information plan, part of the reason why we want to make sure that we are starting no later than May is that in order to keep us on track with our timeline, we anticipate that the public hearing on the bond order would be held in June or July. So we would like an opportunity for the public to know about it prior to the public hearing to create as much opportunity as possible for citizens to voice their opinion on what is being proposed. And of course, the town board would then have the ability to make any adjustments based on that public comment or any changes in opinion that came any other way over that course of time. You are not locked into your category and your amount until you actually adopt the bond order in approximately August, because that is the bond order that is then transmitted to the Board of Elections to be put on the ballot. So again, that's only asking for permission. The issuance, the actual then commitment to it is still after the vote, but that is when you out in the category. So the voter referendum is of course held in November, looking for a simple majority in order to move forward. And then as we have discussed, you can move immediately or you can move anytime over the next 7 years. There is an issuance cost. So that is something to keep in mind. It's the balance of, are we ready to move forward with a project? Are we ready to take on that debt service? Do we want to issue all of the debt? Do we want to only issue, immediately ready for? Because for every issuance, you are going to spend approximately $75,000 to $100,000 by the time you pay for everything. And that can be rolled into the debt service payment. That's not money that we have to come up with out of hand. But that, of course, adds to the total overall cost of what we're taking on. So if you had a $20 million bond question, you divided it up into $5 million, you're going to pay that 4 times, as opposed to if we can be ready with all of the projects, do one issuance, you would only be paying it 1 time. But then, of course, your tax rate is going to be more heavily impacted because you're starting to repay all of that debt at once instead of it out a little bit more as we go.
Becky, who are those payments going to? That seems
So
outrageously high.
those are the underwriters. Those are that is not he's just got that one $7,500 fee period. It's everybody then on the bond market side. That is the extent of detail. I know Scott could talk more about that, but that was the price range that he gave me when I spoke to him.
I guess it is what it is, but it seems ridiculous. That's 1% of a $10 million.
And what we could do is we could ask Scott to come in and
Sure.
talk to the board. I do think it's very high. One of the things to be aware of, and Charlie, I think you've been around long enough too, there's this concept that it's very easy, maybe not today, but for cities to be able to take interest rate on their savings account that's higher than their bond debt. So their bond debt could be 3% or 3.5%, and say that they get 4.5%. And it's this notion, I guess cities did it. They get bonds, and instead of building projects, they take the proceeds and throw them in the bank. They make money on the deal. Well, they're not doing public good, right? So I guess what I'm saying, and you have to track it, and I don't know the details about it, but it is conceivable, and not in today's environment, but it is conceivable that that's one way you offset that debt is you sell those bonds and you collect this arbitrage. You just can't do it kind of in abusive way, but you could sell the bonds knowing, okay, we got to put this thing out, we got to design it, we got to put out the bid. So that can help offset some of those costs. I don't know if Scott Leo will talk about it. In today's environment, that's not the case, but his has been a practice.
Thank you, Hazen, for bringing that up. That was exactly why I lifted up my microphone just a few moments ago. Is about issuing the total bond at its value initially to show that we have a minimum per issuance cost, and then the money that we're not using to turn around and invest, and also to offset the cost of the bond. And actually, with the inflationary trends that are going on right now, that may be a very prudent thing to do. So as the interest rates, rate of returns on investment funds begin to increase and exceeding the initial interest rate of the bond, then that would possibly be a good financial decision. So we would save on the per issuance cost and at the same time offset costs going forward.
Well, as Hazen mentioned, the IRS has regulations on these, and cities and towns cannot do the arbitrage. They cannot invest the money and make just because it makes a good investment. So we have documents in the bond package that has to be signed that we will not engage in arbitrage.
No, I don't mean taking the entire funds, but in other words, as they're being spent, the monies that are not being spent could be used in some interest
Well, they'll be
bearing account.
your daily deposit. They could be, and your daily deposit is not going to make any interest anyway, but at one time, daily deposits did make interest, a lot of money.
Right. So what you're saying, even the money that's left over as we're spending
You should
it,
keep it in your local fund and not set off somewhere for
you
investment.
cannot put it in an investment account.
Well, I think, and I'm not an expert in this. I think it's a great question. I think it's all about good faith, right? Because in our, let's say we typically use the North Carolina market, what's it called?
Trust.
Capital
Market.
Right. Capital
Yeah.
market investment.
If we, but that interest rate in theory could be higher than what you're paying on the debt. So I guess you can act in good faith, like while we're designing it, you just can't stick it in there and hold it like.
No, of course not.
But and I think Scott would probably be able to address that. I think you just got to be careful not to slow down projects just for the sole purpose of making interest.
No, exactly. But what I'm trying to get at is it may be financially, what I'm kind of constantly trying to drive at here is making financially sound decisions. So it may be worthwhile for us to issue all at one time, start doing the projects, and the monies that are left over as we go through the projects, to place them in some interest bearing account where we can offset some of the cost of the original bond issue. So that's just, I was wondering if there was any legal restrictions to that. And if not, I think it's a good financially sound way to approach the problem.
All I can say is I wish I would have been an underwriter. That's just, wow. To fill out some paperwork, and I'm sure I'm oversimplifying. I don't know what all's involved, but $100,000 is ridiculous.
So if the bond is not approved, as has been discussed a little bit, the board could still move forward with it through other financing options, but we anticipate them to be less advantageous. But you also have the PR issue of you just double checked with your community on the project and they declined to want you to move forward. So it feels like a precarious position to be in, to still then say, thank you very much, but we're still going to do it. So we would say that if faced with that, that we proceed with caution. So the more likely scenario is then a project that was turned down through a voter referendum would be either delayed or canceled for at least the time being. So this is just kind of pulling out those other costs that you saw on the other pages to just sort of put them in one place. So, there is a little bit of a financial undertaking to move forward, and we just want to make sure that the board is aware of those. Certainly the advertising budgets and the bond councils and things like that, relatively small movers, but on issuance costs and striking that balance of not taking on too much, but also not paying more bond issuance costs than necessary. So Maureen, you have a question, Ken?
I was going to jump ahead slightly, reading about the mailers. Is that mailer going to go to every home in Matthews or every registered voter? Because it wouldn't make more sense to people who can vote. I mean, if if you're sending it to homes who have registered voters or people who don't vote, it may not be cost effective.
It's certainly a great to send a mailer to every home or every address within Matthews. So that might be a way to trim down that cost. I guess the other thing that you have is, who might register to vote, late, who might have moved, and the addresses haven't quite caught up with them yet. Who might talk about it at the local coffee shop and, maybe convince someone who is a voter if they were in support of it. So, pros and cons to each way. But certainly that is another way that we could try to cost it out and see if that, yeah, yep.
Becky, I want to make a comment on one of your previous points. I think a slide back or two.
Yep.
Going back to the Charlotte City Council voting for the basketball arena bond referendum did not pass. City Council said, we're going to build it anyway. And they did it. And the next time they came up for vote, I believe they cleaned house. Almost nobody got reelected because of that. So that was the political consequence. It was overwhelmingly defeated by the voters. And they said, well, we're going to build it anyway. Did not did not serve well for the elected officials when they ignored the will of the public.
It is a nice double check with the community one way or the other on the projects. But it can get hard if it's not passed, if there is something that the board really feels strongly about. So, we want to do our part on the public information to make that a non-issue, but it does certainly carry a risk. So communications plan, this is a draft plan with trying to put together some anticipated budget needs for this. There's so many great examples out there of how this can be done right, and really putting the information together in an attractive, comprehensive way that really tries to hit every avenue. So we believe there might be a possibility that we can take on some of the website work with staff. Some of the cost in there is if we need to go to our website provider and have them build any different platforms than we currently have. So if we can work within the existing platform on the website, it's very likely that cost would be zero right out the gate. But we just wanted to be realistic about if there's some format changes that are needed or some technical assistance that's needed. Social media campaign, email campaigns, those are all handled in-house with no cost. We do, depending on the projects that the board ultimately selects, we want to make sure that we have good imagery. Imagery can be very helpful in people being able to visualize what this would pay for. And so we anticipate potentially 3. We anticipate that those might cost around $1,000 a piece to have those professionally done. The mailers, as we talked about, that is right now sending it to every home address in town. Do you have a question?
Well, I was just going to say, I believe the mailer should go to every citizen in the town because everyone needs to be informed.
Sure.
And if anything, just knock out the Matthews Mint Hill Weekly because not many people read that.
Sure.
That's could offset a little bit of the cost, but I do believe everyone needs to be informed.
Okay. We are happy to proceed that way. I agree. The fact sheets. So this is going to be when we have open houses, when we have community meetings, when we go out and talk to folks, having information that we can hand out. That is really just the printing of that. The vast majority of that, the design can be done in-house. The $1,000 is just for printing. Matthews Mint Hill Weekly, I understand that Commissioner Hoover, it is still our local paper. So I would think that we would get some coverage as far as within the actual articles, but sometimes an additional ad or two can also be beneficial, but certainly open for board direction on whether or not to include that. Go ahead.
What about like social media ads? I mean, I don't know if it's pretty, I mean, you guys saw you have $500 to $750 for boosted posts. It's almost be more worthwhile instead of spending all, I'd maybe do 1,500 on social media posts because you can reach thousands more people doing that for a much cheaper cost than you would be able in the Matthews Mint Hill Weekly. Love the Matthews Mint Hill Weekly, but their reach isn't even near what social media would be. And if we're trying to touch as many voters as we can with the littlest amount of money, I think that would be your better bet. Nothing against the weekly, but
I'm only, yep.
There you go.
Okay. I think this is probably, getting too detailed, but since we're talking about it, I'll just weigh in. The Matthews Mint Hill Weekly reaches a targeted audience that I think we can't undermine. They need to know as much as anybody else, and it's probably a targeted audience that doesn't use social media as much as other people. So I like this plan, and if anything, could see more room for a budget for the video. But beyond that, I think you've done a good job thinking about who each item will reach and have covered a really comprehensive base.
Maureen did a great job pulling this together. I appreciate that. And the video, we have hidden talents in Tim Acock from the police department. He's been doing really great video work, mainly for the police department, but also in support of other departments. We were hoping to tap into some of his skills to be able to pull together something just to keep the costs low, but still be able to have a nice product. But again, so much of this, it's boots on the ground and it's time. It's getting out there and talking to folks and presenting the information, presenting the renderings. I know staff is excited at that opportunity. And we see kind of a full scale ascending into the community, trying to get this near and far and everywhere. There's time with that, but it's staff time. So no actual cost to the bottom line. So we just want to, of course, remember the risks. There's no guarantees. Voter referendums can and do sometimes fail. But as Hazen mentioned, from what we've seen, certainly having projects that we think speak to the interests of the community is very important. And then making sure that we are communicating that as much as possible seems to be really where a community tends to be able to pass or not a bond referendum. So we will give it our absolute best if we end up moving forward. We understand that if they do not pass, it does create a difficult position politically if the board still wants to move forward with the projects. And as has also been discussed, we are dealing with volatility, both in the construction costs as well as interest rates. And so as we move forward with how many projects, which projects, those cost estimates, and being able to move in fairly short order or building in significant contingencies to be able to absorb this volatility is going to be very, very important. So we don't want to pack a $20 million bond down to the penny with projections when year 4, and that was what we really talked about in the community, then we can fulfill what was put out publicly without exceeding the overall bond issue. And then as funds are remaining after those projects are completed, then you can continue to move down your prioritization list. We think given all of these factors, that's probably going to be the wisest way to proceed.
Well, you just make a comment. I think it's important that we make the amount reasonable. A few of the bond referendums that I have seen fail across the state are when towns got too aggressive and, float a $200 million bond package or something. And it's really going to increase people's tax rates. So let's identify, I know that it's, transportation and parks and rec, but let's identify projects that we know have wide public appeal and that are reasonable, that we don't. And I think, Becky, what you've presented is reasonable. It's not overreaching, but that's the thing I've seen some communities do. And when bonds have failed, where they just make up a wish list of everything they ever wanted to do ever and make a humongous request, and it ends up failing.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Matthews, of course, has historically not utilized this funding tool very often, but there are multiple communities that will go out. They went out in 2019, they went out again in 2021. So that's another way to do this. There is all of the legwork and the advertising and all of that goes into it. But, this is certainly an option that the board can consider in future years as well. So we don't have to do everything at once. And quite frankly, we can't take on everything at once. So figuring out what your top priorities are, I think is certainly the way to go. So just have touched on, we'll see, despite the volatility in the market, we do consider this to be still a favorable time to take on debt. There are still competitive interest rates. We do have a great credit rating, and we have certainly plenty of available debt capacity. This does allow us to move forward on multiple capital improvement projects without overextending ourselves. And with very few exceptions, there are not other funding sources available other than traditional bank issued debt or special taxing districts. There are some other tools, but we do believe that this is the most effective way to go that allows you to check in with the public and know that they support this before we proceed. It also allows payments to be spread out over many, many years, which keeps the annual cost burden lower than some of the other options. And as a board, you of course set the project priorities for us to move forward with. So we do strongly recommend this as a viable option to pursue, but it is certainly the will of the board if and how much to go forward with. So where do we go from here? Certainly, if there's additional information that the board would like staff to prepare, we want to be able to prepare that for you. But otherwise, we are looking for, are you interested in moving forward? Which categories and what is an approximate budget or total for each category in order to kind of keep our process moving at this time. Happy to answer other questions. Otherwise, certainly if the board wants to, beat this around a little bit, I think we've got some time for that.
Becky or Charlie, are there other bond categories that we could consider besides transportation and parks and rec? Are there, I know there's been school bonds and.
Well, there's whatever category you basically want to, but it's going to have to be a general category.
Okay.
And how you classify others is going to be kind of difficult, but you could do like fire stations and things like that. But
okay.
Then you, as John pointed out earlier, you run into problems. If it's defeated, then your ability to build that fire station politically is sunk.
Yes. Okay. Just a general comment. I think the beauty of this, though, as an elected official is we are turning this back over to the voters. And so there's not a, if it does pass, there's not a lot of political risk in us moving forward because it's the will of the voters. It's not even a decision that we're putting the general categories together, but the voters are approving it. So it's kind of neat. We do need to be very careful about which items we include. If there's one that's particularly controversial, you could sink a whole bond referendum because there's a controversial piece. So we need to make sure we don't do that. So Becky, are you suggesting that we can debate some of this, what categories right now, or?
Sure, if you'd like to.
So will the board?
Or the amount of the bond.
Yeah, we can. Commissioner Urban?
Can we just procedurally just say, is the board agreeing to doing bonds? And then can we move on to potential amount of the bond and just kind of systematically chip these things off? Because I know Hazen's probably tuning in. I want to make sure I got consensus. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. So
He's a short timer.
okay.
I assume, I know what happens when you assume, but I assume the consensus of the board is that we want to move forward with a bond. Does anybody disagree with that? We don't want to do a bond. So yes, I think we have consensus. We've checked that box. I think unanimously that we would like to move forward with a bond. I certainly would like to go back and look at some of the categories that we've suggested.
I have that state statute that I can pull up. It's a little wordy, but you can piece through the different bond categories. So let me go ahead and share my screen.
Mayor, as Becky does that, could we all take a 5-minute break?
Sure, let's take
Some of us
let's
have had a lot
actually,
When you say categories, are you looking at the projects?
I was talking about projects, but the categories is fine as well. Yeah, I was talking about projects. I have one that was in there that was ranked fairly highly by everybody and was number 17 on my list. So I would like to discuss that one. Andrew Caroline extension. I wonder why the town would, we'll discuss it when we come back from break. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. I've re-coffeed up, so I'm ready to go to the next section. So yeah, we've Becky graciously has allotted some time in here for maybe us to discuss some of the projects. I guess the first question I'd like to ask, are there any projects that any commissioner would like to see on this list that weren't even balloted at all? Is there something else that we should consider that fall within the transportation or Parks and Rec realm? That has the discussion, the description of each project? I'm sure they do. Who's driving? Becky?
Give me 1 second, please.
One that was on there was the John Street improvements, and I think a description or explanation of what that means, and if it's not included, what that would mean for the John Street corridor would be appropriate and a learning exercise for many of us.
So you're talking about the John Street widening?
Right. I think it was, but it was more about the multi-use paths and the
Okay, we've got it pulled up. Which item are you talking about? Renee, it's on the big screen.
the betterment cost share. So does that mean, is that the design of John Street, or is that the multi-use path and the sidewalk? Because if we don't prioritize it, it's unclear if that corridor would have, great multimodal options.
So if Susan is on the Zoom call, be happy to have her jump in here. But my understanding of A, B, and AC is from Greylock Ridge Road toward the Union County line, and it is the betterments, which would be the 10-foot wide multi-use path. And I think there's a sidewalk on the other side of the road. So it's our cost share for that we Susan had a placeholder number previously, but we just do not have a number from NCDOT regarding what that is actually going to equate to for us to pay our share.
And on that note, without the context here, we often talk about pedestrian safety. And, since I've been paying attention to Matthews, more closely over the past several years, we've had maybe 3 pedestrian deaths there. So that corridor seems particularly important, as well as, just to say Independence Boulevard and that corridor seem to be the most dangerous for pedestrians and for bicyclists in Matthews. And it seems incredibly important to me that we add options.
One of the concerns I have there, and again, we probably need Susan to comment, is we don't yet know for certain what John Street's going to look like. So I don't know. Are you suggesting that we build the betterments and then wait for the road to come? We don't know what road is going to be built. We've made our desires known to NCDOT, but
Right. I mean, Susan will address all of this, but if I remember from the CRTPO, that segment is funded and is moving forward with right-of-way purchase and would be under construction soon. So,
but the town has stated that we don't want a super street. We don't want double road and all that. So
this is outside of the downtown corridor. This is from 485 to the Stallings boundary. This is not
okay.
Or Greylock.
Susan,
To be more exact, it would be Greylock.
Susan, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see all of you from afar. Right, that's exactly it. This John Street one is the section through the interchange, and then the section from the interchange to Union County. It does not address where we see a lot of pedestrian issues, which is that downtown area, because that section is the one, you're right, we don't know what that looks like yet. We are working on a corridor plan for that we hope to propose to NCDOT, and we're hoping that NCDOT will let us do a modernization instead of a full-blown widening. So that placeholder that Becky was talking about is just that we want to have those side paths along John Street. We have to. And of course, DOT is going to make us pay for that. We don't know what that is. We've been asking for numbers. They won't give us the numbers yet, but as soon as we have them, of course, you'll know. Was there any other questions that need to be addressed with that?
I have one, Susan, and I don't know where to look at you. Somewhere I'll look at this.
Behind Corey and Hazen and Teresa.
Okay. Hi. That part of the John Street project is, where is it in process? Does it make sense to include this funding in this bond package because of the timing constraints?
That part of John Street being from downtown to Greylock?
From Greylock to Union County.
Oh, right. So that's, from Greylock to the interchange, right, is currently under construction. And so that we would anticipate would be coming, what they're saying build out year is 24 maybe for the 485 project. We haven't gotten an updated timeline yet. And then the section from the interchange to Union County, I don't have the STIP in front of me. They've just updated it. I can pull it up on our website pretty quick though to get a firm answer on that. But it is, in the next 5 or 10 years, right? So that's a good point. If it goes in the bond package with it, the actual date not knowing, can we get that in time to pay our share? Our share is due at the end of construction because we have we're in good standing with our Powell bill.
Renee, I want to make sure I'm clear on, or I understand what you're asking. Are you asking us to fund a multi-use path from the interchange to Union County and to build it prior to the road being either modernized or widened or whatever?
I guess I'm asking several questions, and this may require Hazen or Becky to do some translating, but I believe under the STIP, John Street improvements from Greylock Ridge to Union County. So that's what AB and AC is, if that's correct, Susan. AB and
Yes.
AC is Greylock to Union County. So under the transportation plan and the funded NCDOT projects, that widening is coming soon to Matthews. And when it's widened, we will be obligated to pay for sidewalks and multi-use paths. If we don't have that funding, what I would hate to see is that, I guess in the past, we've waited for developers to build sidewalks and multi-use paths. Development there is slower than it is where Wingate Commons, however, we can recognize the pedestrian fatalities in that corridor make it, to me, an important place for improvements. I would like to have that money in place personally, so that when they're building the John Street widening, we can go ahead and say these improvements are here, so that somebody going home from work at 2 a.m. on a bicycle isn't hit and killed.
So I guess the $64,000 question for Susan is, when do you think that corridor will be built? Because I have zero to less faith that it will be built on anything approaching what NCDOT says that it will be built. So, because they've been late on every other project in our town for the last 20 years. So I don't expect them to diverge from that pattern on this project.
That's a good point. So, looking at our updated transportation page, the section through the interchange still is scheduled for 2024. Now we are reviewing plans now, and we know that that is currently under construction. So we have a little bit higher level of confidence. Maybe it won't be complete in 2024. Maybe it'll be 2025, but we know that that's currently under construction and it's coming soon. The section from the interchange to Union County is 2029. So that is a little bit further out, and we've been asking for those plans to review them. We have not seen them yet. We got a glimpse of some of them, and we are not pleased because of the pedestrian facilities weren't what we asked for. So those are further out. So that's from the interchange to Union County is 2029.
So that is outside the. So again, I mean, that would indicate that we would be allocating funds prior to the road ever even being built. And I would be surprised if it's built by 2029, to be honest. So,
Then I would ask that we discuss AB, adding AB to our bond package rather than AB and AC. AB being Graylock to
The
485.
I think this does kind of illustrate the, I guess, dilemma, for lack of a better way to say it. But this is true. This is true. So people have options besides just getting in the car. And we're only 17 square miles, so it's not like this is doable. This task is doable. And a good example in my mind is on Matthews Mint Hill Road. DOT, as part of their building of Independence Boulevard, is going to build an overpass right there, right? And that's funded. That's part of the plan. But what's critical to us is to be able to connect one side of town to the other. And we're close to the sportsplex, and to not have to make people get in their car is very important. DOT is all over Susan, you got to correct us, you're the subject matter expert, but DOT seems to be all over the board on what responsibility is ours and what responsibility is theirs, and widening the bridge as a good example, which is very expensive. And you have what they call a shy zone, like it's like a 14-foot widening of the bridge. What's our responsibility? What's their responsibility? And it can get very expensive. And then DOT's slow to tell us, you guys got to come up with X amount of dollars. We're not like Charlotte where we got a bunch of money. And so it kind of puts us in this catch-22 in my mind. And I think from a staff standpoint, we don't want to get too far ahead of the board, like, oh yeah, we'll pay $2 million. That's 20% of our budget or whatever, or 10% of our budget. So I guess the good news, the only good news is DOT's slow. So it is giving us time to try to figure this out. But people with Susan, like Dana and Susan, they are on top of this right away, and they're pushing DOT to say, to give us information so y'all can make an informed decision. But my advice is, as soon as we get data, to be prepared. And maybe that's another reason in this bond to have a little bit of wiggle room, for lack of a better word, so that it's, whether it's this or I don't know what, well, I guess that Matthews Mint Hill Road is one of the first legs of the what they call 2509 to be built. I guess I'd ask Susan, what would you respond? How would you respond to what I've just said?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is rooted in our prior interactions with NCDOT. I just attended a training yesterday where they are formalizing for NCDOT staff, their integrated mobility division, which is their bike ped transit division, is formalizing how projects are supposed to incorporate bicycle and pedestrian facilities. This is great news for us because it lays it out in a document and basically tells the units, you have to accommodate bikes and peds and you have to listen to the local governments. But there's still, kind of a cost share. And so that part on new projects is going to get better, but we're lingering with all these old projects where we're struggling to get that money. And that's what Hazen, I just want to emphasize what Hazen said, is they are slow to give us those dollars, which is really frustrating. Next week on Thursday, we're going to hear an update on the Independence Boulevard project. We anticipate that we're going to hear that Matthews Mint Hill Road Bridge is going to be first, but we don't know. They've surprised us before. So Dana's trying to get those slides ahead of time so that there's no surprises and we can get out in front of any issues that we might see from that update next Thursday.
Susan, regarding this particular project, is section AB a portion of the interchange widening? Is it being built right now? Section AB, is that?
It is not being built right now. Section AB is the part underneath the interchange. So it's the roadway and the sidewalks underneath the bridge, which is not currently being built.
But we know it's coming soon to
coming soon.
So
that's right.
I think Renee has a fair point then that we probably should maybe include that, but not AC, if that's not going to even conceivably be started till 2029 or whatever.
And I do like the idea of there just being wiggle room, because there are going to be some projects that are kind of in flux and we don't know, but having those dollars available to when they come up would be important, especially, I mean, you know, especially as somebody who John Street has a very close relationship with.
I think that's a very fair point. The particular project I wanted to discuss was the Andrew Caroline Drive extension, $2.5 million. And I can see the need and how it would improve connectivity. I just don't, I'm wondering why this is a priority for the town and not for developers along that stretch. And I actually ranked this number 17 out of 17, and I was surprised it ranked so highly by others. I just like to get some context of some of you that voted for it as a very, very highly and should be in our bond package, why you think it's so important.
I'll take that one. Well, I don't think it would fall, to be honest with you, I don't think it would fall into the bond package, because the way I'm looking at this is looking at the first five or the 3 or 4 items from the top down as being sort of the big heavy hitters in the bond package. Now, you know, Renee, to add that's fine. I think what you do is you assume, let's say 16 million for infrastructure, but the reality is you need to be planning on 14 million and using that gap of 2 million for contingency, you know, from that standpoint. So I really don't see how Andrew Caroline really would come into this play. But one of the things that we were lacking is this connectivity and moving traffic around downtown. Andrew Caroline is forceful to that. I don't know how that plays into what the Novant owes on the deal. So I'm not sure. I'd have to see the whole picture of how things are going with that. And then, of course, the 2 properties that are other affected by it, you know, the Funderburg parcel, we don't know what's going on with that from a development standpoint. So that could be 5-10 years down the road, or it could be next month. But to be honest with you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I ranked it high because I really think of the connectivity we need in maneuvering around town, taking the pressure off of John and Trade Street. But I don't see us getting to that. I see the Graylock Ridge Road, the downtown mobility, the sidewalk gaps, Charles Crestdale, the first several ones there. Well, add in AB, and that's kind of our focus group. And then as time evolves, you may reposition some things, because what Charlie said is you've created a pool, a bucket. And then as dynamics change, you move around in that pool.
I believe I saw Andrew Caroline listed on the suggested bond package. Another slide, Becky, if you could advance, it was on there. Not how we prioritize them, but keep going.
Yeah, I just used
right here, that if you back up, it was listed as that would be part of our bond package right there, 2.495. It's in the list.
And full disclosure, this was just an example of looking at how the projects were ranked
Right.
priority wise. These were just the top that the board had that fit within a $22 million package. So that's why it's there.
Well, I, for the record, do not support that being part of the bond package. And I think it would probably be one of those that may be controversial, because I think our constituents will be asking, why aren't developers and the hospital paying for that?
I have a question. Becky, maybe I missed it on the original list. I thought I saw a comprehensive town-wide upgrading of our roads. I may have been looking at another document when I saw that and got them confused. Was it on the original list that went out for polling? It was like in the $20 million range or something of that nature, is for town-wide upgrading of our roads. I didn't see that. Maybe I saw it from one of CJ's.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next question is, why wasn't the town-wide upgrading of roads even considered as part of the bond package voting scheme?
So when you say upgrading, are you talking about the repaving or the road maintenance?
Yeah, what I'd like, I don't know, CJ, are you on the line? What I'd wanted to know was that what would be the financial benefit to the town to bring all of the roads up to an 80%? And what would be the maintenance cost over a 10-year period to keep them at that range versus the maintenance cost and upgrading cost in our current configuration, where we go all the way down to 20%. So I don't think that, has there ever been an analysis done, CJ, on that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fana, I missed the last part of that.
Okay. Have
ask
you
one
in
more
your
time?
internal studies, have you taken into consideration what the overall savings or maybe additional cost, I don't know, to the town of bringing all the roads up to an 80% level, maintaining those for a 10-year period versus the maintenance and upgrade costs in your current configuration where we have all the way down to 20%?
Right. So we have looked at that. It's roughly $3 million to bring all the roads up to an 80. And then the maintenance on that to keep it at an 80 for 10 years is right at $900,000. So not much more than a current budget.
Per year or for 10 years?
900,000 per year.
Per year. And how does that rank against the current yearly maintenance cost to keep us at our current configuration?
Yeah, right now we're pretty close to that. We're at 880,000.
I'm sorry?
880,000.
880,000 to keep them in their current condition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Interesting.
So,
All right.
can I want differently to make sure we're all on the same page.
Right.
So one of the thoughts is this notion that if we dumped another $500,000 annually into the maintenance of roads, that is an adequate number, but it's going to take us X amount of years to get to the 80 number that Commissioner Tofano is speaking of. Is that a kind of an accurate statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
And do you know how many years that's going to take? I don't know, 5 or 6, 7, 8 years or something.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. For my recollection, it's probably the 5-year mark.
Okay, then option 2, I think what you're getting at is, what about a slug? So a slug of $3 million, right, put in ASAP would wouldn't require the 1 penny. That's what the $500,000 represents, is 1 penny, and we could add still be at the same spot at the end of the day. Is that all accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so where I'm going with this is that if we go over the $500,000 a year to bring it up to an 80% range, we've got inflationary pressures working on us during that period of time. So if we take a low interest rate at this moment in time, bring all the roads up to an 80% rate, the annual maintenance fee for keeping the roads at an 80% rate versus the annual maintenance fee in our current configuration, as CJ said, were practically identical. So the point I'm making is that if we brought in $2 or $3 million to bring everything up to 80%, that the inflationary pressures of maintaining that over that 10-year period, we'd actually be making money if we brought everything up to 80% to start with, and then use that $900,000 a year annually for maintenance. And not only that, but at the end of the day, the entire town would have a much better road system, and we'd be actually making money on the deal.
So I struggle with the kind of the profit loss structure the way you've said it. I think what's interesting, and I think we would, CJ, I think we need to see this like in some kind of memo. But I think what's interesting, if I was a board member, is the plan that Becky put together shows 1 penny. When you reevaluate, 1 penny, $500,000 a year, would go towards this enhanced program, which is kind of, I'll put kind of what you're getting back to is like, man, this is going to be a hard hit for the citizens. What I think Commissioner Tofano is lifting up and then CJ is verifying. If y'all wanted to look at your bond referendum differently and change the number so that I think he used 3 million instead of, I'd use 4 million just to be safe, but some number in there as enhancing your bond, that may take more pressure off the tax rate in 24, similar to these discussion y'all had with the ARPA. So I think it's something to kind of put into the mix here.
I think it's a really good idea to do what Commissioner Tofano is suggesting, because it would be, I think a lot of our citizens would see an immediate improvement to roads that need to be taken care of, and it would lessen our maintenance cost over the next 10 years. So I would be for taking Andrew Carolyn Drive extension out and replacing that with, upgrade the road system. This has always been something I've struggled with, John. You and I have discussed this, that I think previous boards, for whatever reason that I was a member of, I think we've never adequately funded the maintenance of our roads. We need more money. We need more effort. We need to be repaving more miles per year, and we keep kicking the can down the road. I think we need to. It's time to have the buck stop here, and let's get the roads up to 80% and then maintain them. And I
Question, CJ.
Sure.
CJ, if you had $3 million, how many road miles could you pave? Just the ballpark, because we maintain about 100 miles of town streets, just to make for the math to be easy.
Yeah, I think what we came up with was about $500,000 per lane mile. So six miles.
So there's 6 road miles. $3 million is going to get us 6 road miles. And those 6 road miles, however you want to do it, whether it's a rebuild or repaving, that brings all of our roads up to 80.
No, so it is a combination of things that would be done. So it's not just resurfacing, which is what that number is for. There would be some reclamation, there would be some resurfacing, there would be some other like seal coats, things in that nature. Once you get below 80, that's when you start using seal coats and those types of things. So there's a combination of things that would be done to bring them up.
All right, so we need a
Again,
presentation. Sorry
Yeah,
to cut
sure.
you off. We need like a comprehensive presentation to the board so y'all can absorb what CJ's talking about. Sounds like to me.
Also, if I could reiterate the point, CJ, that $500,000 a year, that's in today's dollars, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that is going to increase as inflation takes its bite as we go forward.
And CJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe currently we're addressing about 7 miles per year. Is that correct?
It depends on what we do. If we do just rejuvenation, we can do 15 miles. So yeah, it depends on what we're doing each year.
Commissioner Garner.
I realize that these are dollars for the actual street. So what my question is, what this does to staffing numbers, staff pressure, and then and I wonder if we put, at X million dollars into streets, and it's not to say we shouldn't do it, but it's to question, how does that work into the process down the road, as this many more miles of streets probably degrade at a similar rate? Or is there going to be a need to make this injection of funds? I don't know how long a road lasts, but every X number of years, are we repeating this by injecting immediately? So there's 2 parts to that. So what does this do to staffing numbers long-term? What does this do to current staff as far as management short-term?
Well, I think that's a question for CJ, but I assume that a lot of this would be done by outside contractors, correct?
So yeah, the contracting portion, the actual work would be done by outside contractors. The administration of it would typically be done internally. which is me. I've had on my to-do list to get our contract going for about 3 months now and haven't had the opportunity to do it. So, I'll just keep going at it.
What I would suggest, CJ, is that at some point in the near future, I don't know what a reasonable time is, maybe a couple meetings from now, that you come back to the board and give us staff's recommendation, whether you would prefer to go this route or continue on the path that's been outlined. Well, Commissioner Urban?
Well, no, I agree. I think if I take the air out of the room, I agree with Renee. Oh, I saw that. I really would like to see what CJ's opinion on that is, because we've done all these. I've been through 12 years of these studies, and that one heroin injection of money into the roads is a nice thought, but they are all brought up and they begin theoretically to degrade at the same time. So what do you do then? And so I like the idea of the constant, lack of a better word, morphine drip that it's there and you can adjust from that standpoint. So I'd like to sort of get CJ's opinion from that, because frankly, I would not be doing extensive road work right now at $100 a barrel of oil. That you're talking about inflation eating something up, that is completely eliminated half of your productivity, where oil at $40 and $50 a barrel was doing something different. So we had to be sensitive to that from that standpoint. But I do put it in capable hands of CJ.
Yeah, that's what I suggested. Let's let CJ come back and we'll discuss it as a board.
So-
Commissioner Tavano.
I just wanted to reiterate the request to make sure we're clear. So CJ, the number that I was looking for is to bring the entire road system of Matthews up to 80%, and what it would cost to maintain that road system at 80% per year.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
That is different than what I presented. So, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
we can do that.
CJ, enjoy the rest of the day at your summer estate there. He's got a pretty interesting background. We have limited time, so let's go through I think a few of these are kind of slam dunks. We've agreed that we want to do a bond package. Number one, Graylock Ridge Road Extension, segment C and D, rated very highly by everyone. So I think that would be a project that we would want to include in the bond package. Is there any comments or discussion on that, Commissioner Irvin?
What's the pressures with the proposed rezoning there? I mean, are we negotiating on that? Is it, would you need to apply pressure to the developer in that scenario?
Yeah, Jay and I had a conversation with Peter Zeiler last week. My days are running together. The plan right now is to ask the developer to slow down on submitting their proposal for that project, because figuring out whether or not the TIG has legs really needs to come first. If you need to be able to demonstrate that if it wasn't for the TIG, that this construction wouldn't happen, or this development wouldn't happen. If he is submitting a development proposal without the TIG, then he's basically saying that the development is going to happen either way. So we really need the TIG to be sorted out first. So our next step is for Jay and Peter and myself and the developer to have some conversations to figure out. He has not brought forward what he would like to see and what he is proposing to do. So the information that we have at this point is what staff thinks from a road construction, from a network connectivity standpoint is needed, and that would be connecting Independence Point Parkway to Graylock Ridge Extension. So it would be constructing segments C and D of Graylock Ridge, and then also constructing all of IPP terminating at Sports Parkway. So it would create an alternative entrance into the Sportsplex, which makes it attractive from the county's perspective of creating an entranceway and a better accessibility to their facility, which tends to make them more interested in a TIG that is rebating their tax dollars as well. So his level of interest in constructing that much roadway, we do not know at this point in time. But our position is that Greylock Ridge Extension C and D is a part of that conversation for the
Huge
TID.
bang for the buck in terms of
Absolutely.
getting a lot of players to the table.
Yeah.
All right, are there any other comments on that item? The next one that also rated very highly is the downtown mobility study, partial implementation, and I'll read the description from the rankings page. It says, based on the completed downtown mobility study projects, funding estimate includes reconfiguration of Trade Street from Matthews Elementary to John Street, reconfiguration of Trade Street from John Street to Charles Street, reconfiguration of Library Lane and Fremont Street to one-way roads, and Heritage Lane improvements, plus planning and engineering related expenses, additional intersection crossing upgrades, filling in of sidewalk gaps, creation of additional parking spaces, etc., to increase pedestrian safety, parking and mobility in the downtown area will be in addition to the quoted total. For me, I think this is just polishing the jewel that's our downtown area, and I think it's really important. I'd like to see it move forward. Are there any comments, Commissioner Urban?
How does, I know downtown streetscape improvements is in there, but how does that dovetail into that? I mean, would we be sort of like not completely polishing the car if we didn't complete the downtown streetscape improvements?
Yeah, I was a little confused initially at that as well, but I'll looking up the definition that was given to us for downtown streetscape improvements includes improving the streetscape in downtown, which is the area the back of curb to the buildings along the street, and would include design and aesthetic improvements that will apply to sidewalks and may include such elements as brick pavers, planters, hanging baskets, benches, decorative knee walls, etc. So I think the mobility study is more street related. The streetscape improvements are the back of curb, and I agree with Commissioner Urban that those kind of need to go together to make the whole thing really polished, right? So
Susan or Jay, do you have anything to add to that?
Jay is saying no. Susan, do you
I
have any?
do. Of course, I have something to add. Are we surprised? That you summed it up perfectly, Mayor. Thank you for that. Is really separating it out helps staff gauge how you're feeling about whether you just want to deal with roadway or whether you want to deal with the whole thing. And so what I heard is you really want to deal with the whole thing. So that definitely gives us more guidance as to how to put this together in the future. So thank you for that. If there was a consensus.
Commissioner Whitley.
So do we now put those two as one item together?
I think we can keep them separated for planning purposes, but I think what I'm hearing is the consensus is, perhaps I haven't heard from everyone, but that we wanted, if we add one to the bond package, we want to add both. I will say, and I know everybody in the room that's an elected official has heard comments from various business owners in the downtown area about concerns about the sidewalk improvements. And so I think we're going to have to work very closely with our business owners to make sure we don't step on their toes when we do this, and we do things that they appreciate and approve of generally. But overall, I think this is just going to make our downtown corridor more walkable, safer, more aesthetically pleasing. It's going to be, we're going to be happy. I think business owners will be happy because more people will be wanting to come downtown because it's safe and nice. Renee?
Susan, do you see any cost savings if those projects are sort of bundled together?
Excellent point. Yes, I think that we would see some cost savings. It's definitely to combine everything in one whole block instead of piecemealing. It will definitely provide some cost savings.
And this is for the board, I guess, if there are cost savings, would maybe $117,000 be a number that could be added in there for maybe a parking lot downtown at White Duck Taco? Or
the other option is that we could move forward with the parking lot separate from the bond. You know, you're about to sell some property. You think in the next few months. So you could always take the proceeds from the sale of that property and use it to turn right around and fund the parking lot. So you could completely separate that out from the bond conversation if you wanted.
Yeah, I was just thinking if there's a cost savings there and 117,000 in the scope of 20 million really isn't a huge amount of money that, we could add that project as part of the transformational process of downtown, right? Like it could add to the value it brings by having.
As far as a selling point,
Yeah,
if you will.
It could be a selling point at a relatively low cost.
It's fun to have this discussion. But I think one of the, like the 117,000, the parking lot's getting torn up and CJ's on the line, but that's really put little stabilizers, they stabilize the soil. It's not going to be in what I'm envisioning, and Jay's going to show whenever you talk about what Statesville's doing, and it's whiz bang. And I think this old post office property parking lot probably is going to need to be aesthetically equivalent to everything else y'all are talking about downtown. And that's that's probably becomes a $500,000 project to me. If you're creating something great, to have this stabilized parking lots, not going to be, I think, is equivalent to what you're, at least what I'm envisioning.
If I could add a counterpoint to that, I'm not totally convinced the greatest use of that land in the downtown corridor is a parking lot. So I would be okay with building something that's stabilized that could be temporarily used as a parking lot and maybe someday later become something better. But going back to Commissioner Whitley's comment, I'll leave it up to staff. I mean, I don't know if you want to combine the downtown mobility study implementation and the streetscape improvements or not, however staff wants to do those. But I agree that they probably should be done at the same time and maybe be some cost savings there.
The other thing, not to muddy the waters, but downtown revitalization can be its own bond category. So if you wanted to carve out the downtown mobility study implementation and the streetscape improvements, make that its own question. So, if there are other projects that you feel strongly about, if the downtown wasn't to pass, you wouldn't end up losing the opportunity for the other projects or vice versa. So just keep that in mind. You can carve that out if you wanted to, but it's really just how you want to slice and dice and add things together. At the same time, it could pull votes towards it if people were supportive of it. But just want to make sure the board's aware of that option.
Well, on that same token, we were talking about how there was some controversy with business owners and, about the sidewalks and parking. And so, we were talking about earlier, we want to avoid controversy. So we need to really sit down and bring them to the table before they look at this and then they start a campaign saying, vote down the bond. We don't want this to happen to the sidewalks. So I think that's a really important piece we need to think about.
Commissioner Garner.
When we had the downtown mobility study, the stakeholders were brought in, and I tried to re-find that document, but the initial feedback from stakeholders, their top priority, which was combined of residents and business owners, the top priority was parking.
Yeah, I recall that. And the concern was that I heard repeatedly was eliminating parking spaces for the island bump outs and things where you would have outdoor dining and things. They were concerned about losing their parking places.
I think this was prior to that level of detail. It was that businesses need parking. And maybe Jay or Susan or CJ could recall better. I was just reading documents, and it was a preliminary stakeholder feedback document that I was reading.
Any feedback from staff on that? Go ahead, Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So my recollection was that the initial design recommendation was to convert the spaces from angled to parallel along Trade Street and make better usage of that street frontage to prioritize pedestrian usage from an urban design perspective. And when you convert from angled parking to parallel parking, you inevitably lose spaces. Part of that discussion, and Susan, I think it's in the recommendation, was that there were other parking projects that would be implemented over time. So if we took spaces off of Trade Street, for instance, we would look for places to replace them. So people still may have to walk a block to get up to Trade Street. They may not have as many front door spaces, but there would still be, you'd be holding the line or finding some gains in parking over time to make up for the areas where you've lost it. It's really about, and I'll stop here because I'm going to talk a lot this afternoon. There's a lot of economic studies out there now about the usage and the value of parking spaces in front of businesses, and is the highest and best use the storage of a private vehicle in that space, or are there other ways that it can be used? And I think the past 2 years has taught us how valuable public outdoor space truly is.
Commissioner Tavano, I'll get to you in a second. I just want to comment on that and also get a perspective maybe from Susan and Chief Pennington. But man, I think parallel parking on Trade Street would be really difficult. I mean, I can imagine stopping and trying to back up into a space when, I mean, that would seem a very difficult maneuver for a lot of people rather than just sliding into the parking configuration as it stands now. You have a comment, Chief, or?
Personally, I don't necessarily agree that the parallel parking is more difficult. I think if you look at that angle-in parking now, stopping traffic at the way it does into the intersection to allow people to either get in or get out is, in my opinion, more problematic. But as far as skill set to do that, I guess we're not teaching that anymore. I can vouch for that. My 2 16-year-old teenage kids who did not have to parallel park to get
push a button and the car does it automatically.
That's true. That's the new one. But I mean, as far as I'd allow Susan to kind of weigh in on this, but from my perspective, I just don't see that as an issue.
No safety concerns, Chief. That's what I was getting at. I mean, I think if I'm driving, I can pull into the angled parking a lot easier than stopping and hoping the guy behind me gives me enough space to back up into a slot. Correct. Yeah, Commissioner Garner was saying that we requested that they remained angled in that block, I think.
That's right. And sorry, Hazen, I didn't hear you. I want to just point out that the majority of the parking on Trade Street is parallel. There's one block where it's angled with some parallel and one block where there's some perpendicular with parallel. So keep in mind, all along Trade Street, people are successfully parallel parking and don't have a problem with it. And in transportation professionals, we see that parallel parking, it has potential safety benefits because there's better visibility when you go to exit your space. You can see the oncoming traffic better than when you're trying to back out of an angled space where your sight distance is obstructed.
Good point. Commissioner Tafano, do you have a comment?
It has nothing to do with this. I wanted to go to another subject, so I don't want to leave this one until we're done.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
So I think the last thing I would say about this is, I would say from a staff professional recommendation, we would recommend parallel parking on North Trade Street. We also understand that that is painful. Which is a skill set you got to learn. But I think the question I make to the board is, can we find alternate parking close by so that people are just used to create a more rich long-term pedestrian experience?
Any other comments on that, Commissioner Garner?
I guess my thought is that as we move forward with this planning for the bond, and I do want to get back to make sure, I know I helped go down a tangent about parking, but that that we understand that businesses also have their own plans in the works, and that there's a lot of consideration there, but that I do think that downtown businesses, and for what I would consider the greatest attraction to Matthews, supporting the downtown mobility network and streetscape improvements would be supported among our residents.
Totally agree. Commissioner Tefano.
This is just an observation, and I noticed that every item appears to be concentrated on this side of 74. Do we have any needs on the other side of 74 that needed to be addressed?
Commissioner Urban.
We're always the stepchild of the town, but that's, I mean, the big kicker is Purser Halsey Park and a fire department. And I think that's, you know, from a balancing act, but the core point is, and I've said this for 12 years, is downtown is the heart and soul of Matthews. Without that being revitalized and supported and continually polished, this is why people come here. And we really haven't neglected it, but it's taken 20 years to get where we're at. And we just need to put that finishing touch on it.
Yeah, again, that was just an observation. And I was just wondering from a town's point of view, if the people on the other side of 74 who
don't think we haven't asked. Larry, the former Jim Taylor, we all lived on that side. We asked for $400 million and we were turned down.
Well, again, to Commissioner Urban's point, we do have Purser Halsey, which is going to be a beautiful park when it's finished, and we're building a nice fire station there. And the
DeVore property.
The DeVore property is there that we just purchased. And Corey, we are improving the Rice Road Park, right? We're putting some more phase 2 there. So there's some activity going on over there. Probably, admittedly, not as much on this side of 74, but there is some stuff going on. Commissioner Garner.
Okay.
Also, there are projects in the works like U2 509, which would connect both sides of town, right? The Sam Newell multi-use path, the Irvins Creek Greenway. There's a lot going on. The sidewalk. Some all over town, but also, let's not forget 51 multi-use path, and something that we add in, 700,000, something for a corridor that we don't.
All right. It also appears to be a concern of this board that we want to address sidewalk gaps. My concern on this one is the range of costs it might be, and I understand it's from doing some of them or doing lots of them, but $3 to $12 million here. Any thoughts on this item? I personally think that we ought to, obviously, and I know Susan and staff would prioritize those areas that are safety concerns or concerns for our disabled community. But does anybody have any comments on this one, or Susan, do you want to discuss it? Commissioner Garner, go ahead.
I think this is an opportunity where if we are funding downtown streetscape improvements, those sidewalk gaps, I would assume, would be built into that dollar figure. When we prioritize those sidewalk gaps, we talked about starting at downtown and moving out. Maybe instead we consider some areas that aren't getting this injection of funding as a starting point for those sidewalk gaps.
Susan, do you have any clarifying comments on sidewalk gaps?
Sure, yes, happy to discuss this. The lower number that you see is those shorter gaps. The higher number you see are what staff calls projects. And this would address Commissioner Tefano's question about, isn't there anything on the other side of 74 that needs to be done? If you look at the sidewalk gap map, you see some longer sections of sidewalk that are covered by that $12 million figure. For example, on Idlewild Road from 51 to Stallings Road, there's some neighbors out there who have been asking for sidewalks for a while. It's a tough nut to crack. It's on an NCDOT road. and there's no curbs. So it's a very special design that has to go out there. Also completing the Sam Newell side path we're currently working on ends at the school, taking it from the school up to Margaret Wallace. Charlotte has just completed a sidewalk project on Margaret Wallace in that area and could provide some pedestrian connectivity over to the shopping center and neighborhoods in Charlotte. And so that larger figure includes some of these longer projects that we can't just go out with a piece of paper and a contractor and say, okay, fill this gap, right? It requires some design. It typically requires some NCDOT permitting and NCDOT regulations, which makes it more expensive.
Commissioner Urban.
So what I'm seeing.
Well, I will say, yeah, I agree with you. I was sitting here in my mind trying to do a running total. Thank you for doing that. I like, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. Let's do that. And pretty soon you're yes. Yes. John, repeat your comment, please.
Is this better? Is better? Can you hear me?
That means you to stop talking when it turns red.
Well,
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so just yeah, we've worn it out.
Go ahead, John. Repeat your last
All right,
comment.
so I guess the point is the way I see it on the transportation bond is Graylock Ridge Road, downtown mobility study, sidewalk gap starting at the 3 million, the downtown streetscape improvements, and John Street A and B. My crude math was plus or minus around $20 million. And that's my core baseline, or my proposal for the core baseline bond things. And then there's things you can add, subtract, move around. I mean, something may change. You may say Crestdale rises up or whatever. But I think what I understand from Charlie and Becky is that we put out a transportation bond. You talk the big picture. You're not talking these specifics, but at least the board as a whole has some level of direction and consensus.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. I would like to make it known and lift up that I would like the East Charles Crestdale Railroad crossing improvements to be made as part of this, even at the expense if we don't fill all the sidewalk gaps, because that has been a problem forever. Since the day I moved to Matthews, I've heard people complaining about that railroad crossing. And I am concerned that at someday we're going to get a truck hung up on that railroad crossing and a train is going to hit the truck, and it's going to be very damaging for a lot of reasons. So I think that's a health and safety concern. It's a repeated problem. It happens with some regularity, a couple times a year. I think maybe Chief Pennington can talk to that, but we keep getting, or Commissioner Whitley. So I want to get this thing taken care of because I'm tired of hearing about it. I've been hearing about it for 20 years. We need to get that thing fixed, and so that trucks don't continually hang up on that track.
Thank you, Mayor. And I cannot tell you how many times that I have directed tractor and trailers to back up, come through my church parking lot to go back out and exit out. GPS directs them to come that way. And so, but speaking of a wreck, there has been a wreck there, and the 18-wheeler was hit there since I've been there as pastor. And it is a very hazardous, because if it's one of those trains that I want to thank and help me, there are 7 trains traveling that per day that runs that rail, come through the town of Matthews. As you know, about 2 years ago, they upped the speed limit. It's 45 miles an hour. Those trains come through here, and certainly we feel it when it comes to here. My question for you, Susan, and you and I talked about this about 2 years ago. In this $2 million, does that address the drainage that dips down? And then would that be filled in to bring the road, even though we bring the Crestdale Charles intersection up, would that bring the road down in the dip and address the drainage that comes underneath there as it goes down through Graylock Ridge and come on out that way?
Yeah, Commissioner Whitley, thank you for that question. So this 2 million does include a new pipe under Charles Street. It does not include any new drainage facilities under the railroad. I haven't fully analyzed that system yet, but I know that that dip on Charles Street is pretty bad. So I wanted to at least get something in there so that we could get that studied and potentially put in a larger pipe there. If there's a pipe that goes under the railroad, I don't know, all bets are off. I'm not sure even how to estimate that, but that's something at least we would want to know, but it does include a larger pipe on Charles.
Susan, I seem to remember you and I discussing at some point in our, since I've known you, about what types of trains can pass through this corridor. With regards to, there are some restrictions, correct, about like carrying anhydrous ammonia or chlorine or something like that. Is that not allowed on that section?
I'm not remembering off the top of my head. I apologize.
Well, I mean, that would be the real concern if you had Chief Kinneberg, do you have a comment to that?
Yeah. All the trains coming through Matthews are headed to or from Charlotte, and trains are prohibited from having extremely hazardous loads in a metropolitan area. So if you've noticed, most of it's containerized freight, and that's the general direction of the entire materials movement arena. Matthews Lumber still gets their typical deliveries, but most of it is non-hazardous.
Well, upon reflection, it may be in you that I talked to and not Susan. I don't know how I confused you two, but yeah, I remember having that discussion with somebody on staff, but that's good because, you know, we've all seen where a train wrecks and has like chlorine and people die from the gas coming from a wreck. So, but still, I mean, a collision could be really catastrophic in our community. So I want to make sure that, I know this is going to be a transportation budget and we kind of link it all in, but I want to make sure we keep that top of mind to make that improvement at some point. Hazen?
So and maybe I'm slower than everybody else, but what I hear the board say is everybody's interested in this list with the exception of Andrew Caroline Drive. And this comes out to around I just came up with around 18 million. So I'm missing something.
Yeah, and I'm from what I heard from y'all, I think we could pull a parking lot out of there and get the money, as you were stating, from somewhere else. So those two, I think you could pull out, and not saying that the parking lot will not, because from what I'm hearing, if we sell some property, we have the extra money to get that and not have to be in a bond. Am I correct on that?
That is an option. I think the alternative that Commissioner Garner, does that become part of your vision for the downtown in being able to add parking? So that's part of being able to go out and say, as part of these downtown improvements, we're going to add 50 spots in this parking lot, so that if folks are concerned about perhaps a loss of a few parking spaces here and there, well, look, we're more than making up for it in other parts of this overall plan for downtown. So I think that's something for the board and staff to continue to work together to figure out, is it a part of the bond, or is it something that we go ahead and move forward with once we sell the property? We've got a couple months before we would need to formally make that determination. So it's really however the board wants to proceed with it. Certainly there's benefit in either direction.
I think I know the downtown mobility study does address parking, so we could conceivably build a parking lot as part of that. I don't know, what's the board's thoughts on explicitly leaving the parking lot in the bond, which to me, this all goes back to trust. And I know we discussed legally, we can do some or none of these projects that we float the bond for. But for me personally, when I tell the constituents we're going to build a parking lot at this location, I want to follow through with that and not say, oh, well, we changed our mind. I mean, I want my word to mean something. So Commissioner Garner?
I think the language then would just be saying downtown mobility study, including that parking expansion is a part of the downtown, and then not having it as a separate line item.
With just, Excellent. That's the same thoughts I had. So still under key consideration, but we're not guaranteeing that we're going to do that parking lot, but we would certainly consider it. And we do want to add some parking as part of the overall mobility implementation. So I think we have some direction on this with Commissioner Tawano. Go ahead.
Yeah, before we finalize on items or dollar amounts, I'd request that we wait to hear from CJ with his estimate of on the bringing the roads up to 80%.
Okay. Can we move on to the slide with the park prioritization?
Before we go, just so we clear on what we're talking on the transportation. Those items, I think I'm clear, but I just want to make sure.
Well, okay. So we have said, and I don't know if somebody can do the math real quick. I think it's more than 18,000, but or 18 million. I mean, we agreed for Greylock Ridge, downtown mobility study, sidewalk gaps. Only at 3 million.
No,
and then East Charles Crestdale Railroad crossing improvements and the downtown streetscape improvements. So this list, eliminating the parking lot and Andrew Caroline Drive extension. And then before we start advertising this is what we're going to do. Commissioner Tofano has requested that CJ come back and let us know, what a one-time influx of funding for immediate road improvements would do, and whether or not staff is supportive of that or would prefer to do the way we're doing with the $500,000 addition in maintenance every year. So,
and then there was the additional John Street section AB, some type of set aside to help make the
Correct.
betterment cost share payment once that is determined.
So again, without doing the math, but relying on the excellent agile mind of our town manager, we think this is probably approaching about $20 million with this list as is. All right, thank you. Can we go on to the parks? And to start on this one, the one that I'm a little bit surprised on that was ranked a little bit low is the Purser Halsey Park facilities upgrade. And I will say it's actually a very beautiful park. I like the fact that it's passive. I was out there recently and walked across the field behind the dog park and walked through the woods, and it's really, really nice. But I have been asked probably more than any other question I've been asked since I've been an elected official is, doggone it, you guys bought that park. When are you going to do something with it? It's just a big field. When are you going to make it a park, and when are you going to put some facilities in there? So for me, that would be one of the most important things I would want to do on a park and rec type of bond, would be to go ahead and do something at Purser Halsey. That would be really important to me.
I think part of the reason that the parks kind of fell a little bit lower too is, when you're prioritizing ranking all of these together, I think transportation is always at the forefront of the mind of what we're doing. I feel like, maybe it'd be even a good exercise to go back and have a separate group of transportation or a separate group of parks and rec if we were to do this again. I agree that Purser Halsey Park definitely needs to be built out. The mayor and I were talking about, you're walking the trails out there and you almost get killed by BMX bikers and stuff. They're going so fast. So we definitely need to do something there. And I hear it a lot. They're like, you built a dog park, but that's all that's going to go there. We have to do more. So that'd be really high for me on Parks and Rec. I ranked it low simply because there wasn't room, because I ranked all the transportation things so high. So that was why I ranked it in the lower quartile.
Fair point. Thanks for bringing that up. Commissioner Garner and I discussed that during the break, and she did as well. I think all of us probably ranked a lot of the transportation projects more highly. The 4 Mile Creek Greenway ranked the highest in this group. And let me see if I can find the explanation for that real quickly. 4 Mile Creek Greenway would extend 1.5 miles from its current ending at South Trade Street to Reverdy. So basically build that out. And as I've told many of you, we've had all of our virtual meetings, and my office overlooks 4 Mile Creek Greenway that runs adjacent to my backyard across the creek. And it's a joyful place, and it's well used. And I just sometimes get easily distracted by looking out my window. That just constant stream of folks that use that to walk their dogs or rollerblade or ride a skateboard or run or jog or just continual use. It's, I would say, I don't know, Corey, you may want to touch on this, but it's probably our most used quote unquote park facility is probably the Greenway. I mean, it's a lot of people, a lot of time.
Yes, I would agree. Excuse me. And I also add, I guess certainly don't want to say count your chickens before they hatch, but looking at the great relationship we have with Mecklenburg County, this is a county greenway. If we were to commit to build 4 Mile Creek Greenway, it is reasonable to then say, hey, county, we're ready to build this thing. Help us. Like I said, we do have a great relationship with them.
So again, this is extending this facility to another part of town that doesn't have it. I particularly like it when I see children on the Greenway because they're not on a road where they're going to get hit by a car. And I will give a shout out to Corey's staff, because I also see town employees out there regularly cleaning it up and taking care of the Greenways. They do a great job. So that's another one I think that we all agree would be important. Are there any on this list that anybody would like to see removed or have a concern with? Gina?
I have a concern with the Greenway of the Reverdy section. The majority of the property is owned by Mecklenburg County. Is that where the Greenway is going to go on their property? They're going to dedicate it?
Yes.
Not all and you can go to the Polaris and you can see all the green spots, but there's spots that have to be acquired in order to build it.
There's not many. When you look and you follow it, there's not much property here that would have to be acquired. But I was just wondering, where Mecklenburg County owns, they are going to put it on their property. They're not going to take other people's property.
That's correct. But I think it's somewhere where there's no property showing, they're going to have to figure out easements or something to connect. And Corey's point is well taken. County has been a good partner. We could argue, county, you should pay it for all of it because we all pay county taxes. That's not the way they think. But for us to come to the table with money, or that we've acquired the green or the right of way, they build it. It does really could push it up. And ultimately, if it could get the Providence Road, the more you can connect this greenway, the more people are going to use it for really recreation and possible transportation alternatives.
Mr.
Urban. My focus would be on the top three. First of all, if you did everything on the list, it's $18 million. So that would pole vault us over the 32 recommendation. And I'd really like to kind of see like a 20 million, 10 million, even whole numbers and not get wonky. Maybe through 4 Mile Creek, there's some savings and we can put it into something else. I really think that the downtown loop, we probably haven't given it much thought, but that's really, really important to create the three-legged stool. I am really envisioning in 15, 20 years, you're going to have Old Town, New Town, and Midtown. You're going to have three legs that are all reasonably within walking distance of another. And the actual core of Matthews will be completely redefined in my vision from that aspect of it. And without starting that loop, you're not creating the essential connections. And I think that'll boost development as well. The Silver Line will help that connection from downtown to the entertainment district. Matthews, what they call Matthews Gateway or whatever Lat's talking about, links over from there and then comes back into downtown. I think that region there could be a huge new reevaluation of the town. So Old Town, New Town, Midtown. But so I think if you just sort of focus on the top three, the other ones sort of are sitting there idling as alternates. But you've already spent more than $11 million just with the top three.
I have had some correspondence with Novant Matthews CEO Jason Byrne, and he is very interested in the downtown loop as a contributing possibly to it. And seeing it as a great benefit to the hospital employees and visitors to the hospital, which, so he's pretty excited about that. I don't disagree with Commissioner Urban's comments. However, I would like to see us include the park upgrades for a lot of reasons. Let me read what that is. $670,000. Regrading and slope correction at Squirrel Lake Park, which I live near and walk through that park regularly, and it's very well utilized. Replacing the Squirrel Lake playground equipment, playground replacement at Sardis Park, and a bathroom at Rice Road Park and a bathroom at Windsor Park. Let me talk about bathrooms for a second. Another benefit I get to living along the Greenway is when there are not bathrooms, guess where people go to the bathroom? I can wave to folks that are urinating sometimes in my backyard. Don't want to get too vulgar here, but when our parks don't have bathrooms, people do not go to the bathroom. They go out in nature. So I think for the benefit of all, it's good to have bathroom facilities at all of our parks wherever possible. So it's amazing some of the things I've seen out of my backyard along the Greenway. Also, bridge at Windsor Park. So I think those are all good things. I like to have our playground equipment safe and kept up to in good repair, because they're very, very utilized a lot. Squirrel Lake Park is packed when the sun's up with people playing on that playground equipment. So I'd like to ask that we include that item. Commissioner Garner.
I have a question for Hazen. First, I have several questions. The Carolina Thread Trail, I think, I agree generally with what we've prioritized here, but how much has the town contributed to the Thread Trails fundraising right now? What have we contributed to the Thread Trail in terms of paths? And just for context, when I went to the Carolina Thread Trail unveiling or their new capital fundraising reception a few weeks ago, they really prioritized partnering with private fundraisers. So just because we don't necessarily put these funds into their bucket, to add to it, certainly we could be the conduit to connect private companies here in Matthews to contribute to this trail. So I guess my question for Hazen is, what have we done so far with the Thread Trail?
So it's a great question. So the Sam Newell Carolina Thread Trail. So that's our initiative, so if you can envision that, then that will need to come, because I think that's stopping at Rice Road. Okay. So then somebody's gonna have to figure out, okay, we got to get it to 74, but part of the plan is for the bridge to be widened for the Carolina Thread Trail to come down there. And then that's Sam Newell Road on this side of 74, right? And then you have Independence Point Parkway, and the county owns, there's a little green space there. Eventually it gets to Crestdale Middle School, the backside of Crestdale, but that is C11. That's going to be built in 2021. That's a joke. 21. No, it's going to be built whenever it's built, but that would have that in my mind, it's not a greenway, but it's a connection. And then, we would get up to 51, get to 51 and Independence Point Parkway. And we are showing, and we're going to talk to the hospital about this. We're trying to schedule a meeting with the hospital because that 1.8 is across their property. Okay. So we are going to set up a meeting with the hospital. I talked to Jason just yesterday, and we're trying to get with his people. I'm just saying this group, he saying, where's the money coming from? And in my mind, dude, it needs to come from y'all. I mean, it's a hospital. They employ 1,000 people. They're a major corporate partner in this county. This fits with their mission. To me, this should be a no-brainer. It's, now, do we have to partner somehow? Maybe some money. But then after it gets to being optimistic, gets through their property, then that multi-use path, it's paved. We got some guff over that. Why come it's not concrete? But that represents a segment of the Carolina Thread Trail as it comes down to North Trade. Now, I don't know if we want to shift that, because then it kind of evaporates and you go down North Trade and it's just a shared path in, a pretty darn congested area. And I don't know if the argument is change the Carolina Thread Trail, go down Crestdale, and make sure there's a side path there by, I hope everybody can follow me visually, but that may be the safer and path in itself. So I don't know if that quite answers your question, but that's the vision, and somebody may have fill in the gaps of what I've left.
Well, I think the answer is the town has contributed significantly.
Right.
Correct.
And I think there's an opportunity there too, because as Lat Purser works on his master plan for his property, has also been the president or the executive officer for the Thread Trail. So I guess I'm explaining all of this first to fill people in if they're not familiar with what the Thread Trail is and who has already contributed, but also making myself feel better to say that's not going to make it to this package. And then my next question, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Hoover, did you have a comment on that? All right, go ahead.
This is separate from the Thread Trail. It was a different question for. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I haven't gotten the red light on my microphone. So I'm going to hold on
to
to
keep
it.
talking until it turns red.
My next question is for Corey, and that one of the things I hear most as a request for, aside from restrooms at park facilities, is a request for either pickleball or tennis. And so maybe that is part of the Purser-Halsey plan. Maybe that is not something Parks and Rec wants to get into.
Yeah, so we are very excited about pickleball, and you're going to hear about pickleball tomorrow. We do have a couple of spaces, and we're talking outdoor. We have Cruise Rec Center where there's limited, availability. You can play indoors, but I do see opportunity to build outdoor courts in a couple of different spots around Matthews. So short answer is yes, we're on the pickleball. Now, what was the other one? Now, tennis. I don't really get the tennis comments, but I guess if you have, let me know.
I hear tennis in combination with facilities, right? So if an outdoor tennis court in combination with a restroom or a changing room, just because that's the complication there. And so if the restrooms are there, are you going to hear more comments and questions about where are the tennis courts? Maybe.
Could be.
But also as a selling point for this package, those amenities that are not in place, are we covering those?
Gotcha. Yes.
And I will reiterate my concern, having grown up in Charlotte near Park Road Park, probably a half to 3/4 of a mile away from their tennis courts, and could hear at my house them playing tennis every waking moment that they played. And they put lights up so they could play at night, but you hear the bong, the balls going back and forth. It's a very loud, probably the loudest sport there is. It's really loud, and to the point of really being annoying. So I want to be, if we do install tennis courts, be wary how close they are to residences, because it's a loud sport, and after a while you want to pull your hair out after hearing the balls pong back and forth, for 16 hours straight. Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, I'm hearing pickleball, and I don't even know what pickleball is.
Neither do I, my friend.
As a matter of fact, my very dear friend, Pastor Chuck, cracked a couple of ribs last week playing pickleball. Tennis courts, 12 years ago, the Crestdale community wanted something for the community, basketball court / tennis court. We built that. After the first year, it was evident that people didn't want to play tennis, and so they removed the nets, and now they play basketball, and they got two teams. They don't run a whole court, they half court, but they got more people playing basketball and pickleball. That is what I'm hearing. We pretty much took the net up, put it in storage, and so that's where they're playing basketball. But I'm hearing a pickleball.
Please remind Chuck that pickleball is not a tackle sport, and Mr. Cool.
That's fine. That's okay. I just had a question about the 4 Mile Creek Greenway. If this is Mecklenburg County's project and they own the majority of the land and they're going to put it on there, why is it going to cost the town so much money?
Say for the sake of the project, a lot of times, well, looking at Mecklenburg County's capital improvement plan, as it stands right now, 4 Mile Creek is not, well, this section of 4 Mile Creek is not on there. I guess there's through 2025, I think right now. It's not on their radar. I guess we as Matthews are saying like, this is important. Again, what we would do is look at this and take it to the county and hope, well, like with some other projects, when you see commitment by the local municipal organization, it raises it up on their CIP list. This is true costs. I'll say Susan developed it, just looking at linear mileage. Now, this is the cost for the project. Now, what it's going to cost Matthews, I guess, is going to come down to what the county is going to contribute. But at the partnership with the other section of 4 Mile Creek, the town contributed X, 20%. And the county owned a little more than, some of it was the town property, but really this is, say, the true cost, what the town actually pays, I guess, to be determined, but it will be a partnership with the county.
Corey, and I may be remembering wrong, but at the last planning conference, I felt like the Purser Halsey Park was like 4 million something. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it now it's 6 million? Is there a reason for that? Is it just costs have gone up, or is it new things you guys want to add?
Yeah, we did build some escalators in. I want to say back in 2000, the last time I looked at it was 5.6 million, I think, a couple of years ago. And now we do believe we're at 6.
Mr. Urban.
But there's no reason, Corey, I think we're good, but there's no reason, Corey, that no one knows other than those folks in this room what the master plan is for the park, that you couldn't phase, that you could say, someone wanted to do an additional project, Carolina Thread Trail or something like that, and you had $4 million to spend. There's so many components in there that you can complete them. People would still think the park was completed in some form or fashion, and another phase down the road would be 5 or 6 years later. Correct?
We could. We've done to date a good job of making it. So we've done it incrementally with the garden, the dog park. I do think, as we attempt to do it incrementally, it does, you do run into some costs, right? You build, looking at your, you tear out things that you install as you continue to, go through your phases at time. Certainly we could look at, definitely do in phases.
I want to be kind of mindful of our time, and I realize that Becky has a few more items to discuss on this topic. So I think we've given some pretty good direction as far as the bond. We want them, and I think transportation and parks and rec are the way to go. I wouldn't necessarily want to pull out a downtown separate one personally, but obviously there'll be more discussion going forward. We're going to have a CJ come back and talk about roads a little bit at some point in the very near future, but thank you. This is a very spirited discussion, and I think we've got good consensus and good direction to move forward. Becky, do you want to speak about ARPA dollar spending options?
Sure. I know we had a set stop on our time this morning, so we'll try to figure out what that means for us. But let me actually get to the right presentation.
One option that we could do is have kind of a working lunch, and
sure.
That doesn't bode too well for the presenter, but the rest of us can eat while you're talking. Okay, very good. That's good to know. Becky, I don't know how long you had intended for these next two items, but go for it.
I have a little technical hiccup getting the presentation to show as an option for me. So give me just 1 second. Okay, certainly one of the factors that is important to keep in mind is of course the interplay of taking on new projects and the debt service that comes with them, and sort of where does ARPA fit into all of this. So we felt like it was an important additional aspect to make sure that we're talking about and see if there's any consensus on maybe how to move forward with some things. Keeping in mind that it looks like, we're interested in potentially going out for some bonds. So if the board desired, this could be an opportunity to maybe relieve some debt pressure to help make those bonds more affordable at the end of the day. So super quick recap. We did have the final rule issued back in January that created quite a bit of flexibility, particularly related to the revenue loss category. As a reminder, the town is now able to elect a standard allowance of up to $10 million in revenue loss that can then be utilized for the provision of general government services. And general government services is defined as essentially any government program, service, activity, or capital project that benefits our citizens. Pretty much as long as the state of North Carolina allows the local government to be providing that service or spending that cost, it is going to fit within that definition. But we do, of course, need to make sure that we are still following the ARPA compliance related to reporting, regardless of how we ultimately spend the funds. What we were looking at is the $10.56 million in ARPA funds that we anticipate receiving. The board did appropriate about $1.3 million to premium pay for our employees. So we would take that out of the total. And when you do, that leaves us with about $9.2 million that we can classify under this revenue loss designation. And what the School of Government is strongly recommending is then we can supplant our general fund with those dollars. So we will sort of select the simplest ARPA compliant use of those dollars under revenue loss. So public safety salaries is a great example. So we report that we are spending the funds on the public safety salaries. That transfers into our general fund and then frees up general fund dollars for us to utilize on needed projects, important projects to this board and to the community. But it's less hoop jumping from a paperwork standpoint in reporting that to the government. And back in January, this board indicated support for that approach to these dollars. So where does that leave us? There are a couple of projects and expenses that the town board has previously either committed to or earmarked that we will now be reporting through this fashion. That does include at least the $1.5 million for affordable housing, the affordable housing study at about $56,000, and then some costs for Maureen to serve as our ARPA coordinator and sort of shepherd us through some of these policies and appropriation of these funds. So when you deduct that out of the remaining ARPA dollars, what we're really looking at that has yet to be earmarked in any official capacity is $7.6 million. So as a reminder, those funds don't need to be allocated until December 31 of 2024. They need to be spent by the end of 2026. So we have time, but at the same time, we understand that we also want to start spending money. So we'll move on. So really the question comes up of where do we go from here? This is kind of the $64,000 question. It is this board's full discretion regarding how to allocate those remaining dollars. The guiding provision is, of course, that we have the legal authority under state statute to use general funds for that purpose. But so long as it meets that and meets procurement requirements, we are good to go. So we sort of came up with three general spending approaches to maybe just get some wheels turning regarding how the board wants to sort of proceed from here. And they kind of fall into three buckets. One is the board interested in relieving current or future debt obligations? So instead of going out and taking out bank financing, we pay cash for something instead. Is the board interested in relieving one-time expenses? We have things come up that once for them, they pay, they're a lower cost, they don't require financing, but they still impact our budget on an annual basis. So is there any interest in approaching any of those? And then, of course, what other ideas and initiatives does this board have regarding how to allocate some of those funds? And or what is the community interested in, which would, of course, involve some level of information gathering or checking with the community to hear a little bit more from them regarding what they would want to do. So over the next couple of slides, there are examples of what could kind of fit into some of these categories, but they are definitely illustrative and certainly just meant to spark thinking as opposed to dictating that this is what they should be or need to be in any way. So as an example, when we look at our budget forecasting model, and we look at some of the items that we have either obligated ourselves to already take on the debt, or we anticipate needing to take on the debt because the item is going to be necessary, these are some examples of things that sort of rise to the top. The rescue truck has been ordered and it is being built. And so we anticipate that in 2023, we will have to start those debt service payments. And we anticipate we're looking at about $160,000 a year, having to take that on for the next 5 years. We have purchased 4 properties total using our fund balance, including 3 that were purchased last fiscal year. That was the property for Fire Station 3. It was 335 East Matthews Street here near Town Hall. And it was on Matthews School Road to acquire the remaining right-of-way for Graylock Ridge Extension. We need to pay back our general fund balance. And so in order to do that, the pathway right now is to go out and take out debt, pay ourselves back, and then make that debt service payment. We could repay our general fund and not have to go through that debt obligation process if the board was interested. Same thing with the DeVore property. We spent $1.5 million for that, and we need to pay ourselves back. So this would be an opportunity, if desired, to take any interest payments and all of that off the table and just replenish fund balance.
Becky, if I could interrupt
Yes.
you, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What is our interest rate? It's probably pretty low, right?
Sorry. When we estimated out bank financing, I believe we're estimating a 2.5% interest rate to do a bank financing term to repay that debt, with a repayment extending, depending on the product there, you see anywhere between 5 and 10 years for those items.
Commissioner Tofano.
Yes, this in repaying of the general fund, does that have to come from debt, or can it be transferred from the investment account?
The general fund dollars are kept in the investment account. So they're one and the same.
They're one and the same.
Yes.
Okay, I see. And why is it mandatory to repay the general fund?
That was the obligation that the board made when they took that action, was that we wanted to pull it out of the general fund balance in order to pay cash, but in order to keep our fund balance percentage as high as desired, the intention was to then take out debt to space the payments out over time.
Well, that was my next question. So even if we did not repay the general fund, we would be well within the acceptable limits of percentage of budget?
So Teresa, we can pull up the fund balance information if you'd like, or we can do that at a different
Yeah, we can do
time.
that offline.
Yep, sure. But
Right.
we the fund balance percentage, there is a town policy for what that percentage should be. And so we would need to take a look and make sure that if we didn't pay ourselves back, that we were still within that percentage.
But we possibly will be within that range. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I'd
the
have
other
to-
thing, one more thing, is the total cost of fire station number 3. And again, some of these costs might not be ARPA fund allocated, but I think in the meetings that we had together, I think it came out to close to $11 million to turn the key on the first day, including all, yeah. But what portion of that is ARPA fund allocation allowed?
Okay, I just saw the look on the mayor's face. So just to clarify, the station, we still feel good about the station at $4 million. Of course, we'd have to hire 18 people and equip them. We would have to solve the question about an apparatus for Station 3, whether that would come from Idlewild or a new purchase or reallocation of current purchases. Our discussion to get to the 11 million was the capital needs of the fire department over about a 5-year period. So that includes replacement of the ladder company, a new apparatus for Station 3, et cetera. So we still, still feel good about our numbers, but just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that everyone realizes that the fire station itself is just a minor cost, and not a minor, it's a major cost, but it's not the total cost. In other words, the day that you go in and turn the key for the first day, what did it cost to get us to that point? And that's just part of it.
I do want to make one comment. Previous boards have continuing the conservative nature of the town over many decades have desired to have I think we said 34% a few years ago, 34% of unallocated money that just rainy day fund essentially. And those of us that lived here during Hurricane Hugo, know that if an event like that came here and it could shut our whole town down for months. And I am not in favor of, and I don't think you were either, but you were saying if we have exceeded that, but I would like to maintain at least 34% in the, just in case something terrible happens, that we can continue to make sure everybody gets paid and keep the lights on without defaulting. So I think that's like a minimum that we want to keep in there in our rainy day fund, just in case there's ever an emergency where we need to use those funds. The last I heard, we were what, 39 per Teresa, 39% or something like that, or.
Saw just a couple of days ago showed us at 46%.
Oh, 46%.
Of assigned fund of available fund balance.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I was asking the question, if we did not repay the general fund, if we would still be in a comfortable margin.
And what that 46% does not include is what the town has spent since then.
Mhm.
And so actually, let me share it here. Teresa pulled this together, and in case this came up. So Teresa, do you want to speak to this a little bit and talk through your math there?
Okay, yes, so based on the appropriations that have taken place since July 1st, which some of it was rolling forward funds from FY21, we are currently sitting at approximately 33% of unassigned fund balance. You know, there are parts of fund balance that have been assigned by the board that are not restricted by the state, that are not included in that amount. That is just totally unassigned, unallocated to anything at this point.
Right. And so I think we want to keep, our goal is to keep that at 34. And we've had discussions in the past, not with this board, and I'm sure we will at some point, but maybe even 34 is not high enough. Maybe we want to bump that up to 36 or 38. So, when you're at 33, that essentially is saying that you could run the town for 4 months with, we could meet our obligations for about 4 months before we had no more money left.
And then if you will look the math, so if we reimburse ourselves for the properties, speaking to what Commissioner Tufano was speaking of, then we would be back to 43.45% fund balance. And that's reimbursing ourselves for all of it. You
Right.
can pick and choose if you want to do them all or one of them, or but that would put us back to a healthier fund balance.
Sure. Commissioner, thank you. I'm glad you were very well prepared for these questions. Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, for those haven't been around for 2 decades, fund balance is a real controversial conversation point here. The 34% has been tested many, many times. It's been bumped a little bit here or there, but we always seem to stumble back on it. It's a very good fail safe. I think the state says 8% or some bizarre like.
Yeah, but that's like a bare.
Yeah,
if you get down to that, the
and
state's
that
going to
makes
start.
no sense
Yeah.
whatsoever because you would go through that really quickly. I guess my question is, in the CIP for fire equipment, you mentioned a new apparatus, obviously for the new station. So that would be something to consider. And it's probably not really sitting in the CIP. It's really sitting as part of the new station. But where are all the? No, I know it's not in a new station. I'm saying it would have to be part of the new station. So in my thinking, you really had to take it and bring it over to the new station. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the station is $4 million. If you can obligate ARPA funds to one of those apparatus pieces, you solve a problem. But I'm looking at in the CIP is right now are all these trucks in there plugged in at their respective locations, and are we covering it properly, or are we starting to put pressure on the 23 reval already?
These are currently plugged into the CIP and the budget forecasting model with the years listed. So, a replacement schedule. Our CIP. Our of course, there's no commitment until it's actually ordered and the board approves that order, but those are all done.
And is it possible though that by front loading some of the funding for these vehicles and infrastructure, sort of you make this note about interest and relieving one-time expenses, that would rejiggle your budget model forecasting and begin to change that to the, I would say, to the good or to a better position in 2023, 24.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we can actually pull up the forecasting model. So as we're looking at here in FY24, we already have pressure to stay. We know that would need to stay at 29.5 cents. So we're already having pressure we'll need to get it down to 29.5. But, if you start saying, we're going to take that debt service payment off for the fire station, it's going to relieve your annual pressure. And then it's going to lower the overall tax impact of essentially what we've got to find in order to fit within the tax rate that the board
Can you
wants to
take the
be
ladder
at.
truck out for giggles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, no, I just.
The paving, right?
Right.
Becky, you can do that quickly too, right?
Yep, let me find it.
right? It's right there, right? Oh, that's not
Oh,
it.
we don't want to take that one out. Hold on. There it is. Yep, you're down.
So all of a sudden we're at a different, there's a bunch of assumptions, just to be fair to everybody in the room. We're making some big assumptions, but it's very exciting to have do this process, right? And be able to think like this. We're really
This is
thinking
great on the
long-term.
fly. Absolutely the best thing that's better than sliced bread.
100%.
Commissioner Tavano.
Hi. In repaying the general fund, we have to go into debt to repay that fund. So what is the interest rate on that debt?
Well, right now, the latest things that we've looked at and estimates is around 2.5%.
Okay, so here's my point. So we take a 2.5% loan and put it into our general fund, which has an annual return rate. So we are literally losing money by going out and getting a loan to repay our general fund. So consequently, if we remain in the 34% range, it would be financially advantageous to us not to repay the general fund because we would be losing 2.5% on $1.5 million.
I would say it comes down to what's your philosophy. I think we have taken an incremental approach in, wanting to have those smaller annual payments over time so that we're able to have the fund balance at the percentage that we want. And so certainly understand what you're talking about, but it's historically been the board's philosophy to take small bites instead of a big one. Certainly, however the board wants to proceed with it is
So,
up to you all.
Teresa, over the term of a 10-year loan, what would that 2.5% cost the town?
Oh, 1 second.
I have an amortization schedule I can pull up. Hold on.
Yes, so if we did the,
Another thing to remember is that money is immediately liquid. I mean, it's right there. We don't have to go get a loan if we want.
so a $2.4 million loan at 2.5% for 10 years, total interest paid is $4,210.
Exactly my point. So in other words, the town, if we can stay within the percentage rate that we wish to be for our buffer, the town would actually be losing $300,000 in order to finance the general fund replenishment. I don't think that makes financial sense.
It's a valid argument. It's a valid argument. I think towns traditionally have been very conservative to keep a nut, right? A rainy day fund, this worst case scenario. And I think you can argue like 34% is a reasonable number. It is amazing because several of us went through the essentials of local government. Everybody in this room's been on it. Elected officials have. And like our 46%, that number, that's our latest published number, that's below the average for a city in our group. It's so across North Carolina, between 10 and 50,000 non-electric cities, I think the average is like 53%. So what it illustrates is either financial ignorance of not figuring out how to really utilize your money, or this super conservative nature of the beast. We fall somewhere in the middle of that super conservative nature. The other thing is your fund balance can, the percent can swing significantly based on the formula, because you can have a lot of expenditures one year and your percent number can go down significantly. And the board's wondering like, what happened? Well, your number, let's say it's $8 million, can be the same, but just based on like one-time expenditures and things like that. So it really is the will of the board, but just know if we went to that 34% number, kind of, I think what I understand Commissioner Tefano's philosophy, The next year, it could go down lower than that just based on some one-time expenditure that's a one-off, and everybody just needs to be aware. It's not alarming, aware what happened, but it can fluctuate significantly.
I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention for consideration that this is a $300,000 move.
Over 10 years, Commissioner
over 10
Whitley.
years.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. But then in the long process, we take a 10-year loan, but we don't have to go the whole 10 years. And if we pay, say, 5 years, then we cut that interest rate tremendously. And so, you know, I like the point that you give a long term and keep your payments low, but at the same time, you have the flexibility that if you want to pay it off early, say 3 years, where you find some more money and then you can pay it off, but at the same time, you still gave yourself some room to breathe, wiggle room, and at the same time, you can still pay it off whenever you get ready. That's the option of having the 10 years rather than paying the whole thing and then killing the interest, but at the same time, you lost your money.
No, and
my decision of where I want to pay it off, but on these loans, then that's our decision. But
And-
then
and-
you and rising costs of inflation there, where we headed now in the country with the war and all of that, stuff is going up. So I advise any and everybody to hold some of your money for long term.
And again, thank you for that, because I think that the annual interest rate of the NCC MI fund should be increasing as the interest rates go up. So consequently, by not doing that, we'd actually be making more money by not taking out the loan because the interest rates would be going up as well. So anyway, just wanted to, as a point of discussion, wanted to bring it to the board's attention. Thank you.
Lori, is it appropriate that we take lunch now? Okay, lunch is in the kitchen. So let's take a break. We will what do you call that word when they do that in Congress, where I think Charlie is ceding some of his time over to Becky.
John Watts in the town clean house. Okay.
Checking.
Sure it's muted, but
we done yet? We haven't got started.
That tight tape. No, just been around. gonna look up and see what the menu is. inside here.
Everybody is suitably sugared up on, we had, a cookie in the box and then extra cookies and brownies. So
Thank you, Mayor. And, we'll try to keep you entertained here, despite the full bellies. But just going back to where we left off the conversation before we broke for lunch, just a couple of things to point out on this page. Staff had, because staff had the previous direction to replenish the general fund with a debt service to cover the cost of the properties that we have purchased. Teresa is currently in process with that as we speak. So she is issuing an RFP to get terms from banks, and those do have to go through LGC approval in order to take out that debt because of the size of the debt that we're talking. And so she is having to follow a bit of a timeline to make sure that that is done before the end of this fiscal year, so that it is appropriately accounted for on our books before the books close. So she intends to continue with that process, but is thing to keep in mind that would go back before the board for approval, before that debt is issued. So there will be board action. But if this is something that you are interested in looking at utilizing our funds for, certainly if you knew that anytime in the near future, we would be happy to know that, to save ourselves and the banks the trouble of putting together offers and taking to LGC. But we will continue forward on the path had previously been decided until we hear that perhaps the board is interested in going in another direction if you are. But just keep that in mind, that there is a timeline at play with those two different sets of properties. The other one to also point out is fire number 3. This seemed to have some love from the board as far as a potential ARPA project. And we are right now needing to be cognizant when we issue that debt in order to not have to start debt service payments before we can afford them. So if this was going to be an ARPA project and was not going to require us to take on debt, that would allow staff to kind of go full ahead in seeking the design build offers and bringing forward those to the board with a recommendation to take action. It sort of frees up that as quickly as possible. That Mint Hill is actively moving on their fire station. Their Rob, you're making a face at me. Is that accurate? Okay. So that is the other interplay that we have, is trying to make sure that we're coming online simultaneously with Mint Hill, since we both support the Idlewild Volunteer Fire Department. We can't be lagging too far behind without creating some additional complications with Idlewild as we move forward. So a lot of moving parts with that, but that is another one that is a little bit more time bound in looking for some direction as far as keep going as a potential ARPA project, or no, we think we want to go in a different direction. Having some guidance on that project is also very helpful to where we're trying to go. The other ones have quite a bit more flexibility in them and can certainly be part of it.
Okay, question?
Yes.
Oh, and Teresa, when do you expect the next phase of the loan acquisition for the repayment to take place? In other words, when will all the RFPs be come in and we're ready to vote again?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I
Okay,
understood it.
I think I heard you say that before the debt was incurred, that there would be another board vote.
Yes.
Okay, my question was approximately what date will that happen?
Teresa, can you speak to that?
The goal would be to have that conversation, have the RFPs go out and come back in by the end of March, because to get on the agenda for the LGC to approve is April the 5th is the deadline for us to submit the application to them to be heard at their May meeting, which then would still give us time to go back to the bank of choice and get the funding finalized before June 30th.
When approximately would we be voting on it then? And what part of that sequence?
So the actual action isn't taken by the board to execute the debt would be happening in June, in
June.
May or June.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
May or
you.
June. And my computer's frozen, so give me one second. Try it again. There we go. So the second area, think about whether or not you have any appetite to point any ARPA funds towards would be what we're referring to as one-time costs. So these are items that are we anticipate needing in the near future. Once they are paid for, there is no ongoing cost of note to deal with. And they do relieve general fund pressure in upcoming budgets. So as an example, we've heard mentioned the comprehensive plan update that is at least 10 years old, if not pushing 11 years old at this point, that is due for an update. We are hoping that that could fit into 23. We know that 23 is going to be a very, very tight budget. So that is sort of an easy lift if the board is interested in funding that through ARPA. The Emergency Operations Center, this would be an upfit at the police station that we've talked about a little bit over the years. We have combined that with a generator for that building. That was not, those were previously decoupled on a CIP list, but recognized that it made sense to make sure that the building was able to retain sufficient electricity regardless of what might be going on around it. So we do have that as a combined EOC upfit and a generator for about $250,000. Again, something that we would ideally like to fit in 23 because we have been talking about it for a couple of years, but we do again anticipate that that is going to be a very pressure-filled year. And then we've talked a lot about paving. As it stands right now, there is $500,000 plugged into what we are hoping to fund at Reval. Which would then become a reoccurring cost every year thereafter to increase our paving budget. If the board wanted to get a jump start on that increase in funding, you could do a one-time ARPA appropriation of $500,000 for FY23, and then be picking up that increase in annual expenses as part of your regular budget starting in 24. So it's essentially just a way to start to fully fund that program if we don't go the path of the large heroin injection, I think it was referred to previously. If we wanted to follow this smaller path, this would be just another thing to think about that ARPA could be used towards. But again, there's zero commitment to any of these projects right now by the town. So it's fully discretionary as far as if there's any interest for these. And again, these are just 3 examples to get you thinking.
Becky?
Yes.
Did I hear correctly that, excuse me, an initial 500,000 could come from ARPA?
Yes.
Okay, so that could be applied to whatever CJ comes back with as far as his bringing everything up to the 80% mark?
Yes,
Okay, great. Thank you.
absolutely.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, the $7 million is fully discretionary. So if the board wanted to take $3 million and put it towards paving.
Right, but the appetite so far is 500,000.
Well, the 500,000 was the amount that we agreed to additionally add to bring us up to speed to 80% within X number of years.
but it could be applied to the one-time shot as well.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be used for heroin.
Oops,
I didn't say that. Metaphorically. For the minutes.
Okay. Thank you all for your answers, right?
Yes. So this is really the wide open page. You know, what additional initiatives and interests does this board have that you know, perhaps don't impact budget relief, which has its advantages, but that's certainly not the direction you have to go in by any stretch. So if you want to take your ARPA funds and utilize them in other ways, the door is wide open as long as it fits within state statute. So I know there's been discussion about the potential for additional dollars towards affordable housing. Jay's going to talk in more detail today about some affordable housing pathways, but you know, just want to make sure that that's here on the list as something for the board to think about. We do have it's not your March 14th meeting, but we do have a revised scope and timeline back from the Urban Institute on the affordable housing study. They can shorten the timeline and have at least a what they're calling a preliminary report due back to this board in July. But it would take a little bit of additional staffing on their part in order to get that turned around. The estimated increase right now is $5,500. So we will be bringing back a revised scope and an additional budget appropriation ask to this board in a couple of weeks. Agreed to the first part of it with ARPA. So if you wanted to apply the rest of it with ARPA funds, you certainly would have that ability, but that is coming, and they do feel quite confident that they can get it turned around in that period of time, which is great news. One, Mayor, I know you mentioned the various park upgrades is high priority list to try to include with the bonds. ARPA is another funding opportunity for some of those projects, especially if you wanted to pick and choose. Do you want to just fund the bathrooms? Do you want to, you know, fund a couple of the playground replacements? All of those totaled $670,000, but this is another pot of money that you could look at if you opted not to include it in a Parks and Recreation bond. So again, just an example of something that is wide open and could be of good use with the funds if you wanted to go in that direction. And so go.
I'm good. Go ahead.
In the last budget, we asked that some of the park upgrades be held until we got ARPA funds. Were those paid for out of ARPA funds? And if so, I remember it being a relatively small dollar amount, but are we seeing that in this funds remaining?
No, we discussed at last budget meetings, was not funded through ARPA. It was all general fund. And it was it was dollars.
That was for Windsor Park, Corey? Okay.
With the affordable housing piece, have you seen any other communities, I guess, in the state who have used ARPA funding for affordable housing? I know we've put aside the $1.5 million during the last budget, but have you seen other examples?
I recall seeing that Wilmington dedicated a portion of their ARPA funds. I can't recall offhand. I know they received more than we did. They're of course a larger community, but they had a set plan in place, and so it was being able to point the funds exactly towards. You know, I think the plan they've been in that. As far as communities getting into the space, I haven't come across any. Maureen, I know you've been on the calls, and Teresa, I know you've been on the calls. Do you recall hearing any communities talk specifically about it? Or Hazen, I know you've had some conversations with some other managers.
well, not particularly on the ARPA calls, but on Thursday, I was on a call with a lot of the finance directors from around the area, and the city of Concord indicated that they were going to use some of their ARPA funds. They have not done anything yet, but they are going to use some of their ARPA funds for affordable housing. Is that good? Okay.
I have more questions, but I'll wait for when Jay talks about affordable housing.
Okay. The others up there are obviously you see the question marks. It's certainly ideas can come from any and all directions. If any of you have ideas that you would like to lift up, whether that's today, whether that's as we move forward. I know, staff certainly has some additional ideas that right now are not included in kind of the core operations that are plugged into our budget forecasting model, but there's certainly interest on some other items. And then the ARPA seems to have moved away from it to some extent for a community of our size. The original ARPA interim guidance was very focused on really going out and having your community really perhaps be driving some of the conversations or helping determine how to spend the funds. With this shift towards the revenue loss and that then being able to be used for the provision of general government services, a lot of that seems to have dissipated unless you are an entitlement community, and then there's a lot of additional formal steps that you have to follow. But for a community of our size, it's still recommended, but it is not required. And so it's really the interest of this board regarding if and how you would want to go about doing that, if at all. Again, we're talking about revenue loss and provision of government services. So it's really the will of this board how you want to move forward with the 3 items up there that have the question marks.
As I was thinking through what I just responded to Renee's question, was saying, we did wait to look at the equipment. And when I say it's been purchased, we haven't paid any money for it yet. We've selected it and we've done the requisitions, but no money's been paid.
Okay, I don't remember I loosely remember this conversation. I don't remember the details, but I thought that my intention was to say that, I guess, if we paid for that 90,000 out of ARPA funds, which was one of the restricted uses initially, that then Parks and Rec would have that 90,000 to spend on further upgrades or as deemed necessary. So it wasn't to remove it from the budget, but to give, I guess, a looser approach to how you can spend it.
Yeah, and we were, looking at the preliminary, I guess, findings or decisions. We thought it wasn't gonna work. No Parks and Rec stuff was gonna make it the cut, but the supplanting certainly did give us some other options. So yeah, we haven't spent the money yet, I guess is what I'm saying.
The next steps from here is really that it's up to you to determine if and when you're ready to start making commitments for the additional expenditures. That can be some of it, that can be all of it. Again, there's a tremendous amount of flexibility in sort of where we go from here, given this point in the ARPA timeline. We are ready and willing to provide whatever additional information you would like to see, or what processes you might like to see to help facilitate that decision making. But we are certainly open to the direction from this board regarding sort of where would you like to go from here to start to figure out how to allocate the remainder of the funds.
Becky, how much time do you need to do your budget forecasting presentation?
So that was not meant to be a presentation. That was really just to be able to bring up and use on the fly, as we have a couple of different times. So there is no additional formal presentation for this agenda topic.
Okay, so I would suggest that we probably take, since Charlie has indicated he doesn't need more than 30 minutes, why don't we take the next 30 minutes to discuss our ideas on where we would like to commit ARPA funding to. And I'll start by saying kind of what I'm thinking. I would like to see a portion, and maybe a significant portion, of the fire station paid for from ARPA funding. I think all of us are aware of the inquiries we've received about affordable housing, and I think it does make sense to wait till our study comes back. But those options include Habitat for Humanity. I think everybody on the board received a copy of a memo from Lori Little from Rainbow Express, and her desire is to build 4 houses in alongside the White House that's on the end of Fullwood at Pleasant, or at South Trade Street there, for folks that have disabilities. So this is kind of a community, when we think about affordable housing, that we don't necessarily think about that population maybe. So that has some interest. She requested $1 million, and I she called me and I said, well, you don't want much, do you? So I told her there were a lot of constraints on the funding we had, and I didn't know if we could do $1 million, but they have already raised, as she read in her memo, $900,000. So there'd be essentially a town match of what they've already raised for that. The other affordable housing opportunities we have are projects like the one that Commissioner Whitley has planned, a senior living affordable housing piece. So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is I would like to see us commit more than the 1.5 million that's already been committed to this. I really want to get serious about affordable housing. I can tell you that in the meetings I attend, from various meetings all over this, meeting with other mayors, other leaders, that we're kind of behind the 8 ball in affordable housing. A lot of communities are really moving forward. They have different funding mechanisms. I mean, Charlotte's, off the charts in doing affordable housing, but they get a lot of federal money, et cetera. Speaking of that, what Commissioner Garner is going to say, we need to stretch our money with federal grants, right? We've talked about that. So that's certainly an opportunity as well. So that's kind of what I see. And then maybe if there's any money left after that, I think taking some of the one-time expenses off of the 2023 budget would be helpful to staff. Some of the things mentioned, perhaps the police station upfit or something like that. If we could just, take that, just pay for it in cash and be done with it, that would be helpful. But I am in favor. I don't want to rush, but I'm also don't want to take forever to spend these funds. They're sitting in the bank earning 0.001% interest. We have a lot of needs. So let's go ahead and fund some of these projects. So who else would like to speak? Commissioner McCool.
Yeah, I concur. Again, a lot of as I called John Higdon every 30 seconds during our last budget to get the $1.5 million set aside for affordable housing. I too am anxious to see the study come back. I think that's going to be a big part. Do we know if has Habitat come back to us with like any needs that they have? Have we had that conversation?
So they haven't. I think part of what Jay is going to talk about, not to steal the thunder, but what's come up with the board discussions relating to ARPA and affordable housing previously is it's sort of the chicken or the egg. Does the board want to set its vision and then see how Habitat fits into it? Or does the board, or any other organization, or does the board want to say, have an open call for proposals to see what the vision is out there for some of these different organizations, and then see how that fits in with where the board wants to go? I think, without having that direction on which way to proceed, I'm sure they're just waiting. So, I think that's part of what we're hoping to gain out of this weekend or very soon.
Yeah. So, I mean, to summarize, I want more money there. I think 1.5 isn't enough, but we have to see what our needs are. And then I also really want to see the fire department funded. We need to do it anyway. we're not going to get $10 million pretty much scot free from the federal government very often. So let's do that for something that's desperately needed in our community. So if we can get those two things, I'll be a pretty happy guy.
I missed a portion of the conversation getting a drink of water here, but I do know that Habitat has specifically in my conversations with Natisha, she has requested funding to purchase land so that they can have property to build they're running out of places to put their houses on. Commissioner Urban.
Fire station, 100% in my mind, without a doubt. That gets him queued up and getting going from there. I cannot emphasize enough. I want to see that housing study. I've said it many times, and obviously commissioners disagree with me. We don't need to be plowing money into affordable housing. I think the 1.5 is a nice, generous start. You have to set policy, zoning and planning, and realign your thinking to get those people to come here. From that aspect of it, we develop multifamily housing for low income, affordable housing in Kansas City right now. The government didn't give us $1.5 million. They didn't buy the land. There are 4% bonds and 9% bonds. There is a whole environment to build. The point being is those communities that want affordable housing raise their hand and open their doors, and then that allows our conversations for RFPs and RFQs to take place. So I think we have some time. I think you could, tip your big toe in there, water for $1.5 million and see what you want to do there. Because I think automatically, I will tell you frankly, Habitat is a great organization, but it is not an effective affordable housing delivery system. Building one home at a time at $250,000 is not as effective as duplexes and triplexes and quads and higher density. If you want to get into that, it's a completely different conversation. So I think we need to be careful about that. And hopefully the report will bear that out. And so, if you apply more money into affordable housing, you're going to neglect other things in other areas. And I think the fire station ultimately, and however you want to go from there beyond that is fine. The emergency operations center, I think, is critical from a low standpoint. And to be honest with you, the apparatus, possibly the ladder truck replacement, would be really important as well.
Commissioner Tefano.
On the affordable housing, and you mentioned Habitat for Humanity to buy land, I just want to make certain that whatever we spend gets spent in Matthews. So in other words,
of course,
if that would be the contingent or the caveat of giving them the money, that they would have to buy that land in Matthews and build in Matthews. And one other thing, since the pocketbook is open and we're talking about how to spend the money, if CJ comes back with a recommendation that we should go with the one-time infusion and maintain an 80% town road structure, that I'd like to see that 500,000 at least go to his initial fund, in addition to perhaps even more.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garner.
To me, it's important to keep the framework that was originally in place, and that was emergency response and emergency preparedness. That if another COVID happens or a similar experience of pandemic, that we are well suited to continue operating as a town as much as we can. And that, so on one hand, that includes affordable housing, so that servers, our workforce here in town have a place that they can feel they can stay. Also the fire station, obviously, and the emergency operations room, park equipment, because people, did get outside and appreciated the trails, the park equipment, the playgrounds. And then also things like stormwater and making sure that our infrastructure is up to, it will hold up through whatever the next emergency is.
Commissioner Whitley.
Were you speaking, or are we suggesting that we pay the whole cost for the Station 3?
I was not suggesting that because I think there's a lot of competing needs, but I think we should pay a significant portion of it, maybe half or more. I would not suggest spending all of it because we have less than $8 million left, and that'd be 5 of it right off the top. So I would not suggest totally funding it, but it could, that's just my opinion. I'm not speaking for everybody, obviously.
I agree with that as well too. Also, I as a need, I think it's very critical that a town have emergency operations center. I mean, it's hard to fathom at the time we're living in now that a town does not have that center. And I think, Chief, correct me, you got an area upstairs designated for this. So I will be well in favor of spending that, and also for the comprehensive plan as well. That I have reservation, Mark, about the paving. I think we've addressed that in the bonding, and I think we have some things that's gonna replace that $500,000. But now I'm not against it if we can find it when we cut the money for the station. And I am in favor of affordable homes. And I heard somebody say we are way behind, think of you, Mayor, in affordable homes. And not only just if we take some of this ARCA money, I would like to see somewhere going forward that there is some money allotted each budget year in affordable homes. We cannot, and we saw the numbers that Becky just showed, $450,000-$60,000 for the average house in Matthews. I touched Ken, I said, well, there go your house. But not on, and I said it jokingly, but when you look at the fire department, police department, nurses in the hospital, they cannot afford to live here. There has got to be something that we do as a community to afford a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom to these people that live close and work here. That's affordable. My granddaughter, 25 years old, she lives in a 1-bedroom apartment in Indian Land for $1,400 a month. I think Ken, I think yours is about the same.
The apartment I was in, I'm now in a house. They raised their rent. It's $1,600 a month for an 800 square foot apartment is what they're charging for it now. That's wild.
That's way, we got to do better, and I believe we can do better. But I would like to see us put some more money in the affordable home, but at the same time, going forward, just like we said with the streets, have some capability of at least putting aside some each budget year in affordable, whether we use it or not. But as the mayor said, everybody around us, we was on the call yesterday, all the commissioners, and pretty much every other town on that commission board, affordable homes. I think I heard it 4 times. Affordable homes. We're doing this with affordable home. So it is in front of us. It's a topic that is not going to go away, but we have got to do something to make sure we take it. So, but those are mine. Also, the affordable home study, that's a given. You got to pay for that. Upgrades on the park. I'm not so sure if we need all of that or any of it, because I think I heard that that's going to be into our bond issue. So, but those things I am in for. But in time, we have got to have an operations center. Now, Chief, let me ask you this: is that 250 for the build or the equipment? Is that is a turnkey job?
So that includes, the 250 includes the upgrade to the current generator that we have there. It's quite old and costs money to keep it running. And then it's about 180 in last year's dollars for the equipment. And that's the equipment purchase, install. There is an additional request in that to run the system. Software could be an additional anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000.
All right, one other question that Rob, you might, is there a need for a portable, or do we have a portable emergency operation? Yeah, command center.
We were working on an EOC in the box and COVID hit. So we'll keep blaming COVID, but with with redundant capability that we have at Station 1, which serves as the police department's backup communications center, if one of the two facilities was taken out, we can continue to operate. Optimally, having your communications and your EOC in the same facility, in a hardened facility, is the best way we could go. In a bigger spectrum, we're trying to tie to a regional effort. So our EOC would be an offshoot of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg EOC. If something were to happen downtown, it is theoretical that we could move resources to Matthews to operate Charlotte-Mecklenburg. There are integration costs that we don't know at this point. The nature of public safety CAD and records management systems is very much up in the air right now. But we've looked at several vendors and several options, and one Chief Pennington is proposing is the best so far.
All right. I want to kind of summarize here, and I'll allow anybody else to speak that would like to, but affordable housing, yes, I think it needs to be really high on our radar. And John, I believe you and I were having this conversation. I was recently in Durham with a group of mayors, and we looked at one high density downtown affordable housing unit, and the cost to I think the town's contribution was $30 or $40 million, and it had multiple federal grants, et cetera, and the 9% bonds or whatever, that I don't really understand that process too well. But point being that if we did this entire 10 million on affordable housing, it's not going to go real far. So I do agree with Commissioner Urban that we need to have some systemic changes to zoning and set asides, perhaps setting money aside, and really understand what we need to do to get into this in a significant way. We do need to stretch the money. I agree with Commissioner McCool or Mayor Pro Tem McCool that we need to put more than 1.5 million. However, I do agree with that as well. I also agree that we should wait till the study comes back. I mean, we paid almost $60,000 for a study. Let's wait to see what it says before we allocate money. That should be a no-brainer, I think. And we're going to get that soon. It's being expedited. So as soon as we get it, we'll do that. So I'm hearing that there's a desire to pay for a significant portion. Some may say all of the fire station. There are a lot of other competing needs. So who's got some other comments, Commissioner Whitley?
Could we go ahead and designate or suggest what portion we want to pay for the fire station 3?
I'd like to poll the entire board, because to be honest with you, I'd rather pay for the whole thing, because Becky can pull her whiz bang forecast model out there, and she can take $2.375 million, plug it in there as half the fire station. And now you're going to see that load factor driving this whole thing. I think, ARPA funds, recovery funds, first responders, you get that out of the picture, the fire station's done, and all you're dealing with is operation expenses down the road. I grant you it's $5 million. Hopefully, I think you said $4 million. I think you just, cut bait and fish on this one.
Okay, so go back, Becky, to how much we got left? I think it was 7.
We have about 7, is that right? 76.
76. All right, so Hazen, do the math for us.
So
subtract the whole fire station, and now because I hear what the mayor is asking for.
4.75.
All right, tell us what we got left.
I do want to, I kind of want to push back on the idea that we have to allocate these funds towards, emergency response, et cetera, things of that nature. Because if you look at this last line here, these funds were given to us to help us with revenue loss that we had because of COVID. So we can spend this on whatever we want. We don't have to necessarily spend it. I'm just making that point.
Right, I got you.
So if you paid the full 4.75, we'd have $2,910,111.
Okay, so if we
use a mic.
Just on that, and on that is, are we concerned about the roof at the police department? I guess what I'm wondering about out loud.
No, we have no concerns.
I just want, because it is a flat roof that's, I don't know, rolled tar, whatever they call it. And I mean, if it's another 60,000, we round it up to 300. And I want to put that on the table. I've heard us talk about it every once in a while. I don't know if anybody can definitively answer that though. Maybe we got to get a number from.
Well, I'm not an engineer, but I would say that there is some concern about the roof. During the last tornado that we had, we did have some roof damage. It's not you got to remember that was not built as a police station. It was built as a like a warehouse space, I guess. So it's really a shell with a brick outside on it. So there are some concerns that the roof needs to be reinforced and ensure that level of safety. So Rob, you can talk on that if you want to, but there is some concern on that.
Well, let's just keep it at 240. We'll independently just explore that.
Okay.
So that takes you to 2,660, 111.
All right, take the comprehensive.
150 was that one? So you're at 2,510,000.
All right, the 5,500 for the additional study, 5,544.
55. It is 2,504,567. 2,504,567.
Okay, now do this for me. Go back and give me half the price of the fire station. Not the whole thing, but half of it.
So if you put back in 2,375,000, which would be half of the fire station, you're at 4,879,567.
How much?
$4,879,567.
All right, so now take 3 million and add it to.
You're at 1,879,567.
Y'all do with what you want to with that. No, I did it as a point of showing some of the things that we could knock off the list, and at the same time get a good feel of what we need. And there is a couple other things now, but those are the things that I saw and I'm looking at as we go through here that we can one-time things we can knock pretty much all those off the list, and at the same time we can cut the fire station in half and still put some money for affordable homes and do the things that we want to do along with the other projects as well too. That would be my recommendation. I still look at the park upgrade, and I think we got that covered. That 670,000. I don't think we need all that. That's just my opinion. But at least the paving, I think we got that covered. And these are the things that we could do. I can still have some more money to do $1 million somewhere, but we want to put that.
Yeah, I want to reiterate something that we said earlier this morning. The reason we don't want to put the fire station on the bond, I think it was Commissioner Urban that brought it up, but we don't want, what if it doesn't pass, what are you going to do? Say, sorry, Rob, we're not going to build that fire station. We can play Frisbee on the lot we bought for it, but so this is the way to do it, to pay for it, you know, out of the general fund or using ARPA funds. Commissioner Garner?
I did want to clarify if I was misunderstood. I don't know if you were making this point towards me, but I think my approach is to keep those original constraints to prepare for future emergencies. And I don't know that those are even, if we've even brainstormed that big, what the impacts of COVID were on Matthews and how do we brace ourselves for future experiences like that. But
And where did that framework come from?
the original ARPA guidelines.
Okay.
For me, it's a given that we cover the cost of the fire station and the emergency operations and possibly this roof problem, unless it's cheaper to buy everybody parkas. An umbrella, maybe some shared umbrellas. The rest of it, and especially the affordable housing, I can't even begin to wrap my head around how much is needed or where those dollars would go until we have this study, with the confidence that as we work with developers, that we can stretch our dollars in ways, and also recognizing that perhaps it's a land purchase, then we partner with developers, but there's a lot of ways around it where, a $10 million building is not the only answer. We can definitely find workarounds and ways to increase the affordable housing units that we have here in Matthews.
Yeah, it was amazing talking to the folks in Durham because they said, yeah, we got this much of a grant and this much of a federal match and this much of a state match. And they really stretched their dollars quite a bit. So yeah, us just throwing 1.5 million at a building's not going to do it. I think we can get a lot of these matching monies and stretch it. But the only reason I'm a little hesitant to say at this point today, yes, let's go ahead and pull the trigger on the entire fire station, is that takes up so much of the money where you're using almost all of it. You're taking about half of the money that we got in total for one purpose. And I don't know that that's wise to do today when we don't have the housing study information back yet.
So if it does sound at least majority consensus to fund at least a point. So for planning purposes, I think what that allows staff to do is move full bore ahead with issuing the RFQ, getting those proposals back from our design builders. There's still a whole process. And at that point, if we needed to put a down payment towards it, or we needed to front load the design costs, the board would be able to make the decision at that time. We're still a couple months out from even being able to have that proposal back to the board. So it sounds like there's at least enough of a green light that we can keep going with our proposal process. And then this board can continue down the path of figuring out how much to ultimately use of ARPA funds versus ultimately maybe taking out some debt. And we'll be further along in the bond conversations as well regarding the potential tax implications of those projects. So I think it's helpful. There's still helpful conversation out of today that lets us start to move forward.
If it's helpful for staff to allocate today half of the fire station funding and say we're going to spend at least that much and maybe fund all of it. But if that's helpful to reduce our 7.66 to whatever minus half of 4.75, with a caveat that we'll come back as a board and discuss it, and it may be the will of the board to fund the entire amount at some later date. But if that helps you move forward with planning by saying that we're going to do at least half, does that sound reasonable to everybody on the board?
Yeah, that's reasonable to me.
And it very well may be that the majority of the board wants to pay the whole nut, and that's fine. But
I have one other question. Teresa, again, what did we have on the last figuration that we were doing? What do we have? 1 point some million? All right, with that being said, Mark, I'm gonna help you. Go ahead and pay for the $500,000 out of the 1.8. That still leaves us 1.3 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
So So with us paying half of the fire station, I'm just not in favor of us paying the whole thing off. I think we initially had a plan to be able to fund it. So I think if we got this extra money, I'm like the mayor, that's 500,000 don't leave anything for the other projects. And I think we ought to be fair with this ARPA money to make sure that we get the bang for the bucks in as many areas as we can. And with, I think what I proposed, showing that we still leave $1.3 million left for some type of contingency or something that we don't see that we might want to go ahead and pay off. That's my.
Well, I'm positive we're going to have a continued conversation on this. Hazen?
So I think it's been good conversation. For me, I think the affordable housing, or excuse me, the housing study is a key element to get that back. And I suggest, it sounds like the board wants to do this expedited. Why wait till March 14th? Why don't I just sign the contract under my authority to increase it? Okay, well, we'll talk about that later. I don't want to sidetrack that, but
guys, drunk with power over here.
I think that the affordable house, I think we got to have a strong vision, right? I think we got to have a good game plan and really feel good about it. And we're not under the gun that we have to pay it, right? We don't have to do that. We don't have to make a decision today. So I think to get that studies back, I think to think about monies that can be taken off, potentially lighten the load for the fiscal year 24 when you go through reval, and think about that, because Mayor, you've said a number of times, this is a 20% increase and how painful that can be. Right. But to think about, okay, well, is there fire apparatus? Is the comp plan? What about the EOC? To think in those terms. And then at least for me, the third leg of that is the roads. Like Commissioner Tufano is, I think that's a cool thing to think about is, well, how can that be added into the mix? And does that help load some of the pressure off the tax rate? So, I mean, those are the kind of whatever, but that we can sort out in July. And, I think we'll have more good information.
Does anybody on the board have any heartburn with authorizing the town manager to go ahead and get this report expedited before we meet on March 14th or whatever?
So the scope of work, we are waiting for them to, we had to make an edit to it. We're waiting for them to sign off on it. They have 2 people out right now. So we don't have the scope of work fully confirmed. We have it back from them that July is going to happen with it. It was a different detail within the contract or within the scope of work. And then the amount that you've been authorized by formal town board action was the original 55,894. So there, it would fall within manager's discretion for the additional 6. But I don't have anything for you to sign today.
Can we keep calling?
Yeah,
Like daily?
Yeah, I spoke with them 2 days ago, and because we were trying to get it on the agenda for Monday.
Okay.
And because they had 2 people out, I said our next board meeting after that is the 14th, and they said we know we can get it to you for the 14th.
Okay. Well,
But either way, they're not actually able to start work until April. So signing it today versus 3 weeks from now, they know they're starting work in April.
All right, we have slightly exceeded our time limit for this. A lot of good discussion, and I certainly want to be respectful of the will of the board on all of these items, and we will come back and revisit them. I think the only really action item then that happened today was that we said we will pay for at least half of the fire station. Is that correct? So we can give staff that information. I'd like to move on to the next agenda item. Discuss rules of procedure. The Honorable Charles Buckley Esquire. He's got a North Carolina shirt on, and I should have worn my state shirt. I knew it.
Mayor,
Well, I have Wolfpack White, like I told you, so.
Mayor, can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Yesterday, we had that class on board evaluation. And I thought it would be helpful if we look at the board evaluation sheet that we were working on yesterday while we look at some procedures, just for a gauge of what we do well as it applies to these procedures that are in place.
Okay. Can you email that to?
I emailed it to Lori, but I don't know if she's on my email. Okay.
Johnny on the spot. Lori on the spot. Let me just say that Lori and all staff have been really phenomenal, especially during this past week of let's give staff and especially Lori a round of applause. So what has just been handed out? Renee, do you want to give an explanation real quick?
The board yesterday took part in a class through the School of Government about evaluating the manager and the board's actions. And I guess we've realized this term that there are some gaps in communication in ways the board can improve. And so this quick scan kind of gives us all a place to gauge ourselves as we learn what the concrete rules and procedures are.
Okay, Mr. Buckley.
Well, Mayor, members of the board, welcome to the exhilarating board of rules of procedure. I think Renee started this with an email to Hazen some days ago. And in that she had a compilation of several of towns' rules of procedure. Let me say, notwithstanding, you've got the rules of procedure, but what you don't have is a definitive book, 3-ring binder book document called rules of procedure. The town started with rules of procedure as identified in Robert's Rules of Order. And that's what we followed for, I know, 44 years now that I know of, that you've been following rules of procedure under the, now, unfortunately, it was the 1978 version of the Robert's Rules of Order, but it has worked well for you as a for a smaller unit. We're a smaller unit, which then that gives us a little bit of leeway on how to operate. But if we were Congress or if we were Parliament, we would need to have really formal rules of order. So this is a project that Hazen handed to me because I do have institutional knowledge of how we got here today. So what I've tried to do with this set of rules is to kind of look at various compilations. Also, I have looked at other rules of procedure from other towns and been involved with. And I know the School of Government put out these rules of procedure, a standard form for communities to take a look at. And most of them just simply adopted the School of Government rules of procedure without making any attempt to customize it to the way they do things and then continue to do procedure. But nevertheless, we have, I think that for two things, I'm really delighted to see in what Renee sent. And that is one, we're going to have some kind of rules of decorum, code of conduct, not ethics, but code of conduct and rules of decorum. The first numbered groups of bullet points on first page would be the rules of conduct, the rules of decorum. For the most part, you're already doing these things. Well, for all of these, you're doing them. There's not any really anything that's been generated to do this other than putting something formally in writing where you could, each commissioner could have these with you and not have to worry about, well, is Buckley doing the job as being parliamentarian or not? You could have rules of order to go along and follow along and make sure that we're doing things right. But let me say, the mayor has done an excellent job of following Robert's Rules of Order, whether he knows it or not. And I think he does because he's been long enough. He's guided this, but he was on the board for a number of years. So he knows how to conduct a meeting and he does it very well. There hasn't been any reason for me to have to step in and say, wait a minute, Mayor, let's do this a different way. Every now and then he'll punch me and say, ask me a question, but for the most part, it is absolutely run spectacular. So what I didn't want to do is interfere with the dialogue of the board during your meetings. I don't want the meetings to turn into procedural issues that take you away from the merits of why we had that meeting for the benefit of the citizens of Matthews, not for the benefit of stabbing each other with rules. And so I've tried to soften the rules a little bit and to customize them the way that you've been operating for 44 years that I know of. So I will go through these a little bit, but I don't need to read every one of them. And I don't need to explain things other than when you have questions. But like I say, and the second thing that was very beneficial that Renee put in her email was she's listed statutory references, and I've got that as an exhibit to this document. Appendix A. But I've added one more thing to that, Renee, than what you had. What I added was under town charter, where the mayor is given the right to vote on all issues. Because in most communities, the mayor only votes when the number of votes for no and the number of votes for yes are equal. Then he gets to vote. He doesn't vote in case of a tie. That's a misnomer. Because there are times when, like if you're voting on a candidate for position of a board, you're not voting yes or no. You're voting by numbers to elect. So the mayor doesn't have the right to vote if there is a tie in election of a board member, to appoint a board member during that election of the board member. So he would only vote, and then if you can't break the vote, you vote again and vote again until it's broken. So it don't say that he votes in case he votes when the number of no votes and the number of equal votes were the same. But Matthews, in 1983, says, wait a minute, we're going to give our mayor the right to vote on all issues that come before the board. So essentially, he is a commissioner when it comes right to vote. So when you read the general statutes or read other communities' rules of procedure that said the mayor may only vote in the case of a tie or in the case of when it's a yes, no, equal vote, that's not true here. So I added that to your list of town charter provisions. The other one is when we went to the mayor council form of government, I mean, from the mayor council form of government to the council manager form of government. And that was in 1986. And believe it or not, I wrote both of those. So, and I thought I was old then. And I don't know what happened, but some years passed and I don't know where they went, but nevertheless. Okay, and then I think it was outstanding to go ahead and put in the powers and duties of the manager and the council to organize city government, what your powers and authorities are. Because it always comes up, well, can the city manager do this, or what is our responsibility, or what do we do, and why is he doing this and I'm doing that, and why this is your statutory enabling on what your duties are. So I thought that was a brilliant thing to do, to add that to the rules of procedure, and I've just incorporated that as an Appendix A. So Renee, thank you for doing that.
I'll send you the bill.
Okay. I was looking where, oh, there's Teresa. I was looking to see if she's writing me a check to pay it. Okay. I'm not recommending anything. I'm presenting to you based on institutional knowledge, these rules. So what I would look for would be questions you may have. I don't know if you want me to read this as we go along, or if you want to
So
so I
Charlie,
can go as fast or as slow as you want me to go.
I don't expect that you need to read any of it unless there are questions. We can move on, but
Well, I
would-
can point out what is new to us.
Okay.
And what is a suggestion, maybe.
That's good. And I also would suggest that every elected official read this front to back just at least once, sit down and read it to familiarize yourself. Mr. Tufano, do you have a question?
Yes, Charlie, on part 4, Rule 12, item number A2. It talks
What's the
about
page number?
4.
4, got it. Okay.
Okay, it states that an item can be put on the agenda mandatorily if there's 2 commissioners that wish to have it placed.
Correct.
The next one is all items of business will be submitted at least 6 working days or 6 days prior to the date of meeting. I suggest that that be changed, the wording to be changed to should be submitted at least 1 day prior to be in coordination with the supplementary materials caveat.
Doesn't allow for public notice, I think.
I'm sorry?
I don't think that would allow for public notice. What is the requirement for public notice?
Well, I'm not sure that, well, the public notice is 7 days.
But I mean, if we want to change the agenda, we can't change it the
Oh,
day
yeah,
before the
agenda,
meeting.
yeah, correct, yes. It's, so you need to, well, except items added to the agenda, the board can add items at the
The
meeting.
night of the meeting, yeah.
Well, that's what, right. If it can be added right at the moment of the meeting, why can't it be added to 1 day before?
Well, it can.
Yeah, so I'm suggesting that that item be, that
Are you
wording. be-
talking about making number 2 and number 4 identical 1 day?
Yeah, I'm suggesting everything else is 1 day, so just make it 1 day. Shall be submitted 1 day prior to the meeting. In other words, item 2 in 12A2, the last sentence.
Well, generally, the agenda is set at least 6 days ahead of time.
Right, but if you're allowing it to be changed at the moment of the meeting, why can't you allow it to be changed the day
Well, that's
before the
going to be a
meeting?
board decision.
Okay.
Mr. Garner.
I think if you switch it to 1 day, it stops the process of the mayor having a review of the agenda before the meeting happens. Because that happens several days before, I mean, the Wednesday before the meeting. So it skips over part of the process, but I'm working on it. It's not often that we add things to the agenda. It's sort of an emergency, I wouldn't say emergency situation, but something that comes up without having that option to go to the next meeting. It needs to be addressed in a timely fashion, where if we are, and so there can be times when board members would submit, the day of the meeting or the day before, but those items won't be added to the agenda for the public to review. So it does eliminate, you don't want to do that and skip that public transparency part of it. And so it would make me uncomfortable to change this from 6 days to 4 days. It also changes the workload on town staff to get materials.
Staff preparing for the agenda needs that opportunity to have that.
I'm sorry, I can't see the logic in this. If you can add at the moment of the meeting, if you can add something to the agenda, it negates all of this argument.
Well, the pre-agenda goes out ahead of time.
Right, but what I'm saying is all the reasoning that's been brought up to this point that you can't, we need to have it at least 6 days before, goes out the window if you can actually add an item to the agenda the night of the meeting.
Well, that's something for the board to discuss. That's, I'm making no recommendation. I'm just telling you what we normally have done over the years.
Also, we have not, I don't poll the board to ask if any board member wants to add something. I ask the manager. It's not commissioners that are adding stuff.
No, but nevertheless, if it can be added the night of the meeting, why have any restrictions on the days before it can be added to the meeting? You see the logic there?
I understand what you're saying, but I also see Commissioner Garner's viewpoint that we want the public to be able to review the agenda in advance of the meeting as much as possible. And I think this could be abused. You could have people continually adding stuff to the last, the last minute. And also it doesn't give me the opportunity to review it or staff to review it if it's done.
Well, I think, Lori, you may want to chime in, but what you need, because there's usually a lot of things happening just around agenda publication time.
So staff's general process is that we do the review amongst staff. And then staff has been working on their documents for quite some time. So that's part of the reason for the timing. The general process historically has been that we have that agenda publishing day on the Wednesday before the meeting. And that gives ample time for the public to see what's going to be on the agenda. And then all of the memos and documentation will get hopefully added on Wednesday, but by Friday at the very latest. When things are added late, as everyone has already discussed, that does give staff less time to respond if there's material that needs to be added and the public doesn't get the chance to review ahead of time. Historically, items have been added on the agenda meeting date very little. And it is really only for items that can't wait 2 weeks for the next meeting. So we would prefer as much as possible to have everything in advance.
One thing I may add to that, adding on to the agenda now, what is being proposed here, it will be submitted by the town manager the night of the meeting, items to add, but the board must vote whether to add it or not, and not just, okay, it's added. But you would have to vote to add it. So, I mean, I think there's some protection there for the board having to deal. If there's something that you really didn't want to deal with because you didn't have enough time to think about it, you could vote against adding it.
Right, but if they voted for it, that would negate all of the arguments about the public not having enough advance
No, it
notice.
just goes to the argument for that one item that's to be added, or two, or
Correct.
whatever
Well,
it is.
But thank you for that. I'd like to come back to that, but I don't see anything in here about removing items from the agenda. I see it.
Well, you could continue it, or you could vote against it or something, but the board still controls what you want to do with the agenda items.
Right, but I don't see a clause regulating the removal of items from the agenda. I see one for adding items to the agenda, but I don't see one for removing items from the
Well, items
agenda.
on the agenda should be dealt with, period. I mean, you can always continue it to a future date, and if you didn't want to deal with it at that time.
No, literally being removed from the agenda and not even
Understand
being
that, but I'm
considered.
not sure that the statutes look at something just being summarily removed without any discussion or anything.
Oh, really? Well, I'd like to see a clause about removing items from the agenda, and I'd like to see wording in it, since we're making it mandatory, that an item be placed on the agenda if there's two commissioners that place it there. I'd like to see wording in this procedure that makes it not possible to remove an item from the agenda if there's two commissioners that have placed it there.
Well, I don't see the logic of not making it possible to remove in that sense, but in anything else, it could be removed. It's still an agenda item, but anyway, that's for the board decision.
But to that effect, then you're basically saying that two people would have majority rule. If four of us said we should want to remove something, that's majority rule, and we act as a board. 7 of us, 4 can make a decision. So that makes no sense in how our government
Well,
works.
it would make sense if you look back up at item 2A, where it says it's mandatory that it be placed on the agenda. If it's mandatory that it be placed on the agenda, it should not be able to be removed.
I think we're going down a rabbit hole, but when it's placed on there, it's not guaranteed to stay. Or if you're looking at the language and we're separating word for word, it's not guaranteed to stay. Just as if a developer brings us something, we are, we can defer that item. It's not guaranteed to stay. A decision isn't guaranteed to be made. We as the board, again, as Mayor Pro Tem McCool said, have a majority decision. And I mean, we can, I guess, address the elephant in the room in that it was probably not best procedural practice to remove an item from the agenda. However, one item was removed so that we could address it at a different time. Again, we generally don't remove items from the agenda, but if there is a majority decision made, we as a body act in accord.
I see. So again, item 2A says it's mandatory that it be placed on the agenda.
Well, what it is that the mayor doesn't have the authority not to put it on the agenda. If two board members request it to be on there, then he has to put it on the agenda.
Okay.
That's what that's addressing.
Okay. Nevertheless, I would like to see a paragraph in here specifically with language about removing an item from agenda.
Is it okay? I mean, I don't want to, I brought this to Charlie as a reason, as a starting point for discussion, and to Hazen. And so I'm sorry if I'm jumping in too much and taking the reins on this, but we don't make policy decisions here at the planning conference. So
Yeah, what I would suggest, Commissioner Tefano, is if you want to see such verbiage, perhaps you author it and submit it for consideration by the board to be added to these procedures.
Very well, thank you.
And yes, the board will determine all of these and you will vote any and all of them. But the ultimate rules of procedure will be in a public session and being voted on by the board to adopt or not adopt some or all of it.
Excuse me, Charlie, did you author these adding agenda items to the regular meeting?
Well, if you look in your organizational resolution that you have a copy of also, that's been the rule of conduct for the board for 44 years that I know of.
Okay, so there's been no change in
That
that
was no
wording at all? Okay, thank you.
it's pretty much from a school of government document, if I understand correctly, something
But
authored.
the organizational resolution in effect was your rules of conduct, because your rules of procedure, because in there it says that the Robert's Rules of Order will be the procedures used. So we had Lori put into the packets here under this a copy of that organizational resolution, which was our adoption each year of what your procedures were. You just didn't have a handbook like this where it provides you, each commissioner, with a handbook set of rules.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll submit a wording at a later time.
Right. I think this is an excellent first start to try to pull everything together. I think I've shared with many of you that when I worked at a previous employer as an engineer, when we hired new engineers, the running joke was hand the engineer the engineering handbook that tells you how to do everything, and no such document existed. So it's kind of the same case here. We had different pieces of this hither and yon, and Charlie's done a great job of pulling everything together. I encourage everyone, really strongly urge you to read it from front to back. It's 13 pages long. And if you have any suggested additions, omissions, changes, edits, whatever, we can discuss
Let me
it.
point out a couple of things, Mayor, that are new.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, because basically this is the way we've been doing things, except on page 2 at the top, part 2, rule 2, electronic participation in board meetings. We never had that before.
Right.
COVID has taught us a lot of things. However, we did have 1 or 2 instances that I can remember where a board member was out of town and wanted to be heard on one specific item on the agenda, and the board allowed that. I think once or twice. I think Paul Bailey called one time from Japan for some reason and wanted to express something. But that can't happen. We did it. That was new to us, but that can't happen because in order to be a commissioner at that meeting, you have to be present at the meeting. You cannot just come in for one commentary or one vote on one item. You've got to be a part of the quorum in attendance. But I think it would be, board can allow a fully participating board member to participate in it electronically if the board approves that.
For the whole meeting.
For the whole meeting. It cannot be a single item. It cannot be, oh, I want to be, I'll call you and then you punch me in when that item comes up. That really should not have happened. It didn't affect anything. The outcome would not have changed one iota, but I will say that, and you don't have to agree to that. You don't have to allow a board member to once we lose the ability to go virtual, when the governor's declaration of emergency goes away, we can't have virtual meetings anymore. That goes away. But we could have with something where one board member could attend electronically if the board wanted that as a part of the rules, and if you voted to allow that member to participate as a fully participating member in the entire meeting. So I just point out that number 2, you may want to give that some consideration. That's new to the Matthews board. The other new item was, it was a simple thing. It was a motion to amend. It says that the motion to amend will be voted on secondly. If somebody makes a motion to amend, then you deal with the original motion first, and then you deal with the motion to amend. That's backwards from the way we've been doing things. And not the way we've been doing things is wrong. It's just that was different. I understand the rationale on this is that, now, I'm not talking about motion to substitute motion where you can vote on that first, but the amendment is, all right, I move to amend motion number so-and-so. But you then have to, under this way it's written in here, is you would have to vote on the original motion first, because if the original motion doesn't pass, then you don't vote on the amendment.
Makes sense.
But the motion to substitute, you may be wanting to substitute something else, but not amending it. You vote on the substitution motion first and then the underlying amendment.
Almost sounds like semantics.
It
You know, you
does,
could
but
do them
I
interchangeably.
I said I'd point out the differences.
Right.
But
Gotcha.
everything in here is generally the way we've done things over the years. We just don't have it compiled into a 3-ring binder circus here.
Right.
But
So
my only hesitancy about the whole thing is that somewhere along the line, we will get away from the merits of the meeting and get into the merits of procedures and start fussing at each other. And we don't want to do anything for the commissioners to have to start fussing at each other, because this is supposed to be to avoid that. But I have seen it, and you have seen it. We've all seen it, where the rules become more important than the issue.
we could do like British Parliament and just stand across from each other and yell.
Charlie, are there any predecessors at all in writing to this document?
Organization of the board.
Very good. Thank you.
So again, please read over this. Suggest maybe we discuss this at the March 14th meeting or maybe Hazen's last meeting.
Mr. Mayor, the March 14th meeting's got 4,312 public hearings.
Okay. Do it at
March
Hazen's.
28th.
March 28th.
We're coming back in person at a very good time, because you won't have to go through roll call votes, but that not only will save an hour, you will have 4 business. I just point that out.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool, enjoy that meeting.
Told you the
All right.
exhilarating world of procedure.
Thank you, Charlie, for pulling this together. Thank you for Commissioner Garner for requesting it. It is something that we've probably needed to have in writing, and it'll make it easier for future boards because they'll have it. So thank you. We'll massage it a little bit, but I think it's pretty good as is. We'll just make any minor changes need to be made. Let's move on to the next item for our planning conference and affordable housing discussion and options, led by Mr. J. Camp.
All right, thank you. Let me share my screen here. So I think we've got 45 minutes allocated here, and it was kind of exciting to hear the conversation about affordable housing earlier. I think we were kind of already starting to jump in, and everybody's very excited about the funding opportunity and the study. I would say in this first paragraph, kind of disregard some of that. Becky already touched on some of the revisions to the study and ARPA and the additional funds, so that you can disregard the 55,000 number there. As we met, I guess week before last, Becky, to kind of chat about this and put our heads together a little bit, started thinking about, how best to lead this discussion. So as you've seen in the packet, if you've reviewed it, we have, put together these 5 or 6 questions to sort of help the board begin to process how we move forward. And as we were doing this, at least I had in my mind that perhaps maybe the board wants to move forward now and not wait for the study. And as I've heard some conversation around the room, it sounds like there may be some interest or consensus in waiting for the study. So I think this first question here, and we don't have to go line by line right now. I'm just going to kind of go through these and then I'm going to mute my mic. Do we want to wait for the study, or do we want to get started immediately and start rolling our sleeves up and start putting that vision together?
Question.
Yes.
And perhaps this is for Becky. I don't know. What special information are we going to learn when the study is delivered that we don't have now that would inform us on how we would spend our ARPA funds for affordable housing?
Becky, I have the proposal pulled up if you want me to,
Do you have the updated scope of work with
the one that's got
questions?
highlights in
Yeah,
yellow. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank
Let
you.
me, give me a moment.
And the reason I ask is I think there was a desire by some to make an initial nominal donation, or however you want to say it, to Habitat of perhaps $500,000 or $600,000. And what will the study tell us that would inform us whether or not that's a good idea or not?
So the main question, well, one of the deliverables is first looking at question one. You know, who actually needs affordable housing in Matthews? What does our housing stock look like? Creating a definition of affordable, which is sort of a moving target. You know, affordable has different meanings to different folks. For some, it's merely a place to live. For some, it's providing ownership opportunity. You know, more like a habitat model. So there's a lot of definitions there. And then you kind of get into policies, and finally, last question here: how does this inform land use policies? And Commissioner Urban mentioned this, talking about changes to the UDO. That first comes with a comprehensive plan, looking at what the town's needs are, and then you look at the regulatory side of it. You know, are we permitting more duplexes and single family areas and things of that nature? So now I'm wandering a little bit, but that's sort of the four main research questions. And then Becky, tell me if there's a specific area you want me. I was going to kind of go to deliverables. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that should be fine. Yep, there's your interim report. So sorry, Jay.
Yeah, no, please go ahead.
The interim report is really going to focus on that research question one. So it's who needs affordable housing, what is currently here, what are the gaps and opportunities. The adjustment that they are making relates to, under the interim guidance under ARPA, we thought we were going to be hemmed in a little bit and have to target 60% AMI or folks living below the federal poverty level. With the freedom that has been created with ARPA, we can now follow the state definition of affordable. And so that needs to be adjusted back up to being able to look at up to 80% AMI. So that's what we're waiting on from them. It feels like a very minor tweak, but they're saying they want their folks who are out on leave back to bless that before they give it back to us. So Jay, if you can scroll back up to question one, so the board can take a look at it, please.
Becky, could you repeat the AMI point 60 and 80%? What was the delta? What was the cause of the change?
Yeah. So when we thought we were going to have to jump through all of the ARPA restrictions, ARPA was restricting affordable housing to 60% AMI or families that fell below the federal poverty guidelines. Because we're now supplanting, it takes the ARPA restrictions off the table, and then we only need to follow state law for how the state defines affordable housing. So if a local government wants to provide affordable housing in their community, they can do so for people up to 80% AMI. So we have a higher threshold, only having to follow state law than what we would have had if we were also having to follow ARPA. But because of the supplanting, we only have to follow state.
And what in practical terms does that mean? You can build a slightly nicer home?
No,
Does
it
cost
has
more,
to do with the income of the person who is then in,
I understand that,
in the home.
but so does that mean that so you can then maybe that person could afford a bigger or better place?
It really has to do with how many people would now qualify to be in that housing. So we're going to have a larger population in Matthews that is going to be eligible for an affordable housing product that we are financially a part of, because we can now be offering that, or the third party nonprofit can be offering that product to a family that's making up to 80% AMI as opposed to 60. So
I guess my
go ahead.
The question I have, and maybe this study will tell us, but don't we have plenty of people at 60% AMI that need it more that would isn't there plenty of a big enough pool, bigger than we can possibly provide for at the 60%? I'm struggling with what the benefit is to having a larger
Your
pool.
pool will be bigger at 80%.
Understand? So
when you want to gather more fish,
I'm just saying, if we can build, for giggles and laughs, let's say 500 affordable housing units, and we have 3,000 people that could use it, what difference does it make if we could at 60% AMI? What is the benefit to going to 80%?
well, I would go to how involved the town gets, because in a lot of these zoning petitions, you're hearing a lot of developers saying, I'll contribute to these units at 80% AMI. So you'll get a lot of private sector to automatically go to the 80%. If you try and go to the private sector and say hit 60%, it's going to be a higher lift. Then you have to talk about low income tax credit projects and 4% bonds and 9% bonds, et cetera. So there's
you can receive the benefit, some benefit for a larger pool.
Yeah. I mean, the 80% is going to open. I mean, we're more likely to have a lot more 80% than 60%. And I think the thing is, what happens if the report comes back and says you don't have any 60%?
That's not going to happen.
You got to rethink the whole affordable housing scenario from that standpoint. The report's going to share that out. All right, so Becky, we're right around $79,000 or $80,000. So 80% AMI is a family at 64,000. 60% AMI would be 48,000. So you're 50,000. Well, yeah, there's other factors in there, but that's the crude range. So 60% would be in that $50,000 range. 80% would be around 64,000.
We were using Mecklenburg County's numbers. You use Mecklenburg County's numbers
That's lower, isn't it?
for AMI. So
Can you use that though?
80%. I'd have to pull it up, but I think when we were looking at it before, 80% was actually around 55 or 58,000 was 80% AMI. 60% was actually quite a bit lower. So for police officer, firefighter, all of that, teacher, they were falling comfortably within the 80% AMI that they would qualify for a housing product. But I think the 60% was removing a lot of that workforce housing. They would actually not be qualified for that based on how we were having to run the numbers before.
But you're allowed to use Mecklenburg County's number.
We were using Mecklenburg County's numbers for ARPA. Yes.
Okay. Because a LIHTC project or whatever, they have to use the locale. They would not be able to point to another jurisdiction and say, I want to use that number. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So as long as you're in Mecklenburg County, you can use Mecklenburg County's number.
So if our median income in Matthews is 79,000, 80% of that is 63,200. I guarantee you there's a lot of school teachers that don't make that. Ken and I were just talking, and he said, I think teachers start at like 36 or 37,000 if you're a new teacher, public school teacher. But I understand the point that you're opening the some affordability to a bigger group of folks instead of paying market. So I understand what the argument is, but I think we're going to be surprised how many people we have that fall all the way to 60%.
But that's a good thing. I mean, to me, we got to know something, right? We need to know. We think right now. We think now we need a report that says, here's the deal. Here's the magnitude of the problem. How do you want to tackle it? To me, that's the health of the exercise.
Right. So I have repeatedly said, and I think the majority of the board has said, that we want to wait for the report to come in before we expend funds. However, I'm struggling to find out why we wouldn't go ahead and fund some monies to Habitat right now. Why would we not do that? What's this report going to tell us that that's not a good idea?
Because go ahead, Larry.
Earlier meetings we did when we talked about this, and I think I was the one very hesitant when we talked about this, about launching this study and not being able to. What the mayor's asking is put some money aside already. Now, a lot of things have changed. I'm to the back to where we said that even though we don't have the study, but now I'm hearing that the study is now being accelerated. So we have, and I think Jay, your first question, do we want to get started now? That's the first question. We headed that way, got some money. I'll be in favor of that way. And what the mayor is asking is putting some money aside for Habitat, Rainbow. That's all, we already have those two that's already on the table that was wanting some money from affordable home.
Yeah, I bring up the point because the price of land is going up monthly. We were talking about the property here we sold at Town Hall. Hazen, you said the other day it's probably already gone up. Could have gone up as much as $100,000 since we sold it. So land is going up, and yet we're telling some of these nonprofits, well, we're going to give you some money, but wait. Again, I understand for the large, high density, big project, we would want to wait for the study, but I'm just saying, can we give some nominal amounts to some of these nonprofits now?
I mean, the board has the right to do that, right? We know that, but I guess from where I sit, and planning and a game plan and a vision are super important. And then we can all get behind it. And I guess you may be right, but I would not recommend carving something off when we're just, if we're 8 months away, it's like, dang, that's a long time. But we're talking about July. And my professional advice is it's imminent. We're gonna get a recommendation imminent. Let's create a game plan that, because Habitat's about whatever ownership, which is a great piece. But if we can get subsidized rent, that's a good piece too. So to me, I think it's just so much healthier to have a plan and see where do these folks fall in these different buckets, and then appropriate ARPA money then.
Again, that's why I asked the question. So this study is going to say we have 5% below 60% AMI and 15%. What? Okay. Now, what does that information do to?
It tells you who to begin to put those pockets of monies towards, because I'll tell you again, Habitat, Hazen's absolutely right. It's about home ownership, one home. If you sent the money to Dream Key's in Charlotte's going to be looking at quads and triplexes and mid-rises and things like that on that same acreage, and that same one home lot could house 4 or 5 families. So the benefit of your money is now quadrupled. So yes, you could give the money to Habitat, but there are other sources out there like Dream Key and others that get you a better return on investment in your money from that standpoint. You get more families at 60% heads on beds than you would through Habitat. So that's what it is. And so the report's going to kind of give you that. And then there's going to be different entities out there that have different models. I mean, Habitat may not be the model if it comes back and says, boy, you are short 3,000 affordable housing units. You need to be talking to Dream Key, not Habitat.
Well, I think for me, I'm always, regardless of what the study says, I'm going to advocate that some portion of the money go to Habitat, because that is a demographic that, now there are some families that want to own a house, and that's the only way they can afford one.
And it's a great point, but we have limited land, right? I mean,
Right.
It's going to be a value decision on the board. Where's the biggest bang for the buck? And a 30 acre site costs $2 million just as the Devore property.
Right.
And how many houses do you get on there? 55, 60, 75? I think the discussion is going to be, well, is it a rental product that gets 200 people in there? I think, but that's why I would wait until you can see where it's going.
I understand all that. I think even when the study comes out, I'm not going to say pour all of our funds into one pot. I don't think that's wise. Commissioner Tofano.
Yeah, I think there's another component here that we really need to seriously consider. We're casting out a net and pulling in all of these population based on the AMI. So now we have X number of dollars that has to go across Y number of people. What is the policy and procedure on how to select from that pool? We don't have that in place. And that's something that needs to be in place before we even consider spending or allocating or releasing the first penny of affordable housing money. So as part of this study, is it possible that the same organization can come up with a set of rules and procedures on how to allocate funding to this particular population?
So the direction that we have been heading towards is that we would be looking for a nonprofit partner. And so they have those existing selection criteria, application process, how they're vetted, how people are selected. So we would not be in the actual affordable housing business as far as running a housing authority or doing that selecting. So we would be looking towards, as far as part of an evaluation criteria for how to select the nonprofit partner of choice, could be evaluating their existing criteria for how they get people into the products that are ultimately built. So that exists with the third party.
Fair enough. But having allocated those funds, and we've chosen the company or organization that has the most equitable policies in place, what we're saying is we're going to give all of our money to that organization or organizations. All right.
The questions up there, that is really what this board is ultimately having to decide. Do you want to divide it up over
Right. So where I'm driving is that the selection of the pool stays the same. In other words, we still have to select a pool now of authorized vendors, for lack of a better term. And then once we decide of that authorized pool or a pre-selected pool, we then have to decide what percentage of the money is going to go to each of those organizations, or may we decide that there's only going to be one. But nevertheless, that's a very important part of the process, is to make sure that we've selected a vendor that has the most equitable distribution policy.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the will of the board to wait before spending any funds, that's fine. But as I'm going to try to be a little bit clairvoyant here, we will be giving some money to Habitat, I predict, and we're delaying and allowing land prices to rise while we wait, and we're going to end up giving them money anyway, I think. Commissioner Hoover.
I have more of a question, okay, because what I'm hearing is we're trying to figure out how much to go where, and watching the dollars here. We sold the property over here for $250,000, and I had asked if it could be earmarked. Can it not be earmarked for the Emergency Operations Center? And then you're paying cash straight out for that. That's putting $250,000 right back into ARPA that maybe we can apply to something else.
Is Habitat wanting a seed of money so they can go out and buy the property, or are we buying the property for them? I think that's a key point. Are they wanting, or do they want us to cut a check for $500,000, or do they want us to go out and buy a piece of property for $500,000? That's the big question.
Yep. When I spoke to Natisha, she just said, we need land. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. So their ultimate dream would be for the town to say, here's some land. We have some surplus land. You can have this land for free to build affordable housing. Beyond that, it could be us writing a check to them and they buy the land with the stipulation that it be spent in Matthews, of course. Or we could do it. It's just they need land. They literally have really slowed the amount of housing they're able to build in Matthews because land has gotten so expensive they can't afford to buy a 0.2 acre lot to build a house because it's just off the charts. Natisha told me the land costs more than the house costs, which is bizarre.
I think they've also had to look at, it's Commissioner mentioned earlier, they're having to look at their model, and a lot of Habitat organizations around the country are doing duplexes and townhomes, and the single family home on a 3rd acre lot has been their model here since the mid 90s. And in fact, some of their there was a home on the market recently it was in not Rainbow Ridge, Fullwood Trace. That home's under contract for $300,000. It was a Habitat build in 1995 or 1996. So, long term, it's no longer an affordable housing unit.
Well, the thing that makes them affordable is they also pay 0% interest. So I can buy a lot more house than I have right now if I don't have to pay any interest at all. I was sitting here thinking, I kind of looked at Ken because I was about Ken's age when I bought my first house. I think I paid about $70,000 for a like 1,800 square foot house in Florence, South Carolina. But, interest rates were 14% back then. But yeah, the pricing for the average house to be 450 something thousand is just almost unfathomable. I mean, that's just mind blowing here in Matthews when just a couple of years ago it was significantly less.
May I make a suggestion? It might be a win-win situation here. Is there anything in Habitat? I'm talking out of ignorance here because I don't know. Is there anything in Habitat's charter that says it has to be a standalone home?
I don't believe so. I think Commissioner Urban brings up some very valid points, and Jay. So if they could buy a quarter or a third acre lot and do a duplex or a quadruplex or whatever you call it.
Yeah. So what I'm recommending is that we could possibly do this short-term funding with the stipulation that whatever is built on the land is a multi-family dwelling, which would, I think, satisfy everybody.
At this point, I'm willing to wait for the report. I don't want to be too wishy-washy here, going back and forth. I think for the big projects, for the Dream Key type projects, we definitely need to wait for the report. I just thought, knowing that Habitat has repeatedly stated their desire for land, that waiting every month we wait, the price of land goes up. So I think we're diminishing what they're able to buy by waiting. And if we're going to fund them anyway, but what I'm hearing from the board is maybe we're not going to fund Habitat. I assume that was a given. Maybe that's a wrong assumption. I don't know. That would certainly be my wish. I think they're a very worthy organization. They've done a lot of good here. Commissioner Garner.
To your question, Commissioner Stefano, I believe that their business setup is for single family housing, that they are willing to move into a different territory, but it would change. There would require some organizational changes that they haven't done yet. But they could also, there are we've talked to Natisha a handful of times, and there are other ways that they could address needs, such as I had talked about in a meeting the other day, corporate landlords going in and buying with cash property. And so that's slowly depleting homes in the Habitat neighborhoods that have been built. Well, if they had cash on hand to compete with those corporate landlords, they could purchase with cash and keep it in the spirit of their developments. They also have something, I think she said something like 20 people waiting in line to have houses, to build houses. And so there's a long line of people who are in need of this affordable housing in Matthews. So, I guess all of it is up for discussion. Initially, I was prepared to go ahead and say, let's give them 500 or whatever. But now I do agree that we need to go through this process and determine the big picture.
To put it in perspective, Lat Purser shared with some of us the other day a article, I believe it was in the Charlotte Observer or somewhere, and 25% of all of the homes that were sold in the Charlotte area last year were purchased by institutions, IRA funds buying them as an investment, for instance. And I was talking to the mayor of Davidson, Rusty Knox, the other day, and he said that he's a realtor, and he said that the number one realtor at his Allen Tate office sold 1,250 houses last year, which is, really phenomenal. I don't know if anybody knows anybody that's in real estate or has been in that, but for one person to sell that many houses is just, they're very wealthy, I'm sure, because that's a lot of money. They sold them to one institutional investor. So they met one person, and that person bought 1,250 houses at one time. Commissioner Whitley.
Just when Pastor Chuck dedicated Habitat House, and they changed our style of building homes now as 2 stories. I think this was the fourth 2-story home that they now built, and it's very, very nice 2-story. As we walk through it, the living room, kitchen is all on the first floor. The washer and laundry room is there. Then on the top floor is 4 bedrooms with 2 baths up there. But they're going up rather than out so they can get maybe 2 of those houses on one lot where they did one.
All right. What I'm hearing as the majority of the board is wanting to wait until we get the report in July before we fund anyone, and I'm fine with it. Or sooner, yes. We hope that with Becky harassing the vendor, maybe they'll get it a little faster.
And if I could add that we have a policies and procedure on how to select these partners. In other words, under what criteria they're going to be selected. Thank you.
Jay, what are we just basically just having open conversation about these questions here? All right, what do you guys want to argue about next? Should we create a short-term vision to put this funding to work? That's what Commissioner Tefano, not short-term, I think we want a long-term vision. Should we consider an open call for proposals? Who might our partners be? You know, for me, one of the important aspects here for the majority of the money is I would like to see it stretched in some way, whether it be a federal, state grant or a national organization, because we don't have a lot of money. As I said, the one development in Durham costs the town $30+ million. So we have very, very limited funding.
I think it's also the county has had a rent subsidy program. I was reading just about 2 weeks ago that the current funds are about to expire, and there's been some talk at the county commission level of making that a more permanent program. So as you think about affordable housing, if you're talking about putting the money to work immediately, you can do that, but it's not permanent, right? Like rent subsidies, they help people that are in need now, but you're not creating like a physical housing unit that will be there, you know, in perpetuity or for a very, very long time. So I think those are some of the questions that between this group and the study, you kind of have to sort through like how best to allocate the funds.
The other idea that I know Commissioner Garner has mentioned that may pull in someone like a Habitat is the critical home repair. So there's the entire other component of the community that's already here, may already be in their home, but may be struggling to be able to stay in the home or keep it in good repair. And they would qualify from an income perspective that we can legally be in that business under the state statutes. So that's an entire other pot of money as far as maintaining existing affordability for people who may have their home paid off. And it wouldn't make sense for them to maybe vacate that property. So that's an entire other portion of this that I know Commissioner Garner has brought up, but that's just, the added component of there are so many ways to move forward that we hope that the housing study can help provide insight into who those folks actually are to make sure that we're hitting as many of them as possible.
Yeah, another thing that I think we need to look at, I don't know if the study will address this, probably not, but I don't know if we could look at it internally, but how many of our housing units in town are currently vacant? I know the name, is it the house that's on stilts? It's got a renter now. What is the name of that house on John Street? The White House behind that house was vacant for 5 or 6 years. There's a gentleman renting it now, but that's just an example. There are a lot of, not a lot, but probably a few hundred homes in Matthews that have nobody living in them, where maybe somebody's elderly and has gone into retirement home or for whatever reason. So some communities are figuring out ways how to put those vacant homes to use as affordable housing. Commissioner Whitley.
Hey, Hazen, I remember a couple weeks ago, you mentioned something to us that Kenny Alexander had come to you about some property over pretty close to the Graylock connection. How many acres was that?
Can somebody pull that up? I mean, it's a killer. I mean, it's so he sent in
It's really thin.
super thin. I'm not sure it's a buildable lot, but the tax value on it is 306, as I recall, $367,000. But Jay will show it to you in a minute, and it'll, you know, and if we could find other parcels, right? Okay, now you got something. To me, the scary part, and he said he'd be willing to sell it to us for tax value, but as it stands right now, it's not a buildable piece of property.
Pickleball.
So there it is. And that represents, that's probably, is that 100 feet at its widest point, think, Jay? And look up the tax value real quick. That's just.
Can you put some houses on that?
Based on our zoning. Based on our zoning ordinance, but I take all the setbacks out, the house would be about 2 inches wide, about 400 feet long.
I mean, if they did it, if they're going to
Oh,
a
no, you can see-
2-story.
Wow, 367.
If they do a 2-story.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you got to get a road in there. You got to get a road. Then you got setbacks. And I mean, if anybody owned this property and came to the town, we would suggest challenging that tax value to the county, because county sweeps through and sets a number, but really, in my opinion, an unfair value that they've been paying way too many taxes on a lot that's, I think we'd consider it a non-conforming lot, Jay. Oh.
I mean, just, yeah, I mean, I think looking at the configuration, you could put a house back where the current one sits on John Street. You could load another house off of Charles Street. So I think you'd have a minimum of 2 homes you could build on it. But I think you would need to maybe rezone it.
Put a bowling alley.
Is Morris publicly, I don't know if it's publicly maintained or not.
Sorry. So Commissioner Whitley, I think the question is like, okay, Jay, go to this lot here, right? This lot. Now you're starting to get something.
Who owns that?
That's the lot that Charlie, remember Charlie, that's all part of this. You did a whole bunch of research. The family didn't even know they owned it. And we paid them $365,000 for that 80-foot swath. No, his is over here. Oh, he did. He got. Did they buy it or did they just? Oh, so my guess is Mr. Alexander's coming to us. They've maybe offered him, but they're not willing to pay him full market value, the appraised value. So he sent an email to us saying, I'll sell it to you for appraised value. Who owns that? I mean, somehow, how can you get critical mass? That's the question. These two? Oh, that one.
Yeah, it looks like they need to assemble some lots together to make it worthwhile. I speaking for myself, I wouldn't think the town would have any interest in that long, thin lot unless it was coupled with something else.
Mayor, the lots up, the small lots that are running at a up further, if your arm was longer, Hazen.
Needs me to do
Habitat
it.
owns several of those lots.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I got you. Here, I'm going to do my best Jeff Miller. Habitat owns several of these lots.
Okay.
So there's a start.
Conversely, with True Homes owning the parcel that's adjacent to the one that's been proposed for sale, they had an affordable component in the proposal that they brought forward previously. So when we think about from a leverage standpoint, is this an opportunity where perhaps we use some ARPA funds to help make the parcel that's being offered for sale fit within the budget of True Homes? Like, can we partner with True Homes so they end up acquiring both parcels, and then it creates more opportunity for them to be putting some affordable units on both of the parcels? So it's just knowing that there was an affordable proposal next door, opposed to us buying it outright and then being able to put two, can you create more of a neighborhood amongst both parcels?
So far, True Homes has stated not a big and maybe they would be willing at that point. I don't know.
But I think they were throwing the dream key. I mean, they were just 11 units to dream key. So there could have been a difference there. I think, I mean, this is all great conversation, but where it's best in Jay's wheelhouse from a planning standpoint is you need to start looking at the policy, looking at the UDO, looking at the vision statements, and and I think he could probably brainstorm with his cohorts about what they could do from a policy statement that we can enact, meaning we want to encourage affordable housing. We'd like to have opportunities. We'd like to do more things with carrots than sticks. Frankly, I was telling Renee, you get a person building a 3-story mixed use project, you get a bonus benefit to a 4th story if you hit the 60-80% AMI for one entire floor. You've got to have that out of box thinking, but you have to have it on paper, because the developer right now looks at Matthews and knows the game plan, and it doesn't include affordable housing. So you have to reset your whole ideology, fill those gaps, study what other people do, set the policy, then that opens the door. If you don't have that in place, it's a waste of time.
Excellent point, Jay.
And John, done this in the past on different subjects, but you're talking about maybe an initial policy statement before we even look at regulatory changes in our codes. Just, you're saying the board maybe wants to consider just a policy statement on its desire to create more affordable housing options in the town. Is
that would be, we don't have that.
No, we don't.
No, just like we didn't have a tree and landscape ordinance 13 years ago. I mean, it's the same thing. You have to have that in place. And then you actually open up the door with a lot more possibilities, but you also, as a board, have to realize that the D word is going to come into play. And the board has been very resistant to the D density because a lot of times—
I was thinking something else. Thanks for clarifying that.
The D words. Oh, okay. And that's really important. I mean, there was a missed opportunity about 6-7 years ago with the facility next to Combraco. It was up for sale. The Harris Teeter finally bought. Yeah. It was up for sale for 8, dropped to 5, went to $1.5 million. Harris Teeter bought it. But what a great opportunity that could have been converted to housing project in the community. And there's your $1.5 million would have had a huge benefit, but we weren't looking at it at the time. Well, it has chemicals in it and stuff like that, but that's a different story. Everybody has to glow a little bit. We don't eat enough dirt, Larry, and this is why we get sick too easily.
I was going to say the one thing, and I've said this to others on staff yet, but I want to make sure that we don't create unrealistic expectations with the housing study. It's not going to answer all of our questions and tell us exactly, every decision point. It's obviously going to inform us. It's going to tell us the direction we need to go. But in terms of interim steps, I think thinking about that vision, thinking about the process, I think maybe Mark, Commissioner Tefano, you mentioned that, like think about how we want to distribute those funds 6 months from now. We need to be thinking about that before the study is delivered. So I think those are good interim steps.
Yes, and I think a couple other points that were brought up. You just said one of them. The funds are limited, and Commissioner Whitley suggested that we set aside some funds in all of our budgets going forward. And I know that's going to be difficult. We've got a very tight budget, but yeah, we've been talking about affordable or attainable housing for many, many years. And I think it's time that we, you heard me use the term, I think we keep dipping our toes in the pond, but let's do something. Let's build some affordable housing. Let's make, incrementally, let's improve the situation. 400 and whatever $1,000 per house is just puts a single family home out of range for a lot of people that live here, or people that want to live here that can't live here because of that, with $1,400 and $1,500 rent for an 800 square foot apartment as well. So, Mr. Willie.
Jay puts it in number 6. What happens after initial funding are spent? Does the town wish to create a more permanent resource for funding? I think yes. For so long, we have not done anything an affordable home, but I think we have to start building affordable home into our budget, just like we talked about with this street. If we're going to keep maintaining our streets up to date, you're going to have to keep pace going forward along as affordable homes. I don't know how the other towns have enacted affordable home in their budget so that they can have some resource. I'm not talking about ARCA fund, I'm talking about fundings per year, but a lot of these fundings for affordable home are matching funds. They don't ask for the whole thing, but they ask for some part. And as Becky said, Mecklenburg County has some resources along with Charlotte. So Mecklenburg County does have a pool that could be an asset. That's part of that source as well too. If you need to add for some matching fund, that could be a resource that we could do some part, but maybe a shared partnership with Mecklenburg County.
Another thing that we can do right away, and I think we've pretty much done it for the last couple of years, is we need to ask every single developer that comes here if they'll consider an affordable housing component. That should be our SOP. We ask them if they're going to do it. I remember the one gentleman whose name escapes me that did the development next to Butler. I sat down and met with him. He said, "What's important to the town?" I said, "We'd like to have some affordable housing." He said, "Done." I mean, all I had to do was that. Tony, yes. So all we did was ask. We asked, and he said, "Okay." And so again, it's not massive, but if we get a 3 or 4 units here, 4 or 5 units there, pretty soon we'll have an inventory of several hundred units that are affordable, and that's what we want.
When it becomes a formal policy direction from the board, and when it becomes potentially in our ordinances where you like density bonuses, that makes our job easier on the staff side, because it's we don't negotiate with developers. I mean, we talk about projects, vote on them. So it's if a developer walks in the door, I'm not king. I don't say 20% of this housing has to be affordable. Like if there's nothing for me to point to in the comp plan, there's nothing in the UDO. Like they're having these informal discussions with you all, and it can be kind of hit or miss sometimes. Developer may walk in and just feel like, well, there was like one board member that said they wanted affordable, and then it's not part of the proposal. So I think making it more concrete what the expectations are of this community is where we need to go.
Yeah, we're also finding benefit from going to, from developer A to B and say, "Hey, Tony did some affordable housing. Aren't you going to do some? Come on, don't be a scumbag. You can do some too." And, just put it online. So
Mayor's the takeaway of one of the takeaways from this to ask staff to pull together language like we're talking about that we could potentially or codify so that the staff knows to tell the developer, here's what the board expects. So the developer, or I'm interested in, we're not wasting this dance. We're not doing this dance.
Not asking staff for a massive project, but Jay, if you could think of some sentences that we could add to our UDO to codify that we want affordable housing here, and maybe some possible density bonuses we could give to folks that do that, I think we're all for that.
So happy to begin that process. The cautionary tale, and I don't know if you've heard about this, there's a pending lawsuit up in Davidson right now. It's been in the local news. They were sued over their inclusionary zoning process, which was essentially a fee in lieu to provide a certain amount of affordable housing, or you pay a fee. And I think the fee, gosh, off the top of my head, was $700,000 or some very large amount for a large development. And the developers now, challenge the town and take them to court. I don't know if it has merit, but I think we want to make sure, Charlie would probably back me up on this. We want to make sure that we're on firm ground when we put some of these requirements in the code.
One of the things I've discovered since being mayor, as I talk to different mayors and different councils across the state, is even most recently, Hazen, when you and I were talking to Holly Springs, one of the, I believe it was their assistant town manager, was saying, yeah, he essentially was saying they charge impact fees, which is against the law in North Carolina. He's saying, yeah, oh yeah, developer comes in, they're going to build the road. By gosh, they're going to build it. We're going to make them pay for it. And I'm thinking to myself, gee, that sounds like it's against the law in North Carolina. The legislature doesn't allow that. But I mean, I guess you wait till you get your hand slapped. But there's some communities that are a lot more aggressive in doing things like that, and really encouraging developers to bend to their will, which I don't know how they get away with it, but some of them are doing it.
And Jay, I would look also semantics. Words have meanings. I would look at the terminology. I'm not sure affordable housing is terminology. Maybe it's a workforce housing situation. Maybe it's attainable housing. Maybe there's a catch-all phrase. Most of the government dialogue is always around workforce housing.
I like workforce.
And then you've got the definitions of the different levels of things. And you can obviously codify the zoning ordinance, because you can begin looking at making things, smaller homes and modifying and tweaking it without deliberately saying you're creating an affordable product. You're just sort of moving the zoning ordinance in that direction. Maybe more form-based things get sprinkled in there.
All right, let's get ready to take a break so we can stay on track. But I do think we need a break after that lunch. I need to go get some more coffee, I think. So let's take about a 10-minute break. Good discussion. Thank you, Jay. And thank you everybody for their input. Do it. Please. We're on to our next agenda item, discussion of North Trade Street pedestrian plan, including a pending example. Susan Habina Woolard.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm going to kick this straight over to Jay. He's going to lead this conversation, and then we'll hear from Chief Pennington, and then I will wrap it up. So whenever Jay is ready to pull that up, I think he's going to run the slides. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a little bit of a lag. It looks like it's in slideshow view now. Very exciting hearing the conversations about trade today. It sounds like there's a lot of interest for potentially making some very real changes to this, obviously our most important corridor in the community. What we have before you today is really sort of a three-part conversation. I'm going to share what you've probably seen already in your notebook, some kind of inspiration images of other communities that really thought big when it came to their downtown and their streetscapes in particular. Chief Pennington's going to talk a little bit about safety, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Susan to talk about mobility study a little bit. So that's sort of the game plan. And with that, we'll get started. I chose two communities that I thought were good case studies for places that size-wise, these are not big cities. These are smaller communities. Maybe Statesville's a little bit larger than Matthews. Greer, I think their population's around 35,000, but they're and they're in the Greenville metro area. Statesville, obviously, it's on the far edge of the Charlotte region. But these are communities that put major investment into their streetscape. They didn't do a project, maybe they had in the past, but they came in with a comprehensive look at their community and how they wanted to address it. Statesville Streetscape Project, and I've shared examples and probably even in planning conferences past. In fact, some of their streetscape elements we used at the when we did the renovations out in front of Pizza Peel. Some of the street furnishings we put in, the two tables, the built-in seating, that was actually taken from examples from Statesville Streetscape. So I've been kind of looking at them for years as a good example rather. So now they are I think they're an electric city, but they needed to, as I understand it from doing some research, they had a lot of utility infrastructure. So it was a renovation of their entire right of way. It started out, and this is, they probably started planning more than a decade ago, but in 2012 dollars, kind of started as a $5 million project. I think it grew to numerous streets in their downtown. So they may have spent $8 to $10 million even a decade ago. At the time, from the research that I did, this was a 10-year loan, and it was their debt service was about $520,000 a year. If you haven't done it before, Google Street View has a turn back feature, and it's really cool. You can go back in time in Matthews or anywhere and kind of look at what the place, what it looked like 10 years ago. And so we've got a few before and afters here. These are animations, so obviously you couldn't see these in your booklet, but we wanted to demonstrate kind of what the character was of these two places before and after. And as you can see here, and I know some of these images are a little bit dark. I wish they were better quality. In a lot of cases in Statesville, their sidewalks were already wider than Matthews, but they had similar situations where, as you can see there on the right, angled parking, kind of a mix of parallel and angle. And as you let the animation roll forward here, and sorry, there's a little bit of a lag from my computer to the screen. So this is a shot of the same intersection today.
Jay, this is kind of like the before and after diet shot where they have the guy that's got his hair all mussed and it's cloudy and bad weather and he's frowning. And then when he's nice and thin, it's nice sunny day and he's got his hair combed.
It is funny. I think some of the other images are a little bit better, but the camera quality is obviously much better now than it was in 2007, 2008. But as you can see here, widened sidewalks, new curb gutter, seating areas. They've made some there's some intentionality here with the stonework at the corners and planters. You also notice in a few of these images, pay close attention, some of the larger trees that maybe, I think in Greer in particular, they ended up having to take out because it made sense to look at it holistically, not try to save, one tree, whereas they really needed to kind of start over from scratch if they wanted the wider sidewalk or if it just wasn't the right tree for the space or what have you. All right, so Mayor, we'll see if we get better. That was still kind of dark. This is another image. This was a 4-lane section. I didn't quite line these up perfectly, but as I look at it, it looks like they kind of came back with a center turn lane configuration, but you can see, I can only imagine over the past 2 years, these seating areas that they built in throughout their downtown, what an advantage that they had and their restaurants had over Matthews and other communities by having so much publicly available seating. And even, outside of the pandemic, these are amenities that people are looking for, places to stop, you're out shopping, just places to stop and take a break. I think we have, to this day, still maybe one in the 100 block street. I mean, there's practically nowhere to sit, between John Street and the railroad tracks.
Jay, can I ask probably a tangential question, but do we have any regulations in place, particularly like for the downtown area? Probably not because of Cigar 105, but regarding smoking?
No, not that
Because I've been in different communities that have this sorts of situation, and some of them have outlawed smoking even outdoors when it's in a really compact area.
Could we do it in our public rights of way?
I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm
yeah,
just asking. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
I've heard people complain even about Cigar 105 in Matthews smoking. Sorry. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Corey. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm advocating that. I was just questioning if we had anything like that in Matthews.
And I apologize. There were a lot of images here, and it was hard to really pick one. But this is probably a good example, and you'll see why in a moment. So this is angled parking, already kind of a wide sidewalk, but you can see. And I was trying to look closely earlier, mayors. You all were talking parallel parking versus angled. Is obviously this truck's. I think they're backing into the space there, but again, they have provided street furnishing all over their downtown. It's kind of heavyweight. Those actually maybe they look like individual chairs. I think they're actually bolted to the ground even potentially, so they don't end up being moved over time. But again, they at the expense of angled parking pushed the curb line outward. Created that nice green space, the planting there. And if you look at the tree was planted in the lower right, they've actually created space for these trees to grow and have some size to them. They're not even, in this situation, they're not in tree grates, right? So these trees can hopefully get some size to them as time goes on.
The furniture that's at the corner of Weddington and McKee at that little, where the detention pond is, there's a kind of a public space there. It's not bolted down, but each piece weighs about 150 pounds or 200 pounds. So it's nobody going to run off with it because it's too heavy to carry off.
Oh, outside of the Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I tried to scoot one of those chairs up to a table and you can't even, they're not bolted down, but they're made out of like solid steel or something. So they're really heavy.
Right. I think this is the last shot of Statesville. Once again, really wide sidewalks. But you can see here they've out curb lines, so that crossing, if you were to go, and I can share these slides if anybody wants to kind of go through this and kind of do the before and after. I'm happy to share the PowerPoint version with you, but you can see they've narrowed that crossing by creating the bump outs and again focus on amenities for people visiting downtown. All right, the other community that we looked at was Greer, South Carolina. Called this there, if you want to do some of your own research on it, it was called the Synergy Project. So they branded it, which was really cool to sort of sell it to the community. This recent project. I think this just wrapped up in the last year or two, actually. Of their downtown. One of the neat similarities with Math, this is Trade Street. So their main drag in town is Trade Street. Vision that scope over time as they looked at how they wanted to renovate their public rights of way. And you should have this in some of these quotes from their mayor were really interesting to me, because I think you can find continued parallels with Matthews, right? Business activity was already strong. A lot of communities that do projects like this, their downtowns are struggling. They've got high vacancy rates, and they're searching for a way to bring people to town. They already had a fairly strong downtown. They had restaurants and merchants already, but they went from a vision of maybe we can add to some sidewalk here and there, lay down some fresh asphalt. They said, we really want to effect a monumental change, not an incremental change. So they shrunk lanes, they widened their sidewalks, and made an area that people felt much more comfortable walking in. So this is one of the examples I said, notice the trees, right? These are large trees. Ralph's not here, but he would probably tell you maybe those weren't the right trees to plant there because they're very large and they're very close to the buildings. They already had brick paver sidewalks. I would say it was a fairly attractive streetscape, at that time. But what they came back with, I wish these animations were a little quicker in hindsight because it's slower than it is on my screen. So this is the new streetscape in Greer. They've got these decorative light posts with lighting across the right of way. And I immediately thought of fire trucks when I saw this. I'm assuming their fire trucks can get through. Otherwise, I guess they just snap the wires. Yeah.
I will say though, that is a really good look. I've seen in a lot of towns that lighting like that, it just looks so festive and vibrant and bright at night. And I've seen a lot of different communities use lighting like that, and it looks really nice.
But they've put thought into every aspect of the streetscape. At the corner here, there's a wayfinding at the corner of the green post that stands up. It's sort of an unusual design, and maybe Susan could better. She has probably a better handle on, I don't know how or why they did this, but they actually elevated the whole street. I found a few construction photos. They brought the whole level up so that when you exit the curb line, you're flush with the sidewalk. You can kind of see where that white car is on the left. There are drains right there, and they've got bollards to stop cars from driving on the sidewalk. But from an accessibility perspective, there's no curb to step up on when you get out of your car. So I thought that was, I don't know if it was unique to their downtown, but that was a Kimley Horn design. Got one other, I think just one other slide from Greer. There you go. There's Trade Street again. Notice kind of the big oak trees. And I'll have to go back and look and see how many blocks. I think this was maybe 3 or 4 blocks. But again, you can see the decorative brick paver work and sort of the unique design of the sidewalk cross section along each side of the road. So unless you have any questions, these are just sort of inspiration slides as we think about, if we're going out for a bond, if we're thinking about the mobility study, the streetscape plan, what are some communities that they really kind of got it right? All right. As I'm kind of transitioning here, this was a presentation we were going to give at a 5:30, last month and kind of ran out of time, but I did want to go over just briefly before, well, not briefly, but I've got a couple of slides before we get to Clark's presentation, talking about the history of planning along Trade Street. So we've been doing studies out here for 3 decades. We're kind of going to the bottom building study, the pattern book, but going back to 1998, that was when we did the original downtown design guidelines, which we still use to this date. So we've gotten a lot of mileage out of that. We did the Trade Street design that included the bump outs, and we've got a slide on that here in a moment. But we've really been kind of pondering this area and making some improvements for 3 decades now. I always like this image out of our downtown design guidelines because where we're sitting today, this was a vision that was put together before this project ever broke ground. So that kind of grainy black and white rendering, that's a town hall on the left with a green space out front and new commercial buildings lining the green space. So it's interesting to see plans put into place and not just sit on the shelf and collect dust. So this was a fundamental way that we kind of changed this part of town. But the real intent was, if these regs weren't in place, you could still come in and build the same buildings you could build on US 74 in the heart of our downtown. So over the years, where Umami is, that was a Kentucky Fried Chicken. We had buildings with parking in the front setback that were being constructed, and that is not a traditional downtown look. So much of John Street today, where the former BB&T is, that development all came into place before the town had regulations that said, no, you have to put your parking beside or behind the building. You can't put it in the front setback. So I think we kind of take that for granted today, that, well, of course the parking's not going to be out front the way it is at Christopher's, but it wasn't that long ago that was still legal for a developer to come in and build the equivalent of a strip mall with front setback parking. All right, in 2009, and this instead of an animation, you just kind of got both images in one here. The board, as I recall at Hazen, the board was kind of presented with 2 or 3 levels of improvements we could do to Trade Street. I think we chose the middle improvements, which were more functional than aesthetic. So instead of, for instance, the bump outs are not, they're not brick pavers. We didn't redo the sidewalks with brick pavers or anything of that nature. It was more of a functional, let's make the street safer. Let's prevent cars. And I recall seeing there in front of Renfro in that upper photo, I recall in the morning sometimes, if there were no cars parked there, just seeing cars driving through the parking spaces. Like there was, the street was not very enclosed. There was really no way to limit people could drive. So we've added the bump outs with the trees and really kind of pulled that right of way inward to better direct the flow of traffic and keep people from, as much as possible, from doing dumb things. We got a lot of grief for those bump outs. People were unhappy, particularly I recall the speed tables. That made a lot of people, kind of upset, but it's been a good project. I think it has made things safer downtown. And it's funny how time moves. It's been 13 years. It feels like just yesterday that we were doing that work. Next, we partnered with the town of Stallings on the comprehensive transportation plan. One of the projects that came out of that were the bike lanes and multi-use path on South Trade Street. This was completed by ACTS about 3 or 4 years ago. The downtown streetscape improvement plan, which when we went back and we're looking at this, it's, again, as a planner, to see projects come into motion, exciting, because a lot of planning work does kind of gather dust sometimes, unfortunately. But some of the projects we've seen come out of this, which are very exciting, are the multi-use path along East Matthews Street, Matthews Mint Hill, the Heritage Trail multi-use path on East Charles Street, our raised crosswalk at Trade and Matthews Station, the railroad parking lot, which again, we've gotten some grief from people about that. They don't like that it's harder to back out, but I think that pathway, that vision to create a safe pedestrian path between Trade Street and Ames Street has been very important. And as you're now seeing, there's a warehouse being renovated on Ames Street that's also going to have restaurant retail uses. We've created a safe connection for pedestrians between Trade and Ames Street to that new development. And that developer took keen notice of that path there. They said, I may not be on the main drag in town, so to speak, but people can walk directly to my new development from Trade Street on this dedicated pedestrian path. So that's overall been, at least from my perspective, a good improvement. And then finally, we're in design right now on the North Ames Street widening, some of the widening work between, if you're familiar with Park Center Drive, kind of where in North End, there's Ortho Carolina up there, that section of Ames Street that's really narrow. There's, we're currently working to widen that on one side. Thank you. We talked a little bit about the downtown plan. We rewrote this in, I think it was, there's the adoption date. It was January 2013. Created a new vision for downtown, really updated the existing plan at the time. Probably one of the biggest wins out of that document is this little pocket park that was created in North End with the Loyalist at the corner, kind of that vision to have that urban streetscape continued, to dedicate some green space and areas for trees and things of that nature. We're happy that changed into effect as a result of that plan. We've also talked in that plan about the Umami site, and there's property next to it that potentially could be parking deck, maybe some mixed use there that fronts the future light rail platform. And that's a potential to add some parking right in the heart of town via maybe a public-private partnership. We talked a little bit earlier about the pattern book you see here. This is the streetscape plan. So this is one of the two documents we talked about, the mobility study and the streetscape plan that were the separate items and the potential bond items. You just kind of see a image here of this was a Block Design. So we had two different firms that kind of looked at it. This was the version that Block Design had done that shows how we could take, and let me orient you. This is looking northward on Trade Street. So we're kind of hovering right over John Street. So this is giving you an idea of how we could come in with more street trees and public seating amenities and things of that nature via that streetscape plan. Then thinking about implementation, this was another, this is a good example of, I think most of you probably remember what things look like outside Pizza Peel there on the left when that was still Dilworth Coffee several years ago. We had a situation where as you're walking down Trade Street, you actually had cars parked on the, I don't know if you can see my cursor here. As you walk down Trade Street, you were presented with the door of a car, and it didn't really create a nice front door to Matthew Station. So we partnered with Lat Purser. Susan and I got to work together. This is one of the first projects we really partnered on, I think, or partnered a lot on, and had the same contractor that was doing the patio also do the improvements, but we implemented the planters there, kind of filled in the planting strip because this is really a main intersection in town. It really didn't make sense there was grass there. So we've been really happy. I think that's been a nice upgrade to the community, really, really improved the streetscape for that part of that block. All right, I'm looking at, Susan's going to talk in more detail about the mobility study, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. That might be it. Oh, let me double check here. Yeah, I think that's everything on streetscape. And unless you guys have any kind of burning questions for me right now, I'll turn it over to Chief Pennington.
Okay, I'm going to just talk briefly, just a little bit about pedestrian accident review. And what we did is we went back 3 years to try to look at where are the accidents in downtown. And again, this is going to be focused just in our downtown area. And then I'll talk about a speed study that we did. I believe it was 2020. So, and Jay's going to drive. All right. So what you're looking at here is it's an animated map, if you will. So these are the accidents from 2019, which is represented in the upper left-hand corner with the dates. And then each color kind of talks about severity of accidents or injury, possible injury evident, or fatality. So in 2019, if you recall, we did have the fatality there at Park Center Drive and Trade Street, which was obviously tragic and one of those incidents that tugs at everybody when you see something like that. But the accidents in downtown, again, if you look at numbers 3 and numbers 4, those are over there at the Aldi. One is represented by a fatality, which is the red. Just to remind you all, that is not an accident. That was the homicide murder that we had at Aldi. It was an intentional act, but it is still represented as a pedestrian incident. So for 2020, there were 2 downtown, looking at 5 and 6. They were 5 was a possible injury, which means individual might have complained of some level of injury, but no injury was evident. And number 6 was injury was evident, but it was unclear if it was disabling or how severe that was. But those were the 2 accidents that we had in downtown for that year. This is the last year, 2021. There were 4 that year. So looking at evident, 3 of the 4 injuries to individuals downtown were possible injuries, which mean they might have complained of injury, but nothing was severe or maybe didn't even need to be transported. But those are the level of pedestrian accidents that we had for this 3 years. Questions on that? Let me just kind of, before I take that, let me just say, I mean, obviously, when you look at all the dots at once in 3 years, we're looking at about 10 pedestrian accidents in our downtown area, 2 technically outside of it. But I do believe that our downtown is a safe location. I do think that it takes a whole village in this perspective, right? Because with the changes that have been made in the engineering perspective there at Trade and Matthews Station, I think are significantly improving pedestrian safety down there. We have increased the number of patrols that we do in downtown. A lot of that is, we are committed to ensuring that our downtown, which is the heart of Matthews, remains not only safe in numbers, but also remains safe in its perspective or its perception of safety. Because if an individual is downtown and doesn't feel like they're safe, then obviously we're going to start getting additional complaints, which I think is what's evident in this next slide when we started talking about our speed study. So in 2020, shortly after we did the upgrades to the speed table there at Trade and Matthews Station, we began getting quite a few complaints, not only from residents, but also from some elected officials that cars were still going extremely fast over that speed table. A lot of the complaints that I heard was it's evident by the fact that they're bottoming out. I don't know that that was accurate, but it kind of goes back to my first, or the comment I just made about perception. The perception of speed going over that speed table was that people were speeding, and that we had to try to determine, is it a perception or is it a reality? So we conducted a speed study where we placed our speed signs out facing northbound and southbound, and we did it for about 12 days. And that 12-day study, what we did was we actually turned the speed counter off, so people could not see how fast they were going. People said, why do you have them hanging if they're not working? But that was by design. We wanted to get true data about how fast are people going over that speed table. We tried to focus the radar beam so that it was as the vehicle was entering that speed table on both directions. So we did that. We did about a 12-day study, as I told you, one from northbound and southbound. And we saw 34,000 captures in that 12 days. Sometimes people gasp when they say 34,000 cars went over that speed table. I'll tell you that this is a radar gun, right? So a radar may capture a car multiple times depending on if, as it's coming at the speed table, if a car goes in front of it, it would break its beam. And then as it picks it up again, it might do a second capture. But it's going to do that capture in the direction in which it's traveling. So it did capture 34,000 northbound and about 28,000 captures southbound. Here's some of the information we collected from that. Of the 34,000 cars traveling northbound, that's by day. You can see the average speed as it enters that speed table. And moving from speed table to speed table down there in that downtown doesn't really afford the opportunity, unless you jump on the gas, to get it up above that 10-mile-an-hour threshold. And when I talk about 10-mile-an-hour threshold, you're using a radar gun, which has a plus or minus of 1 or 2 on it. So you're really looking at a vehicle traveling over 10 miles of the posted speed limit. Well, obviously 35 miles an hour on Trade Street at any time of the day is way too fast, but you can see the average speeds as they're entering that speed table were under 15 miles an hour. Southbound, a little bit different. I think that you're getting into the 16-mile-an-hour. And if you remember, or if you look at that speed table, there are different elevations on that speed table when you enter, you exit, whether you're going northbound or southbound. So we did see a little bit of a difference in that, but still well under that 10-mile-an-hour threshold, and actually well under the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. So what's important when we look at this is exactly how many times, and I didn't pull the actual times of these incidents, but that is something that we'll look at. We want to know how many times is a vehicle doing 10 miles an hour over. Now, there were 5 opportunities or 5 times of those 34,000 captures where an individual was doing over 10 miles an hour. Now, is that right when they enter the speed table, or was it as they were approaching the speed table? Either way, they were still 10 miles an hour in that downtown area, which does give some concern. But remember, we're talking about a 12-day study. And when we start looking at this data from a deployment strategy perspective for police departments, we want to know what's the best time to be there to capture the speeder, right? Because there's only 5 of them in 12 days. Putting them there for the entire time, waiting on one of those 5 speeders to come by just isn't a smart deployment strategy. So we looked at that. But what you do see is on the southbound, there were 22 times that the vehicle reached the threshold. Never as they were going over that speed table, because we were seeing the average speeds less than that. But we did see 22 times during that 12-day capture. I'm sorry, you can stay back. I will say that the speed data doesn't give us alarm that there's a huge and significant amount of speeding happening across that speed table. But nonetheless, we continued conversations with the town manager. We continued conversations with the engineering department, and we talked a lot about what is it we can do to maybe make some changes, right? The perception of speeding and not being safe crossing that crosswalk is still important to us. So we've had those conversations. We've thrown around, we've done some brainstorming, but ultimately this is where we're landing, bringing it to you. Yes, sir.
I got a question. Did you or your officers see any cars bottoming out? Because if they're going that slow and they're bottoming out, either they've got poor shocks or the table's designed incorrectly.
There's quite a few. I wouldn't say bottoming out. So there's a brush guard in the front of the vehicle, there's usually a black brush guard. You typically hear that. If you're at downtown for any period of time and just sit out at Seaboard, you're going to see vehicles that will hit that brush guard going up. I don't know that it's a bottoming out issue. I think it's that brush guard.
Yeah, my wife has a Ford Fusion and it's very low. So she bottoms out going into our driveway. So I know what you're talking about.
So in addition to looking at engineering, and we'll talk about, education, engineering, and enforcement, we also increased the number of times we were patrolling in the downtown area. We were putting our traffic unit in the downtown area, not only monitoring this particular intersection, but also monitoring other pedestrian crossing areas along Trade Street between the greenways and those type of things. So it does appear, though, that the perception is that speed is an issue in downtown. I don't know that the data supports the actual application of that, but the perception is still there. So as I was talking about, we try to operate all of these problems when we get assigned a problem, I should say, in the 3E perspective, which is education, engineering, and enforcement. Education is a big part of what we do. We did it out at Elizabeth Lane. We had a significant speeding problem out there. We met with the community. We met with engineering and kind of came up with a plan, and then educated those that travel that roadway on how to properly navigate that with the road changes that we did. And an important part of fixing or getting long-term change into a problem that we've identified is through the engineering perspective. I'll say it here this time. I know I've said it many other times. Enforcement is not our answer. Just similar to we're dealing with another roadway, Morningwood, where we're having speeding problems out there. Enforcement is not the only answer that we can come up with, right? And sometimes we hear that, well, police need to go out there and run more radar. That fixes the problem for a very short period of time while we're there, but it never fixes the problem long term. So we try to go at this 3E perspective in everything we do to solve these problems. And engineering has always been a huge supporter of this. They've always been a huge help for us because we can't continue to get long-term change without their support. And obviously, enforcement is important, right? So we're reinforcing standards. You're seeing that now out on 74. We are out there educating with our speed signs or our large billboards that everybody seems to love when we get some new witty thing on it. But we are educating drivers about slow down, put your phone down, take your foot off the gas. And again, I think I've said it in meetings with you guys before. I don't honestly believe people are out there intentionally trying to speed for the most part. I think we get caught up in our day. We get caught up in our moments and our thoughts, and we kind of lose track of what we're doing. And all of a sudden you look down and you're seeing 60 and a 45. This education perspective that we're using is educating them to pay attention. Look at your speedometer. When we say, hey, slow down, it's almost instinctive for you to look at the speedometer and see how fast you are going and then back off. But the engineering is currently happening in other areas of the town, and obviously enforcement on 74. We're trying to reinforce the standard. No matter where it is, we identify a problem. So actually, before you hit click, this is actually going to be an educational safety video. If you are following us on social media, what we've taken on in the past couple of months is education, right? We're taking this education perspective very seriously, and we're trying to notify and try and help drivers navigate the roadway very safely. Well, without even knowing this presentation was coming up, we had identified pedestrian safety as an issue downtown. So this video is actually a pedestrian safety video we made about a month and a half ago to kind of educate not just drivers, but also pedestrians. So want to go ahead and hit? Yeah. Is it? Uh-oh. Well, if not, you can go to our social media page and watch it. It's Tim Aycock speaking. He's got a much better voice than I do. Is it going to play? It's not playing, huh? It does. And I think it's also important to look at pedestrian safety as not just a driver responsibility, it's also a pedestrian responsibility, and vice versa. It's not just the pedestrian who needs to watch out for the cars. It's got to really be a two-way street. So
hello, I'm Tim Aycock, the Public Information Officer for the Matthews Police Department. Thank you for joining us for this second episode of Traffic Talk, where we will be discussing pedestrian safety, but more specifically, crosswalk safety. According to NHTSA, in the U.S. in 2019, out of the 6,205 pedestrian deaths that were related to traffic crashes on public roads, over 26% of them were at intersections. So let's start with some tips for drivers. Make sure you are yielding to pedestrians in crosswalks and at intersections. Always be prepared to stop at all crosswalks, stay alert, and reduce speed. Just because the light is green doesn't mean that you can stop monitoring crosswalks to ensure that they are free of pedestrians. Please wait until pedestrians have safely crossed the roadway, or in the case of a multi-lane road, have safely reached the pedestrian refuge island before resuming travel. Never pass another vehicle that is stopped or is slowing down at or near a crosswalk. Be aware of pedestrians that are waiting to cross in a pedestrian refuge island. Now some tips for pedestrians. Always cross at marked crosswalks. When you do not, you are making yourself much more vulnerable to motor vehicle traffic. Obey any pedestrian signals and look left, right, left to make sure that the road is clear in both directions before crossing. If a vehicle approaches, attempt to make eye contact with the driver to be sure that he or she sees you before crossing. Look before walking past stopped vehicles and do not cross just because a driver waves for you to go. Be sure yourself that it is safe to do so before crossing. We usually think of distracted driving when it comes to our electronic devices, but distracted walking can be just as dangerous for pedestrians. Be alert at all times by not texting and walking. Listening to headphones can also easily get you distracted from the sounds that you may need to be aware of for your safety. Thank you for watching, and please remember to make safe decisions.
And again, this is one example of videos that we are doing as kind of an educational perspective or a campaign, if you will. Our latest video that came out on Facebook, I think it was last week, is talking about the area on 74 and paying attention there. So any questions?
I just have a comment. I think, yeah, education is the key, because it took even, myself being the mayor of Matthews and living here a while to get used to all the crosswalks and to be actively looking for pedestrians. And I think all of us have seen cars, and it could be people that are not from around here, but they just cruise right on through. They don't even think about stopping at the crosswalk ever, no matter if, and I've seen people push the buttons and they still just cruise on through. So Yeah, particularly for the drivers to be really actively looking for pedestrians is going to be it's a difficult education effort, but that's what it takes. And I think a lot of our issues are from people that aren't familiar with the crosswalks.
Susan?
Thanks, Chief Jay. You want to pull up the slides again? And to the mayor's point, part of it is the messaging, right? People use context clues as they drive through our town. And so they see a big wide open roadway, they're going to big wide open roadway drive. But if in those images that Jay showed you of downtowns, you would probably be looking for pedestrians, right? When you go into that brickwork, when you see all that streetscape, it's a much different message as people are driving through that town. So you've seen those photos from Jay with the history of the planning the downtown area. You've heard what police department is doing. Engineering is trying to do the combination of the vision plus the safety, right? And so back in 2017, staff took to the Board of Commissioners 5 ideas for planning grant dollars. And the commissioners approved all of it. And 2 of those were a downtown mobility study and a downtown parking study. And because they were so integrated, we combined them into one study, and Dana took over the management of that study. The combined study had the purpose to take a comprehensive look at how people move in and around downtown Matthews. This is all within the downtown overlay area. It focused on Trade Street, but included those areas within the overlay. The consultant reviewed and incorporated past studies. And last but not least, it includes the parking analysis and recommendations. Today, we'll focus on the project's portion of the mobility study. Now, previously, you all mentioned remembering being involved in the mobility study and being involved in those focus groups. Well, that was a couple of years ago, so it's great to have a refresher, and that's what we want to do today. So we'll focus on projects. These projects identify the physical changes to the streets that can create the transportation system and networks and vision for our downtown. The projects are for pedestrians, bicyclists, transit, parking, and street transformations. Also contained in the document are programs which provide incentives and support for people to travel using more options. The programs portion addresses items like shared parking, new mobility technology, wayfinding, and transportation demand management, and also policies. The policies support decision-making about funding the projects and the programs. They include code changes, prioritizing funding for projects and programs in coordination with local and regional partners such as CATS, Charlotte Area Transit. The next slide shows what downtown could look like with complete mobility. Isn't it colorful? We see a combination on this map of existing and proposed facilities, but you see a lot more proposed improvements, which will make for an excellent connected walkable downtown. As you can see on this map, all the streets have green, orange, or blue lines, and that indicates pedestrian and cyclist facilities, supporting the town's vision statement to be more walkable and bikeable. The next slide, well, not all slides can have pretty pictures, my apologies. And with this slide, I want to communicate to you that a lot of thought went into scrutinizing potential projects for the mobility study. Potential projects were identified through a needs assessment process, reviewing the downtown planning documents that Jay talked about, gap analysis like you've seen with our sidewalk gap maps, safety analysis, assessment of demand for transportation, and allows a lot of public stakeholder input, reviewing the available data, and hundreds of I just talked about stakeholder and public comments. Many of you were part of that. The field work, that mobility team did a lot of walking downtown. We put in a lot of miles down there. And of course, the comprehensive parking study that inventoried the number of existing spaces, public and private, and their occupancy rates. Hanging on to that parking idea, I want to direct your attention to this diagram excerpted directly from the study. The question that this chart is answering is, how do we know what stage we're at with our parking counts? Like, how do we know what the next step is with parking? We're currently in step one, the conditions that are in place today. You see those required actions on the right for whichever step you're in. And for step one, staff is already working on signage. And I know Dana has on her to-do list to create a parking map for our website so people can plan their trip to downtown. Where can I park that has the least amount of stress, right? And for step two, once we see our parking capacity get to 75 to 85%, what do we do then? Well, as usual, Dana's on the ball. The next slide shows results from the most recent parking study. And before you click on that video, I want you, go ahead to the next slide. I want you to think about where are people parking and why. So staff twice a year in the spring and the fall, we walk all of downtown from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and count the number of cars parked in the various parking locations. It's important to understand parking in downtown when we think about mobility, when we think about where people are walking to and from and how they're crossing the street and why. So when you're watching this video of our parking count inventory, think about those questions. Where are people parking? Where are they parking there? Why is there a perception that there's a parking issue in downtown? Maybe these maps can help with that. Why are our parking zones not enforced? And where are there parking opportunities? So think of that as Jay steps through these, the video. This doesn't have fun music like the last video you saw. So it's a very engineering video. I'm telling you, all these videos worked when I tested it. I apologize.
Jay, do you have the raw file that's not embedded?
While Jay's working on that, are there any questions about the couple slides? You might want to pause at each interval too, Jay, because it goes pretty fast. So you see here the legend shows that white is pretty vacant, green is starting to be utilized, and red is reaching occupancy. We started, again, this is the 10 o'clock one, so this is on a weekday. It's going to step to the 12 o'clock count, and you can see where kind of like in the downtown area along Trade Street, you're seeing some of the red show up. As we get into the afternoon, it starts to free up again. And then at dinner time, it fills back up. But still right there in that core, you do see a lot of white, some vacant spaces still in our downtown area showing available parking. And a lot of those are private lots. The green on the on-street parkings, which is kind of like the straight parking areas, are the on-street parkings. And you can see those are used, but not at full capacity. And so then the next set is going to be our Saturday counts. In the morning, we see a lot of white spaces kind of around the edges downtown. Some of the spaces are starting to fill up from those morning activities. Lunchtime, of course, is a popular time to come to downtown Matthews. Those spaces free up again in the afternoon. And we're back to some major capacity at Saturday night.
I have a question. You said red was essentially at capacity. What is green? That there's just what percentage would you say?
I can't see the legend from back here. I think it's, I don't know, is it 25 to 75? And then maybe red is 75 to 100.
Okay. Okay. That gives me a good idea.
Yeah.
So I think the point is here that there's a lot of parking available. It's just not at the doorstep of the of the business that you want to go to, maybe.
Yeah. And again, looking at step one in the recommendation, signage is a really big thing, right? So people need to know that they can go down to Fremont Street and park. And that's something that we're currently working on. We're currently working on expanding the parking on Charles Street too, and doing signage there. That parking is kind of in a shaded area. So a lot of people might not know that that's an opportunity there. Okay, Jay, thanks. Next slide.
Susan, sorry about the tech difficulties. I'm sweating. There's a sweat dripping from me. You can't see because you're not here, but
you're doing great.
I did want to note, Mayor, that a lot of that green is also private parking, and we'll talk. Susan will maybe talk more about shared parking, but people can't legally park in a lot of those spaces that you're seeing show up.
Okay, so moving on. So that's like some of the background and explanation of the mobility study, and what I wanted to do for you. So we know the mobility study has built on all those other studies that Jay talked about. It's got a focus on safety and a focus on the Trade Street corridor. So what I did in these next few slides was pull the projects specific to the Trade Street corridor from Fullwood to 51. And these, this map is just kind of showing like all the projects and then the details. And the slide that Jay's got showing right now, the study focused, had specific drawings for each of the intersections from McDowell to Overwood. So that's your A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. And they did renderings or sketches for what each of those intersections would look like on the next slide to show how safety, crossing safety specifically, could be improved in those intersections, right? Chief talked a lot about that perception of safety, right? That perception of safety. And is it safety like walking along Trade Street? Is it safety crossing Trade Street? These diagrams specifically address crossing. But I want you to keep in mind, especially as you look at the diagram in the lower left-hand corner, that's Matthews Station Street and Trade Street. It is hard to cross 4 lanes of traffic. Regardless of where you're at, it's hard to cross 4 lanes of traffic. So when you think about where it's easy to cross in Matthews and where it's hard to cross in Matthews, it's hard to cross 51, that's 4 lanes of traffic. It's people perceive it's hard to cross there at Trade Street, despite that raised intersection that we created, where it really, the intersection does increase visibility of pedestrians. It does increase visibility of crosswalks. It does all these things, but it's still, you got to cross 4 lanes of traffic. That's gonna be hard wherever you're at. So until, while that stays 4 lanes, that's still going to feel uncomfortable because of the additional oncoming lane of cars, right? The first car sees you and stops. But as Tim said in the video, as a pedestrian, you can't be assured that the second car has stopped. And when you're driving, when you see a car stop, don't speed up to pass it, right? Because there could be a pedestrian in a crosswalk. I know you all are number based, so the next few slides are about the numbers. And so all those Trade Street improvements are here tabulated. Hope you all brought your binoculars, but these are included in your packet if you need to take a deeper dive. So you can see the majority of the recommendations do center on lane reconfigurations and crossing improvements. Okay, so here's where we talked about parallel versus angle. We don't have to discuss that today, but understand that other improvements could be made. Okay, so item 1 is the reconfiguration from McDowell, past John Street to Charles Street. It's a big piece. And we heard earlier, we need to combine roadway improvements with streetscape improvements. We are all for that, and we can certainly do that. This presentation was done prior to that discussion. And then you'll notice on the next kind of midway down, the section on Trade Street from Matthews Street to 51 is twice as much. Well, that's because we don't have 6 lanes of roadway and right-of-way to work with. In that section, there's right-of-way constraints, geographical constraints. And the other thing to note with this chart is some of these are just intersection only upgrades, right? We wanted to throw the whole thing at you to see, like, we have looked at this. Here's some potential associated costs. Now, we did not do sketches for all of these improvements. This is just an order of magnitude costs where we looked at crossing upgrades. How much does it cost, and just applied it. Each crossing is going to have its own special challenges, as we know. So we know now you're interested in that main corridor improvement, and staff can sharpen our pencils and take a deeper dive into looking at these estimates. The next section of recommendations is what I call supportive parking opportunities. If we do a street reconfiguration, it's important to show, well, where are we making up those parking spaces? So these are locations where potential parking actually touches Trade Street, where you are literally, you could, instead of parking right on Trade Street, you turn the corner and park there, and then you can walk a block, right? And be right at Trade Street. And there's probably going to be a sidewalk associated, so you get out of your car and you walk to Trade Street. The next slide expands on this idea and says, well, if you do a little bit of pedestrian improvements, you can do parking improvements nearby Trade Street, right? That are still parking in downtown, but maybe it's not parking directly on Trade Street. Again, your vision for Trade Street, we heard you like the idea of the mobility study with the streetscape. We saw those visions from Jay. We heard from him saying, what's the best use of that space in front of those buildings? Is it a parking lot, or is it for business amenities? Is it for beautification and two-way pedestrian traffic? Right now, all that is crammed into 9 feet. If we think a little bit broader and we can park and walk from other areas, that's what this slide is about, is those projects that kind of support Trade Street corridor by providing parking and pedestrian opportunities. And then the last slide of these estimates is a little bit more of a stretch, where this is strictly looking at pedestrian mobility, where people have maybe parked elsewhere and want to get to the Trade Street. Of course, the purpose of this entire study is specific to North Trade Street to mitigate the reduction of the on-street spaces for more active business uses. That was the focus I took on these slides to prepare these estimates for you. Again, order of magnitude estimates, not detailed estimates. And on the last slide, some discussion points or additional information for your consideration. The projects that are listed have already been scored through the mobility study. That scoring is available in the mobility study document. The total cost of the projects that I excerpted is 22 million. However, there's a lot of redundancy with the CIP projects, right? So we've talked about that. These were kind of done separately. So the professional estimator that Becky referred to can help eliminate some of these redundancies and some of these projects that we might see in both the CIP and this Trade Street corridor excerpt with the additional supporting projects. So we do realize staff needs to sharpen their pencil on that based on what we've heard today, to create like an inclusive mobility and streetscape project. Thirdly, again, this was developed prior to this meeting. We all, I feel like, seem to be in alignment that Trade Street improvements need to be funded together with a bond. So there's that continuous aesthetic instead of piecemealing those improvements. The ones that have currently been funded, like the raised intersection, they're nice, but it's still chipping away at that vision that I think that you have for downtown. And so I just kind of as an aside, does that mean that we now bring up again what Becky mentioned, that downtown revitalization as a bond item, rather than lumping these into a transportation item? I don't know, but I wanted to remind you of that. So in this presentation, you've seen the inspirational photos from Jay, gotten the safety background from Chief P, and what the mobility study does to try and meld those two to create projects on Trade Street. This concludes the slides. Hazen, Jay, Chief, have we missed anything from these slides that you were expecting to hear?
Because they're saying no, and Ken told me that he thinks Chief P is Chief Pennington's rap name. So I kind of like that. So when he cuts his first disc, he'll be using that. Commissioner Tefano.
Yes, would you please go back to the slide where it has crosswalk upgrades and the dollar amounts for the pedestrian corridor from 51 to, I guess, south of the fire station? Yeah, there was a spreadsheet, I guess, for a better term. It had the words upgrade and dollar there.
39.
That might be it right there. Yes, thank you. Can I have the definition of crossing upgrade, please?
Sure. It varies based on the pictures from the prior slide. So crossing upgrades typically include bump outs, which are curb extensions that shadow the parking rather than having the pedestrian standing behind the parking space. Sometimes it includes a median with a pedestrian refuge, and it always includes a high visibility crosswalk.
Okay, I would like to modify the definition of crossing upgrade and see if we can get consensus for it. I'd like to start from the ground up. Number one is that it's always, the painting of the crosswalk is always maintained properly, that every single crosswalk in that corridor there has a pedestrian button. When that pedestrian button is pressed at night, the crosswalk is lit, and there at all times there would be a hybrid beacon. And that all the way from 51 down to McDowell Street.
I'd like to make a comment to that. I agree with some of your comments, but I think if you put a hybrid beacon at every crosswalk, you're going to have beacon fatigue because there's going to be so many of them. People are going to start ignoring them.
They're only on when the button is pressed. And this is going to be an increase of pedestrian traffic, hopefully on a major scale over the next 10 years. And if we're going to be encouraging traffic downtown. Now, having said that, that would be the ultimate goal. However, to take things in baby steps, the very first thing, as I brought up in one of the previous meetings, was to make sure that every crosswalk in that corridor is properly painted. And then to secondly, go to the raised bump and put in pedestrian crossings on that, pedestrian buttons on that raised bump, along with lighting at night on that pedestrian crossing, and along with the hybrid beacons on that particular raised bump. Let me express why this is such a concern to me. In addition to the statistics that you provided, there's numerous near misses, of which I was and my granddaughter were a recipient of, especially on that raised bump. When the inside traffic stops and the pedestrian is coming across, then that outside lane doesn't know why they're stopped, and they just barrel right through the intersection. And if you're a pedestrian right in front of the stopped car and you're walking, you literally become within inches of this car coming through the crosswalk. So having said that, specifically on that raised crossing, which is a high traffic area, to have that with the pedestrian buttons and to be lit at night and to have hybrid beacon, and then in addition to making sure that every one of those crosswalks is properly painted.
Renee?
I think on this particular item, we don't want to get into policy and creating new policies and design frameworks. What I hope that personally that we can talk about is, taking this study and applying it to the monies that may or may not come in through our bond. And then you see a lot of those problems I would think are being addressed through engineering without the worry of visual pollution from too many signs and those signs becoming wallpaper. And so I guess I'm excited to see this mobility study come to life in the future through that bond money. And I hope that what we can discuss is, you know, the tools in place in front of us, which ones are we most interested in using?
Right. What I wanted to do was to get additional quotations, if it's the board's will, to get additional quotations to make these specifically the raised bump area where we at least had pedestrian buttons lit at night and hybrid beacons on that very important crossing to find out what the cost of that would be. But to start initially to, as I brought up in one of the previous meetings, is to have crossings painted all the way, every one of those crossings to be properly painted. They're in sad shape right now, and we really need to pay attention to that. It's a quick fix. It's a low dollar amount. It demonstrates to the people of Matthews and the businesses downtown that we're doing something positive toward pedestrian safety.
Believe that is on an upcoming agenda. When is that, Lori? No, I'm sorry. I believe it's on the March 14th. Can we have that on our agenda to discuss painting the crosswalks? We wanted to do it after this meeting and perhaps not our next one because it's loaded with.
Well, I, in my recollection was we postponed it to have this discussion
Right.
today, and we hadn't set like what's the next to do. I think what we're learning is there sounds like there's consensus to do a significant bond project here along this corridor, and we're going to hear more about the streetscape. I mean, the streetscape, and whatever in a few minutes. But you know, we're talking about November 22 design. You know, we're talking a year from now, probably before we get started. At the very late, at earliest, something really significant, the way I see it. So I think we do need to talk about what are some interim steps. The ideal interim steps fit right with the plan, but that may not be possible. For instance, painting these crosswalks, right? If the board says, look, let's go ahead and do that. We know it's going to cost, I don't know, $3,000 a crosswalk. I can't quite remember, but it's, you know, yes, DOT is going to come in the spring and pave South Trade Street. Does the board want to wait for that? They will they'll paint them back. Those current crosswalks with just the white lines and none patched, that meets DOT standards, and they may put that back in, right? So of course, they're going to be white, they're going to be bright. I got one more thing. Then the other, I think, question is, at least what I'm hearing from Commissioner Fano is, out there at Matt Station Street and North Trade, what can we do if that's maybe our hot spot, our hottest spot maybe? Do we look at hybrid beacons, and how does that look? I do know there was a real discussion because of you and I and Susan were out there together about what's the best way to light that. I think Susan's got the right vision on, okay, here's the safest way to light that. You had some ideas. She's the professional.
Right. But instead of continuously talking, is if we could say, we are going to paint these crosswalks, and we're going to do it in a particular particular period of time. The second step would be pay attention to the raised platform and to provide proper safety for that. And that is pedestrian buttons on the raised platform, along with overhead lighting at night, and also on that particular platform to have pedestrian beacons. This is a major concern of a lot of citizens, including myself, and also a concern of the business owners in the area with whom I spoke. So I'm asking for the board consideration on those two items. Number one item would be to paint all of the pedestrian crosswalks. Number 2 item would be to do a design study for the raised platform to incorporate pedestrian buttons, overhead lighting, and hybrid beacons.
So if I could, I'd like to ask our subject matter expert, Susan, what her opinion is, number of those 2 items.
Yeah, sure. So I will be sharing with you a pavement marking plan for South Trade Street that at the next meeting that has the crosswalks with the bars. And it's my understanding that NCDOT will paint the bars on South Trade Street in those crosswalks for us. But before I present it to y'all, I'll make sure I get confirmation that they are going to paint those ladder style, and that is just on that South Trade Street repaving portion. And I've requested again that we be at the top of the list for when repaving starts again, which is usually around March 15th, weather dependent, of course. As far as the crossing, yeah, I think we need to get a traffic engineer in there to study. You know, we use the NCDOT crossing guidelines as a starting point, which says at this point, you paint a crosswalk. Once your pedestrian level reaches this threshold, you do the flashing beacon. When it reaches this threshold, you do the hybrid beacon, and at this threshold, you put in a full traffic signal. So we do have some guidance that we can use to determine what that is. Of course, we're lacking pedestrian counts. So you would need to authorize some funds to have that study done to provide recommendations for that. And you could also hire an engineer or consultant to take a deep dive into that for what is the best pedestrian push button treatment for the raised intersection. You know, we talked about it years ago, right? When we decided on the design for that, and we said, let's let the design work for a while and see if we need to do those beacons in the future. I would think that the result of the study would be that maybe we can do the flashing beacon, hybrid beacon, with that being a 3-legged intersection is a little bit more difficult for compliance.
Susan, is it possible to, even if we have to pay DOT, would they paint a different or an other than their standard crossing pattern on would they do the hatched pattern if we ask them to?
I think if it exists, then they do. If it doesn't exist, like in the video we saw Fullwood and Trade Street,
right?
We painted those. They painted the bars. I said, would you please, or the long lines. I said, would you please come back and do the high visibility? And they said, no, you're welcome to do that. And you know what we did? Because that intersection was so important. So I think on South Trade Street, and again, I'll get confirmation on this because those bars already exist, the ladder style, that they'll put them back. But on like John and Trade, it's just the long lines. I don't think they'll put back the bars, but we definitely put it in the pavement marking plan. So we'll see what they say about that.
So Susan, readdressing all of the crosswalks at the Trade and Matthew Street, all of the crosswalks at John and Trade, and the 3 crosswalks on South Trade, would it be your recommendation that they would be painted?
I'm sorry, they are painted, right? They are all currently ladder style. Oh, you mean refresh the painting?
Refresh, yes.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and we can give us a time frame, right? Because of supply shortage and stuff. And I think we can bring a proposal to you about how much it would cost and to be done by, say, June, if that's amenable to you all. I think we're not in this meeting. It's my understanding there's not going to be any authorizations or funding or allocations or votes, right? It's just an information meeting.
Correct.
So you need to see this as a
Correct.
future item.
And we have to literally wait to that period of time anyway because of the temperature requirements for the paint. But what I wanted to do is just bring it to the attention that, or ask the board to authorize the staff to provide the necessary quotations to repaint all of the crosswalks at Matthews Street and Trade and John, and the 3 crosswalks on South Trade.
Susan, if I understand, you're already doing that. Is that correct? Or not?
Wait, I mean, we don't have the quotes going. I mean, I guess it's up to Hazen, whoever develops the agenda, I think, not particularly me, but I mean, we can gather that information if needed.
Pull that together. I You want it at the 28th or the 14th?
Whatever's
I
easiest.
won't have quotes by the 14th. I can tell you that right now.
28.
28th.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garner.
Susan. Okay. Susan, as we look at this, were there other identified crosswalks or needs from Public Works that were prioritized above this? Because before we move along, I would like to make sure we're not jumping ahead of other projects in the works or that have been identified as needs.
A great question. I know we just recently got into paint supply. And so the high need ones have currently, it's my understanding that they're currently being looked at. I think Life might have better information on that. But it does bring up a good point. If you look in the mobility study and look at the rankings, what might have ranked higher? I don't off the top of my head know the answer to that. But we could provide that information to you later if you would like, where we can look and see what scored the highest as far as crosswalks. Or are you just talking about existing crosswalk refresh?
I'm talking about throughout Matthews areas where there are pedestrian needs that haven't been addressed, or if there are any things that Public Works has identified as a need and prior to this becoming a discussion.
So I don't have any information on that as far as like crosswalks. Again, I don't know, Life, if you have any information on what's kind of in the hopper for the paint crew.
Life.
Regarding the ones, the Matthews and Trade, we have it on our schedule to refresh portions of those where it's worn. We weren't going to repaint the entire crosswalk, but where they're worn. And also the one in front of Renfro on Trade Street. Also the ones around town, we'd have to go out and check. We haven't been out inspecting all the crosswalks throughout the town.
All right, we've fallen a bit. I'm sorry, Commissioner Urban.
Real quickly, I think for the edification of the new board members, if it's some presentation, whether it's 28 or 2 minutes on the raised table, back to where it was, what our levels of protection we're talking about, what things we did, because I remember the numbers were astronomical. I mean, we were talking $400,000 or $500,000 for a variety of defensive strategies for that raised table. And I'd also like, a report back from staff from the standpoint of how you feel it's been working out, because I honestly think the raised table has been a huge, vast improvement, and I haven't gotten any negative feedbacks back from that. I do know that the little push button further down and the lights have either failed, people don't use them, or they've been run over so many times they've been dislodged. So I don't know if that's an effective tool.
All right, so Susan, we ask if possible, if you get the quotes back on March 28th at our regular board meeting to maybe address these issues, particularly with what it would cost to refresh the paint on the crosswalks. And I'd also be interested in knowing what your level of comfort is with NCDOT's schedule for their repaving. If you think, again, we've had this discussion earlier today, they've typically been late, but is it possible that South Trade Street would be repaved by June, and they would be painted anyway? So that'd be interesting to know. We're running a little behind on our schedule, so I'd like to keep moving. If there's any, Susan, are you finished with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you to Jay and Master P, Chief P over there. This is good. So we'll move on to discuss the former Exxon site. Is that you, Hazen?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit. We do. Jay, do you have anything you want to show, or you just want to talk?
I do. Just imagine like a bomb went off, and that's kind of what it looks like.
I was going to give you a little bit of brief history and then kind of tell you where we stand. I think everybody's just looking for an update. I wanted to give you a little bit of, as I was sitting here prepping for this, it occurred to me that we had an offer by the property owner of that site in 2014 or 15 for the town to purchase Ming Fu and the Exxon station. And so the current property owners approached the town at the time and said, hey, we think the town would be a good buyer for it. I want it. So we have a quick evaluation of it. Said, maybe if the town bought it, what would we do with it? And what you see here, obviously this is the corner right here. There's the Exxon. And this is an older Stumptown Park master plan. We looked at what are the opportunities? Could we expand Stumptown Park all the way to John Street? Yeah, and bring the park all the way up and take both those sites. We also looked at an option where maybe the town develops something at the corner, which I love this idea because it gives you sort of this cafe on the park idea where the site would redevelop. We even did a few street view renderings of what the site could look like. This was a version that said, hey, if we brought Stumptown Park all the way up to John Street, you'd have this beautiful view of park as you came through town. Also rendered a 3-story building at the corner that would really anchor it and be kind of a gateway into the community. So the purpose of sharing these slides just quickly is that we've been looking at the site for years and years. The board at the time ultimately said, that's a lot of money. It's a brownfield. There's existing tenants on the site. And yeah, I think the will of the board at that time is we don't want to be landlords. We don't know about groundwater contamination risk. And ultimately the board said thanks, but no thanks. And then the site, sold to an individual investor. So I wanted you all to have just sort of that background because that's been 8 years now. All right, the plans. Okay, it's not. Plans before us right now. I think some of you have seen them shared on social media.
While you're pulling that up, Jay,
yes,
the developer did, though, high level pitch a building for that site. The board just sort of radically just said, forget about it, didn't negotiate. We could have probably negotiated something a little bit in a compromise, but was it a 5-story?
No, my recollection was like 8-story or something.
Oh, I don't think it was that tall.
It was something ridiculous. It was way above our normal height limitations. At least 5-story, my recollection.
I think maybe I had one conversation. I think that came and went pretty quickly. I'd even kind of forgotten about that. So, it was on the market for a while, finally sold to the current property owner. They also own the Ming Food site. That lease, I think it was in the family. It's since been sold. So the lease has been transferred to new ownership. So there's a long-term lease, as I understand it, on Ming Fu, which means that the owners decided that they don't want to redevelop the whole site. They just want to redevelop the corner, which obviously creates some constraints, right? Because if you had both properties to redevelop, you've got a larger plot of land and have more flexibility. What you see before you right now is this is a draft of their construction documents. This is out of EPM, and this shows their demolition plan for the site. And what I want to note is that you see these are the trees that were cut down. This was the large tree that created a lot of concern earlier in the week. This is I think that's a maple at the corner in the DOT right of way. And then you see these, I think that should be just 3 X's. Those are the trees that were cut down just a few days ago. So as I understand how this thing unfolded, the demo contractor, they had a demo permit issued by Mecklenburg County for the building only. Contractor went out, started demoing the building and said, well, they've got an advanced copy of these plans, which by the way, the town hasn't signed off on. Well, we'll just go ahead and cut these trees down because we're going to have to do it later anyway. Let's just knock it out. That's what I'm assuming the conversation was on site. I don't know who made that call or who made that determination. Just keep in mind this is not the first time this has happened. In our Unified Development Ordinance, we have requirements for pre-construction meetings where staff meets with the general contractor. We inspect silt fencing around trees that are to be preserved. We didn't even get to that stage. Like they don't have approved plans yet. You're allowed to get a demo permit, but the permit's just for the building. You're not supposed to be going outside the confines of that type of work with the demo permit. So going back to, let me find the right page here. Apologize. And I think we sent a clip of this. I think Hazen forwarded this to you all a few days ago. As we started speaking with the developer, it became apparent that we needed consistency with the adopted downtown streetscape improvement plan. That plan calls for a widened sidewalk. Trade Street's a very important corridor. I think that's a 4 foot or a 5 foot sidewalk out there today. So the town required that the developer widen that sidewalk to as close as possible to 10 feet. You can see at the corner, they've got to work around that existing traffic signal pole. And there's some other, I think there's a signal control box or whatever you call it. But they're showing here a widened sidewalk. So what you see, these are the, sorry, my mouse is a little slow here. This is the sidewalk. These are sort of the sidewalk panels. What looks like brick, that's a patio. And then here, the black dots represent the new trees, and then the curb line and the parking spaces. So the plan, if the plans were approved, the trees would have been removed anyway, because at their location, they were very close to the edge of the sidewalk. There was nowhere for that sidewalk to be widened to. Per our code, the developer does have to put new streetscape trees in. And I think, again, you've seen that summary. I think there's 11 new trees that are planned. These are elm trees, and then a 4-inch. So 2 inch is the minimum caliper that you can install as a streetscape tree. The developer is proposing a 4-inch maple to replace the tree at the corner, and it is going to be moved back a little bit because that tree, NCDOT wouldn't allow that tree to be planted there today because it's too close to the intersection, too close to the travel lanes. We also have, and I apologize, I'm trying to move quickly and give you the information I think that you want to hear, or the information that's important for you to hear. There are also, and you know what, I think it's in a different document. There are also architectural plans that have to be approved. In the downtown overlay district, it is one of the few places where we have architectural design approval for new buildings. So a review, I typically do those. When a new building is proposed, the developer is also required to provide elevation drawings of all 4 sides of the building. So as a part of this approval, we will also be approving the architectural elevations. I haven't begun the review yet. In fact, I just saw these plans. I mean, they've been in EPM for a couple of weeks, but we haven't really begun the review. But this is the current elevation that's been proposed to the town for review. This has to meet the standards of our downtown overlay district design guidelines. They fall on a spectrum. They're not the easiest to meet, but they're also not the most difficult. So you have to have a certain number of, you can't have blank walls. You have to have plenty of glazing glass. And John will tell you, he's designed several buildings in the overlay. I mean, the requirements are not that stringent, but they also reinforce that the building should blend in with adjacent buildings in the area. So it shouldn't be too distinct or unusual. And there's an overarching statement that you don't have to design a period building. It doesn't have to look like it was from 100 years ago, but it should blend in with buildings from that time frame. It shouldn't stick out like a sore thumb. So we'll obviously be beginning that review here pretty shortly. That's sort of where we're at right now. I'm going to stop talking because I know you all probably have a lot you want to get off your chest right now.
Excuse me, just for a quickie. Jay, are you saying that we would have had to tear down those trees anyway in order to get the wider sidewalk?
Most likely, again, and you can go out there and look at and I haven't measured, but if you look at the location of those trunks, they're very close to the edge of sidewalk. And there's also some grading work that needs to be done to kind of flat to smooth that grade out to get that sidewalk to be, for a lack of a better, I'm not an engineer, it needs to be flat.
Yeah. So anyway, bottom line is we probably would have had to take those trees down anyway.
But here's I think this is what bothers me and a lot of others in town.
All of us, yeah.
We didn't get to make that decision.
Exactly.
If the staff and the board said, you know what, darn it, those trees are so important, we're just going to deal with the 5-foot sidewalk. You know, despite all of the pedestrian traffic and the park being there, we could have made that determination as staff, but we weren't afforded that decision making.
I understand.
Yeah, here's how I would say it. So we watched them take down a big tree on their property.
Mhm.
So that was alarming. A lot of people got mad about it, but it's on their site, demolition permit. They still met the tree canopy for the downtown, you know, so, okay. So at that point I thought, let's put it on the agenda, because here's a prime example where we want to do something great with the downtown. You got to start with a wide sidewalk. We got 5-foot sidewalks. And the bad news is you'd have to lose trees, right? And that's kind of the dilemma that y'all are going to face, is kind of these trade-offs. Like, okay, I get the long term. Here's what we want to do for 20 years. But people hate seeing tree canopy going down. And then before we can have that conversation with y'all, the guy goes ahead and takes down the trees. And I don't know. I don't know if I shared the thread with you, but they were super cavalier about it. I mean, I'm astounded how insensitive. I don't know. There's
Sorry to inconvenience you is what
yeah,
they
it was
said.
an inconvenient in the throes of, it was very, now the sense the contractor and the, I guess, realtor have reached out apologizing. And I thought, well, I don't know if these guys should have a meeting with the mayor and some of the staff. I guess what I'm wondering is, what Jay's authority, I would say, is kind of limited here. What can we get out of them because of their screw up? I mean, we can't, the money, the DOT charges $125 per inch caliper. Those trees aren't huge. So maybe there's $3,000 or $4,000 there that DOT can fine them. Well, I mean, the building's not going to be great. It's one story to begin with. And Ken, you wanted to talk about this really early on, right? And so here, I guess here's our opportunity. I guess it's a by right zoning. It's not conditional. Our downtown standards are 20 years old. This kind of illustrates this, how we're kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit. I don't want to do anything illegal, let's say, from forcing the developer to, but how to get them at the table and be better corporate citizens would be great, because they hadn't been very flexible so far.
Yeah, for me, who was on the board when we had the other fiasco at the address apartments where the trees were cut down. The question that I'm being asked by constituents is, why didn't the town have somebody on site or signing off on this stuff or whatever? So, I mean, for me is, how do we, I don't know what we can do, if anything, at this site, but what can we do to prevent it from happening again? Because it just keeps happening. The guys come in and cut trees down. They're not supposed to, with zero oversight from the town. They don't meet with the town. They just go do it. And then, oh, sorry, and our citizens are getting pretty chapped about that, and they're taking it out on the elected officials. So I'm getting tired of being called incompetent because we're letting people cut trees down without any oversight whatsoever. What can we do to guarantee that there's some kind of, somebody from the town, Ralph Ramsou or somebody goes on site and says, okay, you can't take these down, before they just start hacking away, because it's going to happen again. I mean, I guarantee you, if it happened this time, it's going to happen another time. And it looks like we're just slapping hands and there's no real punishment for it.
We've had this Jay and I had this discussion, and I saw the first tree come down. I saw the silk fencing. I thought, okay, we got to talk about this at a board meeting to get everybody up to speed on what they want to do. And the next day they cut down the trees. Now, could somebody argue, oh, you should have gone out there and flagged those 3 trees but I mean, it's like, it never entered my mind that somebody would have the gall to go on public property, cross the sidewalk, go on public property and cut down 3 trees. I mean, is that incompetence or laziness from a bureaucratic standpoint? But like, for heaven's sake, I mean, like, who the hell, I mean, like, where's that stop? I mean, like, how dumb can a developer be in my mind, it's hard to legislate stupidity.
Does it all boil down to the fact that there's not sufficient monetary penalties to inhibit this? That if I was in a contractor's shoes and I wanted to tear down a tree and it would only cost me $3,000 or $4,000 in fines for $1 million project, that's peanuts. So does it all boil down to that?
I don't think it didn't actually help this developer that they did it, that the trees could have easily been removed once they received their permit. Like the argument you're making is we had this discussion with the address, right? The developer really didn't want to save the trees. So a lot of people insinuated that they just decided they were going to pay the fine, and our fine was $50,000 along that frontage on Monroe Road. But this was sort of a different situation. The developer hasn't gained anything grief. If the trees were going to come down anyway, it was, I think, very foolish on their subcontractor that did the demolition work to go out, and they've created a mess for their client.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is even talking about the address thing, 50,000 compared with, I think the building permits at the time were 40 million. That's nothing.
Yeah, but Mark, the legislature will come down on us if we, based
No,
on my
that's-
experience. Yeah, if we
I'm
say,
just-
okay, it's $10,000 a tree, the legislature will come and say, Matthews, you can't do that.
Of course, but I'm saying, is that really what's the driving incentive to disregard the tree canopy? It just doesn't make any sense they'll
Yeah.
just pay the fine and that's
Yeah,
it.
I think that is the case in some instances. There are areas in Charlotte that I'm aware of where trees are irrigated and sidewalks are built around them. I mean, I've seen several instances of that in Charlotte where you have a 10-foot, they left the trees, they built a grate around them, and they have to irrigate them because they've covered up a lot of the porous land above them. But there's trees in the middles of sidewalk in areas very nearby here. Commissioner Garner.
Jay, could you go back to the landscape or the, site plan?
Sure. Let me go to the. Sorry, there's a lag from here to there. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I am curious, when we went over the John Street preferred proposed plan, preferred, I don't know, design, at least one of the designs included a turn lane that would move. Building is, are they involved in any discussions about what future roadways look like as they make these plans going? I mean, I realize it's by right, but.
So two things on that. We have what we call transitional right of way in our code, which requires you to set the building back a little bit further. So if it's a 100-foot future right of way and it's currently 80, buildings built on each side of the street would have to push their setback an additional 10 feet further back. So this building is a little bit further back than potentially be if we weren't anticipating a widening. Now, Susan, we've received some comments from NCDOT already that the developer's dealing with. So I'm making it now. I don't know if it's the right folks looking at it, but I'm making an assumption that there are people at NCDOT that are reviewing this and would have a comment if they were concerned about the building location.
So Jay said my name, so I'm assuming that's okay if I jump in here. I'm not really sure that they are looking for that specifically. And I would say that with that right turn lane that was shown there, the town would not support that. The town supports the through right existing movement because it shortens that pedestrian crossing. Cutting in for yet another 11 feet of crossing distance it's gonna kill the efficiency of that signal. And because we'd have to have a longer pedestrian crossing time. So I think as far as John Street's concerned, this configuration without the right turn lane is appropriate. Now, where this differs from our downtown mobility study, and we had conversations with the developer about creating a bump out on Trade Street to provide more pedestrian gathering space, more plaza area, and more tree space. And the developer politely declined. We didn't have really anything to force them to do that. So that would have to be a potential future project.
Is there a traffic impact analysis or transportation impact analysis for their driveway, or is it outside of the bounds of that?
It's way under thresholds.
I thought it was within, there was a clause, and maybe we changed it and I didn't look at the new one, but within a certain number of feet of an intersection.
Right. You're thinking of the level of service clause. Excellent. And so, I'm not sure the timing of this one, Jay, when it came in. I think it was last year when we first started scoping this one. So I'm not sure what the start date would be, but I would anticipate that turn lanes on thoroughfares for this development would not be triggered. It would be more about the internal laneage that would be triggered if they studied the traffic. If that makes sense.
Several quick items. To Hazen's point, I wouldn't expect you to see a tree go down and then for you to think that the other trees were going to be cut down. However, contractors and subcontractors looking at that site plan see that you're planting new trees. To them, it's fair game. I mean, they're there. I'm sure that the guy's like, I'm paying you X amount of dollars to demo, take as much down as you can. They figured new trees are going in. That's why I took it out. My suggestion would be from a zoning ordinance standpoint, some type of fail safe when it's sort of like we create a boundary on plans and it's a no touch zone until there's some type of sign off someplace. It creates more work on staff's side of the fence, but you end up telling the developer, the design team, you have to delineate a no touch zone or something to that effect. And it gives the right of the town to come back and say, well, you know what? That we're going to keep the trees and adjust the sidewalk. That's the only suggestion I have.
But John, these trees weren't even on their property. They don't
No, no,
own. They
yeah,
don't
but
own this property.
The trees are scheduled to be renewed. They're scheduled on that plan to be new. That site plan says those are new trees.
But the trees they cut down, they don't own. They don't own the land underneath them.
But a contractor or subcontractor, he's only reading plans. He doesn't know that. So that's I'm. Well, a subcontractor.
Somebody
doesn't know
comes on my property and cuts some trees down. They're going to have some issues with
a
me.
subcontractor. The only thing is subcontractor. They should be looking for the red stamp plan on
right?
site. If they're doing something that doesn't have the stamp set, that is a violation. And from that standpoint, my second point is Jay, you mentioned it's going through EPM, which means it's going through permitting, but you talked about the overlay, which is highly interpretive. Are you saying that you still have some running room here on the elevation to create interpretation?
I think so.
Good, because that is the ugliest thing.
Yes.
It looks like the Exxon station a la 1970 again. But I think this goes to the point of this is a red flag. We need to be going back into the ordinance and tweaking these things. And is it possible that we would improve on the overlay district? We would go back into the terminology on the overlay district, but yeah, this pretty bad. Well, if you want creative interpretation, just give me a phone call.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you about it. But going back to that, we've talked about updating the design guidelines early decade. None of us on staff are architects. What I think the town needs is, I know the mayor doesn't like your consultants, but we need someone to help us draft architectural guidelines that are meaningful and that really give the town the aesthetic that I think our citizens expect.
Well, if it'll prevent this, I think I could go along with it because this is pretty hideous in my view. And I'm I'm the least critical person probably in the last 20 years that served on this board, but this is a hideous.
Would it actually prevent it?
Yeah. Yes, sure.
No, in what way?
If we have design guidelines that don't allow this to be built, they can't do it.
What I'm trying to say is if they go ahead and do it anyway, what are the penalties?
You're the architecture.
No, you're saying your design guidelines.
I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, how prescriptive are our design guidelines now? Like a 3 or a 4. Some communities have, I mean, to grave detail. If you're building on a major corner, minimum 2-story, they'll talk about, and John could use better terminology, but the different types of, they'll talk about the base, the body,
Tripartite.
and
yeah,
the
base
cap
shaft
of the
column.
building, all of the decorative brickwork that's required. I mean,
No, I'm sorry. I was referring to having some type of protection in the guidelines for those trees.
All
right. So
That-
even if you had that protection in place, what penalty would there be if they violated that?
So the cutting of trees, going back to what Chief P was saying earlier about speeders, he can't put someone on every corner and stop speeding at every corner of the town at all times. And we can't stop people with chainsaws on every corner at all times.
Correct.
So you'll recall about 2 years ago over by Chick-fil-A on 74, the shopping center owner said, people can't see our signs. They talked to us for about a year and they finally said, we're just going to go top them anyway. And we fined them several $1,000s, but that's one of those instances where they chose to just pay the fine. And, you know, we fined them. They had to put some new trees in, but it's tough to predict when someone's going to hire someone to cut trees. It's been a battle. I think the town's been fighting for decades.
Jay, are we too far down the line with this developer to say, hey, you know, this is really not what we want on this corner? Would you reconsider? We'd like to have a 2-story building. I mean,
we had our first conversations with them probably around May of last year. And my first comment was, you need some height at this intersection. I think it should be a 2-story building, or at least, and John could tell you the terminology, maybe build up that corner. If it's going to be a 1-story building, give it some height, give us some presence on the corner. And they've politely declined. So I'm or impolitely, whatever, but I think that they're pretty set on size building.
well, I would be very interpretive of our overlay then. Very, very, very. You can understand what I'm saying?
So here's what I would suggest is that I think if we had stronger design standards, because they were close to yes, there was close to a yes to what they were proposing, right? They were close there, and I think they made some bad assumptions and some mistakes were made. But if they had to go through a rigorous design review process, they wouldn't have been close to yes, right? And I think that's the value of the design. I also think we have leverage. Now, I don't know how much real leverage we have, but they screwed up. They feel bad about it. I think we should call for a meeting. I think the mayor should be there. You know, I wouldn't probably be smart to have Commissioner Urban in the room as a designer to see. So it's somebody to push the right buttons and get yeses early on. I guess what I'd say, it's not going to be we're not going to end up with a lovely building. We probably won't, hopefully we can get something better than what we got.
So I hate to reiterate what was said, but the reason I called you, Hazen, last week is basically the frustration is, and Renee and I had a conversation about it, is the citizens are asking, why in the hell is something like this able to be built in our historic district without it going? I mean, I know it's zoned by right and they're building it by right, but why was there no in place? And I guess that's the confusion and the frustration that the town has is, this is our historic district. This is one of the most important corners in the town, and they're building a really unfortunate building. I mean, it just is, it is what it is. And so, yeah.
I mean, after listening to what Holly Springs does, if they're looking at everything every 5 years, and what we are doing is trying to figure out how to get 3% raises for employees, or how to get people down at the police department or the fire department, we're at different levels. We love Matthews. Matthews is a great town, blah, 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 but we are not operating at this high level. We're operating at this level of trying to balance the budget. That's really what we're doing. And then things get cut out. They'll say, we need a new comp plan. I'm right. Yeah, you're right, Jay, but
health insurance is going up 150, it's like, and then I proceed to basically ignore Jay because we have all these competing interests. And I think this board is prepared to do it. Think differently. Let's get these plans done every 5 years. We don't have the in-house staff. You guys can make this town great, but it won't be free.
Commissioner Willie.
So what you're saying, Hazen, is we're analog and we need to go digital.
Yes, sir.
And I'll say that because I have cameras installed, 16 at my church site. They were installed 12 years ago. One went out and we tried to call CPI to fix it just yesterday. And they don't have a part. So they had to get rid of our analog and go digital. So I'm in favor of us thinking out of the box. We got to be more progressive rather than just trying to worry about the tax. And I said this many times before. If you give the citizens update stuff to keep us in touch with other communities, especially when it comes to public service, and we having top-notch fire station, police station, and affordable stuff, they will go for it. They will vote for it. But so I agree with what you just said, and I agree with this board. We got to start thinking out of the box. And in order to keep pace, you're going to have to spend some money. You get what you pay for. The other thing is what you'd suggest, and I would suggest to this board and the mayor, if you would, is what Hazen said. Now, what's done is water over the dam. You can't go back and get it, but you can call them in, have a meeting with Jay, Mayor, Chief P, and John Irving, and just tell them what we want or what we're doing and what they did wrong, and it's not going to be tolerated. Bring it, put it to them. If they don't like it, then that's where they are. But at the same time, we know what's been done. We know what's wrong. Now we can't fix what's wrong. But what I did hear and what I heard is they cut those down, but they're going to put some back. And typically we would have done it anyway. But I would suggest have the meeting and have it quick with them. That's my recommendations as well.
That sounds like a fully bought
and go
paid for
digital
fire
too.
station.
A question that I have that may be really more for Charlie is I keep thinking back to the interpretation that is currently at Jay's level of approval regarding that the building architecture is supposed to fit in with the surrounding character of the neighborhood. So I guess my question is, how hard can we push on that? How much latitude does Jay have at this point, since it's not approved, to still be able to go back and say that feels like that's open to interpretation? How much latitude do we have to interpret liberally to get some changes to the architecture before that's signed off on?
Push hard. I think the important lesson here is maybe on this one, as Commissioner Willie said, it's water over the dam. What are we going to do to prevent this from happening next time is what's really key. What's the next piece of property in our downtown historic district that's going to be, taken down and a shell building built up or something by right where, so I think we do need to do what you suggested, Hazen, pay the piper and get into new design guidelines and enforce them.
I'll share one last example. When I said based on how prescriptive we are with our design guidelines, scale of 1 to 10, Davidson's a 10. They have a design review board, which that could be built into your guidelines. It's actually they've got a historic district committee and also a design review board. So it's made up of folks that are in the business. But I just pulled up one plan I found on their website just now, but this is the level of detail that their town gets when something new is proposed in their gateway district or in downtown. They're getting 3D renderings. They're seeing every aspect of that building from streetscape, horizontal, and then going vertical. So that's the power of sort of updating your regulations and then having that review that's built in.
Let's do it.
So
Let's do best practices because we're getting burned sometimes with what we've got. So nobody's not pointing fingers. It's just we need to look for continuous improvement and to do better so that doesn't happen again. Jay, does that conclude is there any further comment on the Exxon?
I would like to say Chief P will not be in that meeting, just for the record.
We're calling you Master P now. So. All right. I'd like to, if it's okay with everybody, just to roll on. I don't think these next two items are going to be terribly long, hopefully. Conflict of interest, the new ruling that came out on board nonprofit organizations, Mr. Buckley.
Well, it's not a ruling, it's now a statute.
Statute.
Done it,
There
yes.
you go.
And I want to keep you out of jail this time instead of trying to put you in jail. We already know about 14234, which is conflict of interest statute, where if you as an individual and you're a commissioner approve a contract for you that results in your personal benefit, that's a crime. You're subject to criminal penalty. That contract is void, period. Now, the General Assembly is going to take it one step further. If you, as a city commissioner, are also on the board of a nonprofit, on it, or let's break down what the statute says. No public official shall knowingly participate in making or administering a contract, including the award of money in the form of a grant, loan, or other appropriation with any nonprofit with which the public official is associated. The public official shall record his or her recusal with the clerk to the board, and once recorded, the political subdivision of this state may enter into or administer the contract. So the board is not going to be prohibited from entering into those contracts. It's the individual commissioner. Now, if that commissioner votes, nobody really realizes it, then that contract becomes void, but the board's contract can be held up if you apply to the local government commission and they would approve the contract. So the commissioner is now a criminal, but the contract can go through.
So this seems like, pretty straightforward. I would suggest that every sitting commissioner and the mayor turn into the clerk every nonprofit whose board you sit on, because she's not omniscient and doesn't know necessarily everything that all of us do at all times. So if you could do that and try to be cognizant of the fact that when we're voting on something, and I don't think we very often get into contracts or grants to nonprofits.
Well, I've got another step to this. We got to get into.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, now what is a nonprofit? First of all, a nonprofit, let's see, primarily for religious, charitable, scientific, literary, public health, and safety or educational purposes. So that's pretty
everything.
much all of them, except it's not all of them. And what comes to my mind is, say, like Red Brick. I don't know if they're incorporated or not, but they're organized and associated, but that's not a nonprofit for those purposes. Okay. Now, what about voting on your annual budget ordinance, where you have in that budget ordinance an appropriation for a specific nonprofit? Does that commissioner not get to vote on the budget ordinance?
We'll do them separately, right?
Well, what we're going to have, Award or grant or contract for sums of money to that organization at a subsequent meeting, then the commissioner can recuse himself from that vote so that he's not prohibited from voting on the budget ordinance. But a lot of times communities have these appropriations for specific nonprofits listed. That's all that happens. The board doesn't vote on that award. So then that commissioner just committed a crime because there's not a subsequent action that he could have recused himself. So what Becky and I have talked about is just don't mention any of the nonprofits. And she's got some formula that she's going to, maybe want to address.
I'm just, thinking what nonprofits do we, free medical clinic?
Got the Historic Foundation, the Chamber of Commerce is a C6. The Levine Senior Center, I'm sorry. ASC. Yes, ASC was another one that we talked about. So what we planned on doing that we discussed when this came up was to strip all of those from the annual budget, but have a placeholder number. So the board is still approving its entire budget total. So we're presenting you with a balanced budget. And then there would be a separate action or a number of separate actions where the board would then individually vote. So take ASC, for example, that would be an individual agenda item after the entire budget is approved that this board would take under consideration, and whoever was appointed to serve on ASC would recuse themselves from that vote. The other 6 would be able to vote to approve. ASC still presumably gets their money, but nobody has violated this new state statute.
So what abuse is this supposed to correct? Because this is a hell of a lot more work for everybody. For what purpose? What does this correct? Were there great abuses of nonprofit contracts going on?
Transparency is apparently I don't know. There's one that you've got to. Appropriation of your tourism funds. If you have an appropriation going to one of those organizations, the commissioner can break it down. Right now, who may be serving on one of those boards or multiple boards doesn't get caught in also award.
Commissioner Whitley.
So I sit on the chamber board and the Levine board. So we do appropriate money to both. Does that mean that as a sitting commissioner, I cannot vote on that? Okay.
Because we know how smarmy you've been on those trying to get extra funds.
All right,
It's just ridiculous amount of extra work.
All right,
we
so
gotta do what we gotta do.
I'm gonna carry it one step further. So there's no secret that my church, religious, is a nonprofit, and we are planning on submitting contract. Now, I understand I don't vote on any of that because I excuse myself when it comes to the board. I understand that. I understand that as well too. So in the process of filing applications and all, as a commissioner and a nonprofit, because I just want to make clear, I don't want to break into the law unknowingly or unknowingly, because ignorance to the law is no excuse.
We're going to be hiding under a rock. We're going to be watching you.
Because I'm 70 years
Chief
old.
P
and I don't
coming to
look
get you.
good in orange.
No, but you're right. But it's just, where you should recuse yourself.
That's correct.
You know that. So you don't individually participate in any of this. When that business comes up, you run, you stay away. And when it comes up, and remember, this is a recusal, not to be excused like under the ethics statute.
I understand.
That this is a recusal. So the board doesn't vote on your recusal. But you have to announce it to the clerk and to the mayor, of course, that you need to be recused on this. And then when and the mayor, once that item is gone, will then bring you back into the meeting.
I got you.
And he does that all the time right now.
He
So he
does.
knows how to do that.
So I'm clear. So now when you're talking about affordable homes money, some of my project could very well include affordable monies for affordable.
Same thing.
Okay.
Anytime you cannot vote on anything where you are on a board or you are a director or you on one of these
I got you.
nonprofits.
I got you.
And also a sitting commissioner. You can't do anything to award that contract or that grant or that sums of money. And I think even also on leases, that's a contract. So like with the center down here, the free medical clinic, I'm thinking, you can't influence that vote. You can't vote on it. You can't do it. Of course, everybody knows a free medical clinic anyway, but I'm just saying that you've got to be real careful because the stretch is a little bit more than just when you say, oh, well, I didn't do a contract. Well, you did a lease. Well, is that a contract? That's a contract.
Mr. Hoover?
Yeah, we took a class on this, and if I'm understanding what the attorney, how he was explaining it, and you might want to check on this. He was saying that those line items you could pull out, set them to the side, everybody vote on the budget, and then those items, those who are involved.
So that's exactly what
she
Becky
just
was
said.
just saying. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have a placeholder because we don't want to forget about those funds. So I would anticipate some kind of, future grant appropriations catch-all with a lump sum total is what you're going to see in your budget for FY23. That would be all of our anticipated funding levels totaled up, but not called out specifically for any organizations. And then we'll spell those out and have separate action items as soon as the budget's approved.
And
You're
then
exactly
added to
right.
that would be the best practice of, instead of that one action being sufficient to give a check to that organization, let it come back before the board for the actual grant of those funds with that individual commissioner then recusing his or herself from voting on it, and you're fine.
And sorry, go ahead.
So like in Larry's situation, he couldn't even speak to us outside of a meeting about.
Correct.
Well,
cannot influence
at all.
At all.
And just given this, I know Charlie spelled out what is considered a nonprofit. When I read that list, the chamber as an example, and even ASC, since it's really more art than maybe education, it starts to get gray of it. Would it actually have to be pulled out? I think our recommendation and our comfort level as staff is just pull them all out. Let's just keep it clean, pull every single one of them out. We'll just make sure that there's no question that this was followed, just to keep everybody safe.
And I would think your economic development committee would be a part of that. If you're on the red brick or the economic development, you need to do the same thing.
Becky, the S and
John, you can't vote on anything.
It's the Arts and Sciences Council. So sciences is, they don't do much with science, but it is supposed to be a component of it. So
Yeah. Appearance and tree, $1,000, $25 for each of those. Mara, if anybody said on Mara. So I think we just really got to stay vigilant, both on our side here, one of these broad categories, and then on y'all's side. Oh yeah, I sit on that board, so that we're, we can do this easily.
Charlie, to answer to Ken's, I know I'm not supposed to mention to any, I'll talk about it all, but my developer can talk to them. Okay.
All right, so again, I ask each commissioner to please send Lori an email detailing any nonprofit boards that you sit on.
And the town board's own committees that are created solely by this town board, those are not a part of this. So MVAC's budget is okay to keep a part of it. So it specific talks about if it's created by this local entity solely, then it's totally excluded.
And I don't know if CARTPO and MTC are nonprofits, are they?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Seems like a great deal of overreach and unnecessary gobbledygook, but we want to stay out of jail, so we'll comply. So thank you, Mr. Buckley. We'll move on to Susan's going to finish tonight's discussion with the cost to light major roads and intersections. I brought this up as an item for the planning conference because one of our constituents brought to my attention and our attention that several of the intersections weren't lit. So Susan, you've been very busy today, but one more time.
Yeah, actually, this is perfect. The sun is going to set at 6:16, so I'm going to talk until 6, and then you all can eat, and then when you drive home, you can look at streetlights. How about that? Yeah, oh, thumbs up. Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen here. I think I forgot to give Lori this presentation. I'm so sorry. And so just moving quickly through this here. Street lights, why do we light streets? It increases nighttime and low light visibility. This is for safety of drivers and any pedestrians moving and cyclists moving through the area. Duke Energy and Union Power lease lights to us. So the town doesn't own any street lights. They are all leased from Duke or Union. Typical spacing for roadway lighting is 150 to 200 feet. On 2-lane roads, you can light on one side. Sometimes you see them staggered, but you typically see them down one side, like is shown in the photo here. On 4-lane roads, though, you tend to have to come at it from both sides. So whether it's staggered from both sides or opposing from both sides, a 4-lane roadway, you typically see lights on both sides of the street. If just the intersections are lit, a lot of times you want to incorporate lights on the approaches to and departures from intersections. This is because if you're driving on a dark road and you suddenly see a light, your eyes are constricting to take in that light. And so you want to provide a gradual increase to that lighted area so that your eyes have time to adapt, or the driver's eyes have time to adapt. We do address outdoor lighting, specifically public street lighting in UDO section 609H. That section says that street lighting must be included in all new residential and commercial streets. In addition, street lighting must be installed on the perimeter of new development along a thoroughfare, arterial boulevard, and collector roads where it currently doesn't exist. So we do get a lot of street lighting in our neighborhoods from this ordinance language. It's important to note that roadway lighting, pedestrian lighting, and neighborhood lighting are all different. Here on the left picture, this is what I'm going to call roadway light or an overhead light. Used to be called a Cobra light. Do get real tense about that because this is an LED fixture, which is not a Cobra fixture. So we're trying to conform to their standards. This is a roadway light. It's typically higher, about 25 feet high, and is on a mast arm and lights over the road. Over here on the left, we see pedestrian lighting. This is on the greenway along South Trade Street. So this light is intended to light the pedestrian pathway. It's a shorter light, meaning more pedestrian scale. And here over on the right, this is on Park Center. We have a combination of both roadway lighting and pedestrian lighting. So this light here serves to light the parking space and the walkers, whereas this overhead light here is used to light the roadway. Now in neighborhoods, you tend to see these shorter pedestrian lights. Unless some of the older neighborhoods, sometimes you see the roadway lights, and that's because they've requested from us lighting. For whatever reason, they're worried about safety in their neighborhood, or they feel like they want their neighborhood lit. They don't have the money maybe to pay for those decorative lights, so they get the roadway lighting. So when we're talking in this presentation I'm only going to be addressing roadway lighting, which is this big overhead light here and lighting our roadways. It's important to note that NCDOT does not pay for street lighting. They only pay for interchanges, the lighting and interchanges. NCDOT agrees street lighting is important and they're supportive of it. They just won't pay for it. So any lighting on NCDOT roadways are on our dime. So activity that I'd like for you to do when you're out and about in the evening is drive NC 51 and between Reverdy and Idlewild. So if we start here on the western end of town at Reverdy, there's a mile until you get to Elizabeth Lane where you see consistent roadway lighting. So you're coming out of Charlotte and you have, it's a 4-lane road and you have those street lights opposing every 150 to 200 feet. And it's consistently lit between Reverdy and Elizabeth Lane Elementary. From Elizabeth Lane Elementary to Sam Newell, you only see the intersections are lit. And that might be with one light, that might be with 2 lights, but it's pretty much intersections being lit and the neighborhood lighting. From Sam Newell to the US 4 interchange, that's across the hospital frontage. And you can see that consistent lighting pattern. And again, where there's opposing lights on either side of the street that are spaced every 150 to 200 feet. So that lighting is back to consistently lit road now. From the US 74 interchange to Swain, there are no street lights that are listed on Duke's website. Okay, so there's a big dark spot there right in front of all that commercial. And then from Swain to Idlewild Road, just the intersections are lit. So you might wonder why this section here, if we have an ordinance that you have to light thoroughfares, why does this section have no lighting? Well, perhaps at the time those shopping centers were built, that part wasn't in our ordinance, but it is in our ordinance today. I mentioned that the Duke mapping, and this is it. This is the website here. You can find that link on our website. This is the website you go to report a street light out. Did you know that even when a street light is out, we're still paying the maintenance fees on it? So I urge all of you, if you're out and about and you're driving with someone, you've got a rider with you, or maybe you're the rider, if you see a street light out, make a note of it and report that to Duke, because we want all of our lights to be on. We don't want to be paying for lights that are out. So this is what I was referring to about that consistent lighting where the street lights are lighting both sides of 51. Here's Elizabeth Lane Elementary. And from that point on, you see we just have lights at the intersections. Up until Sam Newell, and then you can see that consistent roadway lighting again across the hospital frontage. And then it's dark on 51 in front of the shopping centers. And then back again, starting at Swain, we get some intersection lighting. So what would it cost to light our thoroughfares? Well, Duke changes their rates, so it does vary, and they like to surprise me. I usually find out about it when I reject a lighting request because the rate's too high, and they say, "Oh, but we changed our rates. Look online." So now I've got a link to their rates, and that's it there. We are under PL, public lighting, and for a typical roadway light, which is 150 watts, for a new pole served underground, so that's that nice black pole that I showed you served underground, our monthly rate's going to be $22.21. But that black light does cost almost $2,000 per light to get that installed. So let's say we have a half-mile length of a 4-lane road that we want to light. Doing straight math, that's 26 lights total. It might vary, right? Once we get out there and look at it, there might be intersections in the way or whatever, but it's approximately 26 lights. So the initial installation of that black roadway light would be about $50,000, $50,600. The maintenance on those 26 lights will be almost $7,000 a year. So that is in perpetuity. We would pay the maintenance on those lights because again, we lease them, we don't own them. Another example would be forward lane.
Susan, I've got a question. Is maintenance different than do we pay electricity as well? Or is that a different charge?
It's all included. That's a great distinction. It's all included. The electricity and the maintenance is all included in that $22.21. If some of those poles downtown are faded from black to gray, and they'll repaint those. I've requested repaint on some of those poles that look pretty bad. So looking at another example, Fullwood Lane, it's about a mile long. It's a 2-lane road. So we would think, okay, we'll do lights on one side. So that's about 25 lights. Again, straight math, not looking at intersections or anything. The intersection would be, the installation initially would be almost $49,000. And again, the maintenance on that would be just under $7,000 a year. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that there's some potential cost savings. We could use plain wood poles and not the decorative pole. And I'm glad I'm behind Jay and I can't see his facial expression right now. So the plain wood pole being this one we see back here, it's your typical utility pole, but those don't come with the decorative adder that these the aesthetic black poles do. So we would save, you know, almost $2,000 in installation costs if we didn't pay that decorative adder for the black fiberglass poles. Or in some cases, there's some existing power poles. We might be able to hang the light on those existing power poles. We would save 50% on the monthly rate if we used an existing pole. What if we just lit the intersections rather than lighting the whole corridor? Well, for a standard intersection, would be like a 2-lane road intersecting a 4-lane road. Remember, on 2-lane roads, we'd light one side, 4-lane, we'd light both sides. So that would be about 450 watt LED actually in the intersection. Those are the yellow stars. And then remember, I mentioned approach lighting. So I would install one at a lower wattage on the 2-lane approach, one on either side. And on the 4-lane approach, I would install 2 on either side for a total of 6. This doesn't include pedestrian lighting. It's only for those roadway lights. The installation would be $19,500 and the maintenance would be about $2,600 a year for that. I included this intersection because it's a high priority from our friends at police department, which we'll see in a minute. Let's look at a real cost for a real intersection that we actually did. This is the Idlewild Roundabout, where we actually lit it a little bit brighter because of the newer device. We installed 4, we in partnership with Mint Hill installed 4 280 watt LEDs at the roundabout and used 150 watt LEDs on the approaches. This is a 4-lane to a 2-lane roadway again. We also installed pedestrian lighting at the request of Mint Hill, who has a specific pedestrian lighting aesthetic. So that was a lot of lights we installed there, and the total installation was $54,000, and the maintenance on that is $8,000, and we are actually half that, so we pay about $4,000 on the maintenance on those lights every year. Some important considerations: our annual budget currently for street lighting is $250,000. That's to pay the maintenance on the lights that are existing. And again, that's whether it's working or not. And there's the link again of where to report them when you're out. You can get that on our Public Works page, or you can just Google reported Duke light out and it'll take you to that page. Excuse me. Any additional lights that we install or we take on are an annual cost to the town after the initial installation payment. So remember, we might light it now, but remember that cost stays with us in perpetuity. More lights are added to the system when the town takes over streets and accepts lights along public streets that are installed by private development projects. So when we take over neighborhoods, those lights become the town's lights and we need to increase our annual budget to include those lights. Or if, say, a developer lights a significant portion of the thoroughfare. So thinking about Phillips Road, there's that neighborhood going in on the corner. There's going to be 2 lights installed. On the Phillips Road side, those 2 lights will become ours as well. Staff recommends thinking about priorities, data-driven approach. Hazen said to me, Susan, where would you start putting lights? I said, well, first thing I'll do is I'm going to ask police department where there's crashes that could have been avoided perhaps if there was adequate lighting. So we would look at those high crash locations, and we would also look at where pedestrian bicyclist crashes happened and would lighting have helped those. Matthews Police Department's amazing. They generated these maps in no time at all, where the little, where the little dots on the map are streetlights. And this is a heat map. The darker the circle, the more crashes there are. And the road colors are based on traffic volumes. So the red is your highest volume, then orange, then green, then light blue, then dark blue. So where you see here, there's high crash rate, there's also high volumes. Here again, high crashes, high volumes. Here, medium crashes, medium volumes. This is all crashes, all times of the day. And I want you to focus here on the 74 corridor where you have the highest concentration. That is directly mimicked for just the dark conditions. So again, we want to look at where might lighting help with crashes. These maps are very informative, especially as we've seen fatalities in that 74 corridor. People wearing dark clothing, trying to cross the street. Drivers just can't see them. These two areas are areas, Sam Newell and Matthews Min Hill Road, part of the US 74 project where we're hoping to get bridges. Well, that's still in the future. What about right now? This is what's happening right now, are these crashes. And so for further consideration, I'd like you to pay attention to lighting as you drive. What do you notice? Do some areas seem brighter? Do you feel like you have relief from the darkness when you're driving? Do you feel like the lights are oppressive? Please drive NC 51 between Reverdy and Idlewild, and you can see the different styles of lighting. Remember that street lighting in front of residential properties can be controversial. So if we're going to light, say, all of 51, there are some private residences that front 51. They may not be so excited about lighting in front of their house. What message do you want to send to them? Typically, we ask residences to sign a lighting petition. But for safety reasons, do we want to circumvent that process and go ahead and install lighting without the petition? Are we willing to pay for lighting on US 74 and other NCDOT roads? Keep in mind that any of those lighting plans would be subject to a review up in Raleigh. Typically, that hasn't been an issue. I've worked with NCDOT Raleigh lighting before. They're very competent, and Duke knows their criteria, so they know how to do all the exhibits to send up to Raleigh. So it's been a pretty, that Idlewild roundabout, one of the easiest parts of it was getting the Raleigh approval, because Duke I've already prepared everything to Raleigh specifications. Also keep in mind, more traffic might result in more crashes, right? The more vehicles you put on the system, the higher the crashes tend to be. On that, any questions for me?
So Susan, thank you. Very informative and comprehensive report. And honestly, quite shocking. You've confirmed what our constituent told us, that from US 74 to Swaim, there's no lighting, which is kind of odd on that, Reverdy to Idlewild run. It's like pitch black for that section. That's very odd. I do have one question. Have you had any pushback from anyone, or do you have any data or information, anybody on staff, about light pollution, looking at the other side of it, where perhaps we put in too many lights and it can affect wildlife like bats and birds, and just some people just don't want the whole town lit all the time, 24/7. Do you have any comment on that?
So interestingly, when you look at longtime Matthews residents and new residents coming in, I hear a lot more from the new residents. Where are the lights? Why is the town so dark? We need more lights, right? And that's, again, why we have them do petitions for lights in their neighborhood. Sometimes there's a light that's been out for 10 years or whatever. Someone new moves into the neighborhood, they report the light out, the light gets turned on. The resident right by there goes, oh, I can't sleep at night. Now there's a light shining into my house. We've had some good success with light shields with that. But also keep in mind, the lights that we use through Duke and the lights that we allow developers to use are dark sky compliant. They've got the hat on the top. I call it the hat, right? And in many cases, like when you saw that LED, it's not a drop lens. That LED is entirely in that housing. That's to prevent that uplighting from light pollution. This is something that I'm very sensitive to. I have had some training in it, and I want to make sure that the lights that we use don't have that upward pollution, right? We just redid all the lights in downtown, thankfully, because those had no hat on them. Right, so all that light was going straight up into the air. I mean, some of it was going down too, right? But Life did a great job and replaced those lights So now all of those lights have the lid on them to prevent that uplighting. So I feel pretty confident that the lights that Duke and Union provide don't do that light pollution like what we used to see.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to allow others to speak in 1 second. I do have one more comment. Fullwood, I do not believe any additional lighting is required because I drive that very, very regularly, and at night it's very well lit. I think from the church and the neighborhoods are built right up on top of Fullwood, and they have lighting, interior lighting. So I think that's fairly well lit as is. I saw Commissioner Urban first. Go ahead, sir.
I'd be curious about what the upgrade or cost for the lighting on US 74 would be. Obviously, when DOT comes in, eventually we take those down. But talking to Chief Pennington, that's the highest crash area. Sam Newell and Old 51. And he said he's 2,200 or so down to 1,700. So, I mean, this might be an improvement. That there could be some value there. I can't help that NCDOT is negligent in lighting our roads.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers on me. I'll give you guys that presentation on Monday night. But I know in 2018 or 2017, I think we were over 2,100 crashes in the town. We're down to about 1,700 now a year. So, but that is one of our biggest crash areas. And I would agree with Susan, lighting would, in my opinion, assist in that.
Yeah, I mean, the data-driven approach is the right way to go. Commissioner Tefano.
I was going to ask us, Fullwood eventually is going to be NCDOT, correct?
Purportedly.
The plan.
Yeah,
take
so
South Trade
anything-
Street, and they take Fullwood. We've done our end of the bargain. We're waiting on them.
So anything we do there, questions about that, would we get reimbursed for any expenditures?
They only provide, DOT only provides lighting, as Susan said, at interchanges.
Gotcha.
So they would be all on us if we do.
Okay, thank you. And any idea, not that NCDOT is on schedule of any kind, but when is this swap had originally was supposed to take place?
Question is when they pave, we've paved Fullwood at a very high standard. We're waiting on them to paved South Trade Street. And so we're trading apples to apples, so to
Right,
speak.
so that's where
We're
this,
waiting on the paving.
on repaving this spring, right? Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing anybody else go, ooh, I've got a question. Hazen.
Susan, are all the lights we're talking about installing LED?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions. Again, Susan, really, really good presentation and very informative. And I think we will probably be suggesting some action of some sort in the near future. So thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, I believe, have come to the end of our agenda for our regular meeting tonight, and we can now have dinner. Lori, I think I ate about 300 or 400 of those chocolate covered almonds, so I'm not sure I'll be eating dinner tonight. But so we'll take a recess for dinner, and then the board is going to come back in closed session after dinner to discuss personnel issues.